Billings hammers this down the ground. It could be caught here out towards long on and is very well held by David Warner, scampering in. Billings didn't catch it cleanly towards the bottom of the bat, but it is the end of the game. Billings is dismissed. England 275 for 9, and Australia win this first one-day international here at Old Trafford by 19 runs.
Yes, indeed, Australia going one up in this three-match Royal London series. Welcome to Emirates Old Trafford. It's the second game in this series of three on a beautiful day too. We've got some pale blue sky, just some white clouds dotted around. Sun shining. It's much warmer than it was the other day for sure. I hope the sun is shining on you wherever you're listening to us today. The game here starts in 15 minutes, so at about 1 o'clock or so. The toss took place a few moments ago. It was won by England. They've chosen to bat first. They made a couple of changes. The Currans are in, Sam and Tom, in place of Moeen Ali and also Mark Wood. Australia are unchanged, so again, no Steve Smith in their side. We'll have more of that, I'm sure, over the next few minutes or so. But let's just catch up with both captains. Isha Guha spoke to them.
Owen, you've won the toss. This time you're going to bat first. Thoughts behind that?
Yeah, we're obviously on the same wicket that we played on the other day, so we think it's going to get a little bit tougher potentially. We don't think it's going to get any better to bat on, so hence the reason to bat first.
Expecting a lot of turn though?
We actually were expecting a lot of turn the other day as well. It was dry at both ends, and in the middle of the wicket it's held together really well. With wrist spinners we did see that, but with finger spinners not as much as we were expecting. So I still think, regardless of the bowler, if you put the ball in the right area, you still had a lot on offer, which made for a great game the other day. So hopefully today's the same.
With that in mind, is that the reason why you've left Moeen Ali out?
Yeah, it is. We thought even when you hit a good length, there still was a little bit on offer with the abrasive nature of the square as well, a little bit of reverse swing. So that brings the two Currans into contention. And obviously Mark Wood's missing out because he hasn't pulled up as well as we would have liked today.
A series on the line today. You haven't lost a home series in 5 years. How important is it to maintain that record?
Yeah, I think it's a privileged position to be in, to be able to be defended, to defend it. But certainly a lot of our talk is around trying to rectify our mistakes from the other day in order to apply ourselves against a very strong Australian team.
All the best in the game.
Thanks, Ish.
Aaron, you're going to be bowling first today. What are you expecting from this pitch?
I expected to get a little bit slower and probably spin a little bit more later in the game. We saw wrist spin had a good impact the other night, both Adil and Adam Zampa. So down the middle of the wicket, still a really nice wicket though.
You've gone unchanged for this match. Steve Smith, how is he doing?
We're just being precautionary with him. Obviously with a head knock, you want to give your players every chance to get up, but he's just he's fine. He was fine today, but we just wanted to be ultra cautious with him. It's going to be a long summer and a long time in hubs and bubbles and stuff like that. So just let him relax and kick his feet up in the room up there.
And how was Mitchell Starc pulled up after the last match?
Yeah, better than expected actually. He's going to play. He's bowled through quite well this morning. He had a little bit of trouble going side to side, but you can manage that in the field if he brings his 100% with the ball, which he always does.
A chance to win the series here today. What have been the conversations ahead of this game about being as ruthless as you can be?
Oh, it's just about playing as good a cricket as you can. England always they challenge you all the time. You see, we're in a really good position the other night and they just keep coming and coming and coming. They do that with the ball, as we saw through the T20s as well. So you have to play the complete game and you have to be on your best all the time, otherwise they beat you.
What are the key improvements that you would have liked to have made from that last match, even though you won it?
Yeah, obviously our top order. We feel as though we've had a good impact for quite a while now, and we just missed the mark slightly, being 5 for 120 on a reasonably good wicket. It had some challenges at the very start, but we backed ourselves to get through that and contribute to that middle order, but the middle order played beautifully, which was really pleasing.
Thanks, Aaron. Enjoy the day.
Cheers. Have a good day.
There we go, both captains and confirmation of the teams. I'll give you now. England winning the toss, batting first. So Roy Bairstow, Root Morgan, Buttler, Sam Billings, who scored his first 100 the other evening, of course. Sam Curran comes back into the side, Chris Wokes, and then Tom Curran, scheduled bat number 9 with Adil Rashid and Jofra Archer at 10 and 11. Australia unchanged. Warner, Finch, Stoinis, Labuschagne, Mitch Marsh, Carey, Maxwell, Cummins, Stark, Zampa and Hazelwood. So on the line there is indeed this 13 consecutive series that England have won. They're 1-0 down here with 2 to go. Jimmy Addison's alongside me, and also Adam Collins as well, of course, our Australian colleague. Feels like a good toss to win that. I mean, there was a little bit of surprise the other night, I thought, when they brought the covers out and put them over the same pitch that had been used. But it is a used pitch, and there was a little bit of grip, maybe, if that's the right word, Jimmy. So it feels like a good toss to win that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think once we get another 50 overs on it, you've got to think 150 overs on the pitch. That second innings with England bowling, trying to defend, it's going to slow up and spin more for Adil Rashid, and also you've got the likes of Tom Curran with his skills, his variations, that could really come into the game later on.
Yeah, I know Sam Curran was pleased. He looked a bit gloomy the other day when I saw him. He was trudging off the nets again with his bag over his shoulder. He hasn't played for so long. Yeah,
I felt for Sam. He's been in the bubble for a long time and played one Test match, and he's been around this white ball team as well and not had a game yet. So it's good to see him play. I think a good opportunity for England as well, just to see whether is he someone that's going to be a pivotal part of this one-day side going forward. There's 4 years before the next World Cup. It's an opportunity to get younger guys in and see if they can be in that squad in a few years' time.
Just thinking about the pitch, I don't get too geeky about it, but I just have thought if they did have 2 pitches in mind for this series, they might have used another one today and then perhaps gone back to the other one, the original one, perhaps for Wednesday's match. But the fact they're playing both these first 2 games on this pitch, I wonder if actually the last game might be played on this one as well.
Well, I can't see another pitch that's available. Looking at the square now, there's the middle 6-7 wickets have been used this summer. So you imagine that it will be a used pitch, whether it's this one or one of the ones to the side. It'll still be a used wicket. So it's tough, isn't it, for groundsmen to try and prepare however many I think 3 Test matches and 3 ODIs. It's a great effort, and I think the other night, even yes, it's a used pitch, but I thought the pitch produced a really good game of cricket. It was a bit in it for everyone, and I'm sure the same will happen today.
We're talking about that during the lunch break, by the way. Around about 4:30, we're talking to the bosses of both these grounds, Old Trafford and also the Ageas Bowl, about not least how on earth they've got about preparing these pitches that have been played on this and all the background as well, so how these games have been staged. So make sure you keep an eye out for that. Adam Collins, where's Steve Smith? What's going on? I saw him on his balcony again the other day. It's all getting a bit strange, this.
Ultra cautious.
The
words from Aaron Finch there with that chat with Isha, wasn't it? Well, look, he's passed 2 concussion tests, one before Friday. We saw him walking out to the middle on Friday, which would suggest that was a late decision. And then today, of course, he's not been down there as much in terms of the warm-up, so we had a bit of a hint that he may not play. But it is a bit surprising, but I understand that their objective is to, for 3 format players, to spread out their breaks across the next 6 months. They're going from this hub to the IPL hub to one-dayers and T20s against India, then 5 Test matches in quick succession against India, then Afghanistan. And their idea is that when they can rest players, they will. So I'm not saying that Smith's been rested, strictly speaking, but the fact that there is some doubt after that concussion test, I guess that might be the underlying rationale. Yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it? Because he seems like someone to me, I don't know him very well, Jimmy probably knows him better, and you, but who just wants to play. He just seems that sort of, he's happiest when he's got a bat in his hand.
He'll be frustrated by this, I'm certain. I mean, you're spot on. He talks freely about how hard it is for him to watch other people batting, how much he enjoys being out there even when it's not going well. So he'll be frustrated by the decision, no question, but I think they're looking at the long game in terms of COVID secure environments and all the rest, and a long way ahead for them in this Australian team.
Yeah, and good news for the Aussies that Mitch Starc is all right. I mean, he did look to be struggling a little bit the other night.
Yeah, he was, but they said that he pulled up well yesterday. He did all the various different warm-down activities yesterday to make sure he was fit for today. And they want to stick with this good thing. Remember, this Australian team have only won 2 of their last 8 series away from home. So a lot made of the England record at home and indeed across these bilateral one-day series. But it's a big moment for Australia as well. They've not knocked off England in consecutive one-day internationals since all the way back in 2015. So they did go up to number 4 in the world the other night. They do sort of see this as an important cog in their build towards the next World Cup. So plenty on the line for them today.
Yeah. What's it like, Jimmy? I was sitting up there watching yesterday, of course. There wasn't a lot to do here. The Aussies sort of kicking an Aussie football about and a bit of stretching and so on. I mean, just killing a day, which is effectively what we all did yesterday. When it actually comes to playing a game, Are you sort of really absolutely raring to go as a result of having kicked your heels and killed time, which is effectively what's happening between these games?
Yeah, definitely. I think, we're here for a reason, and that is to play cricket and try and win. And yeah, obviously it's not an ideal scenario with the bubbles and everything else, but essentially we're here to play cricket, and that's what we love doing. That's what we get paid to do. So yeah, once you turn up at, it is the same ground, but you come across the other side to the dressing rooms, and yeah, you just find a way of switching on and making sure you're ready to play.
Do they try and vary practice and all the sort of build-up and preparations and things when you were playing, just to try and make it feel a bit different?
Yeah, I think that it's hard because it can feel like Groundhog Day when you go into the nets and you're doing the same practice. There were times when I bowled at the same 3 batsmen for 4 net sessions in a row, and that does get a little bit monotonous. So we did try and freshen it up and put little different spins on net practice and things like that, and fielding drills, just trying to change you up, have a bit of fun.
Yes. Well, Jerusalem, I hear, echoing round the ground, which is nice. The sun is shining. It really is. It's a lovely day, and the forecast for this, and indeed for the whole week, actually, of course, the last game is played on Wednesday, is really good. So that's at least something. We're not going to be interrupted by the weather. And what England have to do better from the other day, well, get their innings off to a bit of a start, I guess, is the starting point.
Yeah, I think, in fairness to Jason Roy, he looked rusty the other day. Yeah. So he'll be looking to try and... I think he just needs to spend some time at the crease. He's not played for a while. So just spending time at the crease will give him confidence. The other night he looked really eager to hit the ball. And when you've not played for a long time, just trying to force it, and when you've got quality bowlers coming in at you like Hazelwood and Stark, it's not easy just to blast it everywhere. So you just I think he could take a little bit more time today just to try and get the pace of the pitch, get himself in. Similarly with Johnny Bairstow, he was trying to really, he went on and got 80 odd the other night, but yes. He also looked like he was just trying to whack it from ball one, and this pitch didn't seem to lend itself to that sort of play. So I think today if they can give themselves a little bit more time at the top, that will then sort of radiate through the rest of the team, and everyone else coming in can just play in a sort of easy fashion. You don't want to be with them not chasing today as well. They can sort of bat at their own pace, their own tempo, and I think that'll be playing to England's hands.
It's funny because there is this expectation on them both, isn't there? I mean, I found myself saying it the other night. I can't wait to see Roy and Bairstow batting again.
Yeah.
You just assume they're going to come out and smash the ball all over the place, but there's rather more to it than that.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, with the quality of Stark and Hazelwood was fantastic the other night. He bowled absolutely beautifully, moved the ball off the seam both ways, beat the inside and outside edge, and England would be hoping that maybe he has a slightly off day today, just so they can play with a bit more freedom.
Well, he's walking out there. I can see him. Thanks to Adam. We'll catch up with you on commentary through the course of the game. And welcome along to Old Trafford. If you're just joining us today, England are batting first. They've won the toss. There are a couple of changes in their side. So let's run through the two teams again for you as the Aussies take the field. Roy and Bairstow, I also see them walking out into the sunshine now below me. Root, Morgan, Buckler, Sam Billings, Sam Curran, Chris Wokes, Tom Curran, Adil Rashid and Jofra Archer. So they've left out Moeen and Wood. We'll talk about that in a second as well. They're saying that he hasn't pulled up quite as they would like. Australia unchanged, so still no Steve Smith in their side. Marcus Stoinis will bat at 3. And it's just the Wood problem, isn't it? I mean, he gives it everything. He hurled himself into 10 overs the other night, but then not to pull up. I mean, he'll be disappointed that that's the case again.
Yes, I think for him, bowling 95 miles an hour, which he does regularly, does take its toll out of anyone. And for Mark Wood in particular, he is cautious when it comes to his body. He does feel a lot of things going on, and he's had side issues as well. I wouldn't be surprised if it is a stiff side maybe that they're just being precautious about. And when you've had the injuries that he's had, then it's understandable when you are cautious in that way. So I think England they're trying to manage him well, because you want to get the best out of him. Like I said, someone who bowls 95 miles an hour is such a huge asset to have. So to keep him fit is crucial. So if he does miss the odd game here and there, I don't think it's such a big deal.
It's interesting, actually, that they've actually sort of admitted it. They could have said, "Oh, we're giving him a rest" or something. But actually, to actually say he hasn't pulled up quite as he would have liked, or whatever the expression was that they used. They've made it quite clear that he isn't 100% fit to play, and that's a situation. Right, Stark, who also wasn't 100% fit to play, but has been past fit today, is going to bowl the first over of the match. And it's absolutely glorious conditions here at Old Trafford. Roy's going to face the first ball as a slip, and then with what the field would expect, really, 3 on either side, inside the circle, saving the singles, and then down in the deep, your third man, and a fine leg. And here we go, the first ball of this second match, with Australia 1-0 up. And we've got Stark running in and bowling to the right-handed Roy, who allows that to go by outside the off stump. Messrs Gough and Saggers we have today out in the middle umpiring, and Richard Illingworth is on TV duties, and Chris Broad still reffing. He's been going from the start. I don't know if he's had any time out of the bubble or not, but
I think he's had a bit. But yeah, he's done
every game.
I do feel for the umpires as well, doing the majority of the summer. It's been tough for them.
It has. Yeah, it's been the same group, hasn't it? They've changed it a little bit for the one-dayers. Stark sets off once again. He's got 56 on the back of his shirt, and he bowls to right, and on the pad, appeals for leg before wicket. Oh, he's given out. He's been given out. And Roy, well, he's walking up looking most disconsolate. Is not one that he hit, although I thought for a moment they'd rather show his bat, but he clearly hasn't hit it because he's having a conference and a delay over whether they can review it or not, and he's saying, yes, we are going to. We're going to have a look at this. It did more or less the right things. It did come back a little bit at him.
Director, we've got a player review for LBW. Original decision is out.
Height
it's
for
a fair
me.
delivery, so can we look at front on, please?
So let's have a look. But I thought he rather showed his bat afterwards. But
okay, just rock that back, please.
It is high.
Roll through. Okay, there's clearly no bat, so we can go to ball tracking when ready, please.
What do you think, Jim?
Yeah, it's pitched in line.
Pitching
it's
in
the
line,
height.
impact in line.
Going over.
And missing the stumps. We'll go back to Martin on field. Martin, I'm going to have to ask you to reverse your decision. You're on screen.
So he does, and it was going over quite a long way, actually, according to the tracker.
Yeah, it was. Some good bounce there. Good swing as well from Mitchell Stark. Be encouraged by that, but just not... I mean, it looked pretty good in real time, but then slow motion, you can see it hit way above the knee roll, which, questionable height.
Poor old Stark has gone through everything there, all the celebrations, fist pumps and everything else. Looked like Rambo there for a moment, but then it's not out. So he's got to go and start again. He's got his Rambo-like headband on too. In he goes over the wicket, bowls, it's full, and gets a thick inside edge there. Again, that ball swung into him. The ball runs away down to long leg, and England are off the mark. But it wasn't a confident stroke by any means. And Roy inspects that inside edge of his bat a little ruefully. He's looking to hit that into the offside or perhaps straight, but it's gone off behind square on the leg side. So there is a little bit of movement there for
good late
Stark.
swing. Late swing. And that one definitely wasn't going over the top. He'd corrected his length there and was much fuller. Nearly snuck through the gap between bat and pad. Jason Roy just getting enough on it.
2 for no wicket. He's got the breeze, I guess, just he would like it, really. He's coming over his left shoulder. And he goes again, and he's there, and he bowls outside the off stump. And again, Roy gets the inside part of the bat on this, playing quite a long way from his front foot. Again, looking to push the ball away towards mid-off. The ball picked up in the leg side. And he's then coming up and... Oh, it's always the pitcher's fault, isn't it? Give me that a tap. But some good bowling from Stark already in this first over. 2 for no wicket. Australia unchanged. And England making those 2 changes. The Currans are in place of Moeen Ali and Mark Wood. Stark very slowly, rather thoughtfully turns. And begins this menacing approach. If he goes again, long strides, bowls, and that's better from Roy. Just playing a straighter bat. Going into line and playing into the offside this time. And there's no run. 2 for no wicket.
He played that one a lot later as well. The first few, he looked eager to try and hit the ball, playing out in front of his body, but he got in behind the line, waited for it, played the ball under his nose.
Who's here today? There's someone sitting down there. I'm not sure who he is, one of the ground staff perhaps, all by himself in a deserted stand of empty grey plastic seats. There's one chap sitting there. sort of television person maybe. In goes Stark, bowls, and that's pushed away by Roy again. Is feeling for it a little outside the off stump. A defensive shot, which is fielded at backward point. And it's Maxwell fielding there, as usual, at this stage in the game. So a useful first over there from Stark, with Roy, giving out LBW in the course of it, but umpire Saggers having to overrule his decision after Roy reviewed it, which he didn't do immediately. It wasn't an instant review. They talked long and hard about it. As I said, looking at the technology, it seemed to be going over the top by quite a long way. And now we've got Josh Hazlewood, who was a real menace the other night. He bowled beautifully from that far end. The same end, same pitch, same everything. He'll feel well at home.
Yeah. He'll be looking to just carry on from where he left off, really.
Yeah. He bowled brilliantly. Does run quite a long way. He's setting off there or about to set off well outside the circle. And the bowler Bairstow had a strange innings of the night. Really couldn't get going at all. And then he found some fluency and made 84. But I think what we talked about at the end of that game was England, when they can't smash it about, at least be busy with the singles. Let's see if they pick up on that today. Hazlewood's on his way, bowls to Bairstow. It's short, horrible shot. Complete miscue of a pull shot there, and almost was caught there in the leg side. Totally mistimed that. Ball from Hazlewood it was short of a length, but that was a ghastly shot.
Yeah, not great. I'm not sure what he's trying to do with that. It sort of must look like he was swatting a fly.
Yeah, horrible.
Hits it into the leg side, but gets away with it. Bit of a looser from Josh Hazlewood as well. As we said the other night, he was just bang on the money. Top of off stump from ball one. That was just a little bit of a long hop.
Here he comes again, running in hard from the far end, moves in, bowls to Bairstow, who defends this one. And runs away out towards mid-on. It's intercepted en route. And there's no run. 2 for no wicket. It's second match in this 3-match series. The final game, which I think we all hope will be a decider, is on Wednesday, starting at the same time of 1 o'clock. And that'll be the men's international cricket done with for the season. It's been remarkable, really. So much has been played. 2 for no wicket. Hazlewood again. The track is already there of his run-up from the other night. And this again is mistimed by Bairstow. Had a defensive shot and the ball trickles a yard or so up the pitch. But again, it wasn't a straight bat. And now he's coming up and doing some gardening. And both batsmen having a conversation there and a tap of the gloves. Didn't seem to do anything untoward.
No, just maybe a little bit of seam movement, which you'd expect with a new white ball. He did get a lot of lateral movement off the wicket the other night.
It's funny how these white balls have changed over the years, isn't it? I mean, when they first came in, they used to swing around all over the place. And they had to sort of quieten them down a bit. Here's Hazlewood, and he bowls to Bairstow. A swish outside the off stump and a miss. Again, a firm-footed shot. His feet not moving at all. Again, some more gardening. And we're finding out that Wednesday's game we played on pitch 6. So there is going to be a fresh pitch for that one. So where do we start counting from? From where the umpire Saga is 1, 2, 4, 5. Oh, that one that's been cut out there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 to the left of where we are now. Well, that's good. You don't want 3 games played on the same strip, really. 2 for no wicket. In comes Hazlewood, bowls to Bairstow. Oh, what's he up to? That, I'm afraid, was just a swipe. And it's made contact with nothing, which is probably just as well, because that would either have gone just straight up in the air, I think, or edged through to Carey. I don't know what he's up to.
He's not looking to take his time, is he?
No, he's not.
He's trying to get on with it straight away, which proved tricky the other evening. So he's not learnt from that.
I have to say that immediately that there's not been the sign of that sort of quick running either that we talked about the other night, just getting things moving. In comes Hazlewood and he bowls to Bairstow. He plays that firmly into the offside, finds the cover point fields, wins a maiden, and although the first ball was a little short, it's still it's lovely metronomic accuracy from Hazlewood. So it's not easy to play, of course it's not, and Bairstow, I'm thinking, well, I'm going to try and knock him off his line, but it's not easy to do, is it, when you've got someone like him coming with a new ball? Hard pitch.
I think when you've got 50 overs to bat, though, you can afford to take that 6 to 10 balls just to have a look.
Yeah.
Try and get the pace of the pitch, see where the bowler's looking to bowl. If there is some movement, then maybe you play a little bit more conservatively. Whereas here he's trying to go at him, hit him off his length, and it's just not working.
Now Stark's going to start the third over. He's bowling to Roy. In he goes. Left arm over the wicket. Roy forward. Flicks that away. Oh, it's a horrible misfield. Well, what happened there? It was at mid-on. It's Cummins who's just let that ball go straight through him. And I'm not sure he got anything on it at all. And it was just played firmly towards him. But I don't think he got a bad bounce there. It's just gone straight through him. And I suspect he'll be issuing an apology here to his colleague. Say, I'm sorry, Cobber. I don't know what happened there. But it just went straight through. I don't think got anything on it at all.
Straight through the legs.
Well, does that get England going a bit? It often takes something like that. 6 for no wicket. In goes Stark, left arm over, bowls. Oh, Roy this time flashes outside the off stump and misses. 6 for no wicket. Afternoon, Andy Zaltzman.
Afternoon, Aggers. Josh Hazlewood's bowling on Friday. 61 balls, including one wide. 33 of them were in what the CricViz data defines as good line and length. The next most by any bowler in the match was 21 in Chris Wokes' 10 overs. So Hazlewood was comfortably the most accurate of the bowlers. Didn't bowl any slower balls at all. We talked about it being almost like a test match spell, and admittedly he bowled 8 of his overs at the start, but it was a hugely impressive pressure bowling.
In goes Stark, bowls to Roy, who repeats the shot. There's a lot of swinging and missing going on out there, but very little contact with bat on ball. 6 for no wicket. Stark just impassively turns and starts to walk slowly back to his mark again, but it was wide of the off stump. But again, Roy just went at it. You could see him, the follow through there. It would have been a magnificent shot if he'd middled it, but he's nowhere near it really. 6 for no wicket. He's waiting now as Stark to move in again. Elbows jutting out, cruising in. Is there any bowls a bouncer? It did look quite high, that, and it's been signalled a wide from square leg. So that then is mirrored by the bowler's umpire Martin Saggers as being too high.
I wonder how Joe Root feels back coming in next when.
Well, I think he's ready to go, isn't he? He's probably standing at the door.
Yeah. Can't relax, that's for sure.
No, there's a lot of shots being played, but the score is only 7. That one boundary was a complete misfield. There goes Stark. Bowls to Roy, comes charging down, another swish and a miss. Going down the pitch at Stark, who now is looking over his shoulder at him saying, really? What's going on? It's a bit of an ugly start. There's 7 for no wicket into the third over. Roy's on 6. Bairstow yet to score. David Warner tosses the ball back for Stark, who's got 2 balls left in this over. Wrapping his long fingers around the ball below us here. He sets off right from the very edge of the circle. Come on, Roy, get some bat on it. In goes Stark. Left arm over. Is there any bowls? Another bouncer. Ducks underneath it. That felt all right from here, yeah, and the umpire at square leg confirms that wasn't too high. It's another dot, though. 7 for no wicket. And but for that misfield at mid-on by Cummins, could be on for consecutive maidens, which is unusual in the opening overs of 50 overs games these days. And there's the last ball of the over. Stark stops and then walks a couple of paces and breaks into this easy approach. Is there any bowls to Roy, who's forward driving? Cummins fields securely this time and throws at the stumps, but Roy's come dashing into his ground to take a single off the last ball, which takes England to 8 for no wicket. Roy to 7. There's a wide, and he's nicked the strike there, so Bairstow will have to wait for another look at the ball up at the far end. And let's go through the teams again, which are confirmed on the screen in front of me here. Both Currans are playing for England today. They didn't play the other night. So Moeen Ali isn't playing, and Mark Wood isn't fit to play. And likewise for Australia, Steve Smith still not considered to be fit enough. That knock on the head in practice. So he's still not playing. But he gets a game on Wednesday. And Roy's going to have his first look at Hazelwood. We had him caught and bowled, that amazing reflex catch in the first game. Four in the offside circle, 2 in the leg. There's still the slip there. As Hazelwood runs in, bowls to Roy, hit on the pad, cutting back. There was the beginning of an appeal there from Hazelwood, but it wasn't backed up by anybody particularly. Roy chews rather anxiously on a piece of gum. To look at the replay of that one, and again it cuts back. It's high, that's why there wasn't too much of an appeal. But again, it's going this way and that for Josh Hazelwood, all at a lively pace. Roy waits again. Up comes Hazelwood, bowls. He charges him and smashes into the offside. Hasn't timed that at all, but he's going to get runs. Probably will get 4 actually, but doesn't come out of the middle of the bat. But charging down the pitch, opening up the left side, and he hit the ball very hard past Marsh at extra cover. Taking a bit of a chance, but off the bottom of the bat, I think that.
Yeah, it has, but I like that from Jason Roy, showing an intent, but doing it in a fairly controlled way. We talked about this the other evening when Hazelwood's been so metronomic. The England batsmen didn't use their feet, whereas Roy did there.
Hazelwood again moves in, bowls to Roy, who works into the leg side this time. Stopped there at mid-wicket. So denying him a run. So Labuschagne fielding there. 12 for no wicket in the 4th over. This second match, 1 or 2 I see sitting out on their balconies of the hotel. Down at the far end, a couple of Australians there. Watching from that perspective rather than down here. One might be Steve Smith actually, looking from this range. It's a long way away, but that could be him sitting on the left. 12 for no wicket. Hazelwood moves in, bowls, and that's played by Roy out to cover. And there's no run. Noisy piece of groundsman's machinery I hear in the background, a mower or something. So he's got an impressive array downstairs. They've got the groundsman's shed below us. All sorts of machinery in there. Beautiful mowers and rollers and all sorts of things down there. All lined up, ready to go.
Imagine you've got a collection of mowers.
I like mowing. I love mowing. In comes Hazelwood. Bowls, and that's turned away out towards a deep square leg. Up will go all the way. The outfield is quick. And again, a thick inside portion of the bat, but it is another boundary. 16 for no wicket. Well, on one of your days off now, Jimmy, you must go to Southport. You've been to the Lawnmower Museum there at Southport?
I haven't actually.
Thought you might head off there on your summer break.
Didn't even know it existed.
Well, there you go. There you are, you see. You'll have a great day out there with the girls. They'll love it. Anyone short of something to do, that's the place to go, I reckon. 16 for no wicket. Hazelwood bowls outside the off stump, and that's a really good shot. And that probably the result of what's gone before in that over, using the feet, and he's messed around with his length there. Hazelwood didn't bowl one of those, I don't think, the other night. Short outside the off stump, and Roy put it away. So 20 for no wicket. We've had 4 overs. More from Jimmy Anderson about lawn mowers or anything else he wants to talk about, and then Isha Goer's coming in here.
Yeah, that's a good over for England. Jason Roy using his feet early in the over, and then just that little bit of pressure putting back on the bowler makes him make a couple of mistakes. Gets a straight ball that he could whip through square leg for 4, and then the last one was short and wide, and he cut away. Punished beautifully. Just seemed to be finding his feet now, Jason Roy, after a little bit of giddiness early on, trying to hit everything. But now he's playing in a controlled way, timing the ball pretty well.
Afternoon, Jimmy.
Good afternoon.
Bright sunshine here at Old Trafford. Blue skies above, a couple of clouds dotted around.
England winning the toss and electing to bat first here in this second one-day international. Here comes Mitchell Starc then from the Brian Statham end. Edged and taken. First ball of the over. Johnny Bairstow goes for naught. And England now 20 for 1. He hangs his head. He battled right throughout the innings in the first one-day international. Here he goes without scoring.
Yeah, it's a nice delivery from Mitchell Starc. Pitches on just outside off stump, angling away from the right-hander Bairstow. And he just gets a fairly thick outside edge, but a simple catch for Carey.
Yeah, into the 5th over here. And Australia are gathered together in the middle, just by the stumps. Mitchell Starc getting the ball to swing back in, but that one, as you say, just angling across. And that will be hugely disappointing for Johnny Bairstow, especially after he did all the hard work in the last match. Here comes Joe Root then at number 3. He was out early in that first game and will be wanting to make amends. 1 off 11 deliveries for Root as he strides out to meet Jason Roy, who's removed his helmet and just wiping away some sweat with a towel. They punch gloves as Root carries on forwards. One slip in play for Mitchell Starc. He's wearing a black headband, black hair protruding. And he'll be delighted with that. England definitely in a better position in terms of runs scored compared to that first game. They were 22 for 2 after 10 overs. Here they're 20 for 1 inside the 5th. But I'll know that partnership's so very crucial. So the field, 3rd, down on the boundary, point, cover quite square, mid-off, mid-onset. Back on the edge of the circle, mid-wicket, square leg, and man down at fine leg. Root taps his bat down, but hovering now above the stumps as Starc comes in, bowls short outside the off stump, and Root sways out of the way of that one.
A bit surprised they've not got 2 slips here for Joe Root. They've got an extra man on the leg side, as if Stark's going to try and swing it back into Joe Root, but potentially with the way he's getting seam movement across the right-handers, potentially bring one of those leg side fielders over into the second slip.
Starc circles at the top of his mark, towel protruding out of the back of his trousers. Shuffles away now into his stride. Root back and across, drives beautifully to David Warner at mid-off. Lovely balance and timing in that shot as he plays it. It's a gentle push, really, as he wanders over to square leg. I've been inspired by you, Jimmy, after the live game last Sunday.
Really?
Yeah. Decided to go with the high neck.
Nice.
Just to prove that, it was a fashionable statement as Starc shimmies away, running away from us here at the Brian Statham end, past the umpire. Root defends on the back foot, pushes to cover, no run. But it is quite warm. I've chosen the wrong day to do it.
You'd think you'd get away with a high neck in Manchester, but it's quite warm out there.
Fashion doesn't respect weather.
If you're just tuning in, 2 changes for England then. The Curran brothers playing together. Tom and Sam, Mo and Ali having been omitted. Tactical change is what Owen Morgan said. And Mark Wood, a bit stiff from the other day, so he doesn't feature in this match. As Starc bowls to Root, off the hip down to fine leg. Just back of a leg delivery on leg stump, as that will now go to the boundary. Josh Hazlewood can't get there. It's been signalled by, so I think potentially just off the hip or the top part of his thigh guard, but runs 24 for 1.
Still some seam movement there. It's not swing now. I'd say it's more off the pitch for Mitchell Starc. Cramping Root up for room there. Did well to just get out of the way of it, really, and let it hit his body.
Same field as it's the final ball of the over. Here comes Starc once more. Root drives inside edges onto his knee, and now he's hobbling away past the stumps, now on the ground. Ouch. He's lost his bat in the process. He's on the floor, now he gets up. And I think there's a sickening feeling here for Joe Root as he crouches over.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble here. Shouldn't laugh. It's like when people get hit in the box. Can't help laughing. He's inside edged it right onto the top of his back leg, his back knee. So his back knee's bent, trying to play the cover drive. And that just exposed the pad, the way the pad sort of bent, exposed his knee. The ball's gone straight on it. Sorry, I can't. I'm laughing.
As he's yelping away in pain.
I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay.
I'm glad you said that eventually. He's just rolling up his trousers now, physio on, and just looking to try and extend that leg. But he is in serious trouble in terms of just his facial expressions. He's really struggling with that. Yeah, looking to drive it away to the offside. Miscue. You've got a ball coming down at 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, and this is the worst bit of it. He's got a physio who's just prodding around in the area where it's sore. Does this hurt? Does this hurt? Yes. Just been hit by a cricket ball.
Oh, he's getting quite deep in there, actually, isn't he? He's not holding back.
Yeah, it looks like the top, just above the kneecap. So I think maybe, hopefully, it's just that. So I guess it's the quad muscle that just before it joins the knee. So it might be a painful bruise, but the worry would have been if it's hit the kneecap and actually done some proper structural damage there.
He's just receiving a drink, Joe Root, at the moment. Still got his helmet on and on the ground, far side of the ground. As he just takes on board some tablets. Moeen Ali out there, who's not playing today. He's got his high vis on. And Jason Roy hanging on his bat, standing next to him, trying to offer some support. Andy?
There's some brothers playing for England. This is the 8th time the Currans have played together for England in all formats. This is the 4th one-dayer. They've yet to end up on the winning side. 2 losses and a no result, and 4 T20s, 2 wins, a tie, which England then won on the Super Over, and a loss. But it's the first time they've played together in England. All the other games have been overseas in Sri Lanka, New Zealand or South Africa. They're the first brothers to play together for England in England since the Hollyoaks and the Trent Bridge Test of 1997.
Wow. A long, long time ago.
And a bit more on Mitchell Starc. Been one of the finest white ball bowlers in recent years. Spectacular record in World Cups, but had had a few difficult games. Only 1 wicket in his 3 previous ODIs for 133 runs. He'd taken 104 in 50 matches before that, and his peak 50-match sequence was 108 wickets. Only Rashid Khan of Afghanistan has ever taken more in a 50-match ODI sequence.
He's such an important player within this one-day team. Mitchell Starc, you think back to that 2015 World Cup, and he helped them to lift the trophy on that occasion. Josh Hazlewood then, continuing from the James Anderson end. Joe Root is standing up again as this is bowled to Jason Roy, who works it around the corner, out to deep square leg. Comes through for 1, and Joe Root manages to get through. Still hobbling, though, as he walks back to chat to Jason Roy. I think they might just be talking about how he's feeling running between the wickets. As the score moves to 25 for 1 inside the 6 over.
I know for a fact that Joe Root will already be lining up not fielding. And whoever's that sub-fielder will already know they could have a long 50 overs ahead of them later today.
There's Root still in his crease, taps his bat down. Hazlewood approaches now, bowls. Root gets across and works it to a wideish mid-on. Comes through again, but not at full sprint. So it's a strained run, isn't it, to the other end as he gets off the mark.
Well, he set off really quickly and then remembered that he got hit, so I better start limping halfway down. Yeah, it seems to be in a bit of trouble. This is better. That something that England didn't do very well, I think, certainly in the first 10 overs in the first game, was actually the running between the wickets, just deflecting it and rotating the strike just to put pressure back on the bowlers.
The tall frame of Hazelwood bowls short to Roy, who keeps on top of it and pulls it out to deep backward square. Casually comes through for one. As England move to 27 for one, Roy to 21. So just on your point earlier, are you saying Joe Root doesn't enjoy fielding? He's not an enthusiastic fielder?
I wouldn't say he's one of the more enthusiastic. He's certainly not in Swanee's league of hating fielding.
Root back and across, works it past at mid-wicket. A good length delivery, zoning in on that middle stump from Josh Hazelwood as the turn and throw comes in. Minus Labuschagne there. Root to 2 then, 28 for 1. As James Anderson's going to leave us. David Warner with the ball in his hand at mid-off. Tosses it to Josh Hazelwood now. So England 28 for 1. The 6th over here at Old Trafford. Strong breeze blowing across the ground. See the flags spying in the distance above the pavilion as Hazelwood bowls. Roy advances, gives himself room, but slaps it into the ground and finds its way to cover, no run. Looking to bisect those two fielders and find the gap. Does run away here at Old Trafford. It's a fast outfield. Quite large open spaces square of the wicket. Jason Roy doesn't hold back. Definitely looked rusty in that last match. Both players, both openers swinging like a rusty gate in the first few overs of this game. Just for starting to find his rhythm a bit more, Roy. As he defends right underneath his eyes and into the ground. He searches for a single, but stern no from Joe Root at the other end. 6 overs have been bowled then, 28 for 1. Roy on 21 and Root on 2. Shall we chat together in the middle now? These two do enjoy batting together. I think they've got a pretty good average together, Andy.
I'll dig that out for you. Just a bit of sort of broader context. Should England lose today, or indeed on Wednesday, it would end a run of 13 bilaterals, a 2-team one-day international series without defeat. They've won 11 and drawn 2 since losing to India back in early 2017. So it'll be a great achievement for Australia, who, as Adam was saying, have struggled away from home.
They are the #1 side in the world, England, as Root leaves a wide one from Stark, and it is now signalled wide as well. Very wide of the off stump, that one from Stark. Still got just the one slip in position. As Root certainly looks a bit more comfortable striding around there. He's just come down to do a bit of gardening and now setting himself up once more. Open stance to the left arm seam of Mitchell Stark. A couple of steps before he pushes away. Bowls and beats the edge of Joe Root, looking to defend just outside the off stump. Goes through to Alex Carey. And the ball gets tossed around at the infield. David Warner shouting better length there. He's happy with that. It's a scrambled seam. Draws Joe Root into the stroke. Welcome along to Phil Tufnell.
Afternoon, everyone.
How are you doing, Tuffers?
Very well. Glorious day in Manchester.
Oh, it's nice, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
Sight to see. Is
wonderful.
Stark, arms pumping. Bowls, and it's a flirt outside the off stump. Root misses it. It goes through to Carey. 90 miles an hour. He's looking to slash that through the offside. And doesn't get anything on it, Tuffers.
He's hit good rhythm again, hasn't he? Mitchell Stark just outside that off stump, using that angle just to push across the right-hander. Jason Roy struggled with him. And Joe Root's doing the same at the moment as well. Got to be careful here, England. Jason Roy's obviously been on his bike trying to mess up Hazelwood's length.
Yeah. Root strike, back and across and guiding to backward point. Glenn Maxwell there, no run. Just slightly more back of a length.
Yeah, but it's a little bit more difficult to do to Mitchell Stark, that little bit quicker. And as you say, with that angle, you always feel you're reaching for it as it's going across you.
I do enjoy Jason Roy's approach to batting, though. No matter who's bowling at him, no matter what the conditions, he's still always looking for the positive approach.
Well, it's his job, isn't it, really? His job is to go out and create a bit of chaos, isn't it? And try and get these bowlers off their lengths and lines.
As Joe Root drives to a wideish mid-off, David Warner sprinting to the ball, gathers it and throws it into Carey in one motion. No run.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. He's done it a bit to Hazelwood. I think he only went 2 4s on Friday, and he's gone for 3 already or something today, I mean. So that's kind of worked a bit. But then again, it's a risky strategy. You're trying to charge these guys and get deep in your crease. Sometimes you've got to just give the bowlers a bit of credit and just say, right, I'm just going to be here after 4 or 5 overs and then get myself in. Can't just tee off from the start sometimes.
Root back and across, looking to cut, misses it again.
Yeah, struggling with that angle. All of the England players. That's why they're so good, isn't it? T20, one-day cricket, left arm as a gold dust, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I see that England have brought in Curran, or both the Currans.
Yep.
Just for that bit of variety as well. Slower balls and cutters and things might be better on this pitch, I think. Perhaps the finger spin.
Same pitch as the other night, Friday night, as Stark pushes away. Here he comes, past the umpire to Root. He's pushing to the offside. Single on, and it's out. Marcus Stoinis throwing down the stumps at Jason Roy's end. That leg stump out of the ground. And he knew straight away, arm raised.
To the umpire, to director, we've got an umpire review for run out. Can I have a look at your best side on angle, please?
It's been taken upstairs.
Gone.
Yeah, he's gone by distance.
Gone.
Okay, we can go to the big screen. And we can load. Out. Repeat, out.
That's what happens. You bowl good line and length. You tie the batsman down. They start looking for quick singles just to try and rotate the strike and get some momentum to the innings. Beautiful bit of fielding. Bounced up lovely for him, didn't it? Sort of a firm push to Marcus Stoinis at cover. Just bounced up, anticipated what they were looking to do and nailed the throw.
Yeah, he enjoyed that. Marcus Stoinis off on his run. So did the Australians. So all gathering together immediately. They knew straight away as Jason Roy removes his helmet and is making the slow walk back to the pavilion as Owen Morgan will cross him on the way out to the middle. A reminder, you can watch that run out and other video clips throughout the day on the BBC Sport website and app. And the BBC Two highlights are on at 11:50 p.m. this evening or available to watch at your leisure on the iPlayer. 29 for 2 then, England after 7 overs. Jason Roy goes for 21 from 22 deliveries.
And his summer continues, doesn't it, Jason Roy? Just been no rhythm to it at all as they got the injury. Just starting to get going. Played some beautiful shots there, just starting to get into a bit of rhythm. And you get run out, Just one of those summers, I think, for Jason.
Yeah, huge disappointment, no doubt, as Owen Morgan will be at the non-striker's end, averaging just under 40 in one-day cricket. England's most experienced player at 241 matches. And these two, Morgan and Root, form the backbone of the one-day batting lineup. Root on strike, slip in play. Josh Hazelwood will continue from the James Anderson end. Shuffles in now, coming in on an angle, bowling into the foot marks is the swing and a miss outside the off stump from Root.
That one didn't come through at all. Sorry, Isha, that one didn't bounce at all, did it? Just died from the pitch. England will have to perhaps... Yeah, I mean, two perfect fellas out there to do it as well. Perhaps just reassess what a good total is on this pitch, I think. It's not going to be your 300 and your 350, I don't think.
That cover quite wide, so there is a gap if Root wants it. Driving through extra cover as stands tall in his crease, struck on the pad. Again, just nipping back off the seam. A good length delivery on around off stump. And it falls out onto the offside. Too high for an LBW shout. The bright yellow, canary yellow, the Australian strip with the green across the shoulder, back of the shoulders is Hazelwood. Turns at the top of his mark. Here he comes, past the stumps. Root advances, misses the ball outside the off stump, looking to push it to the offside. It's a good length delivery, just brings the length back. Hazelwood outside the off stump. And a bit of nibble off the seam, beats the edge.
Yeah, great delivery, wasn't it? Perhaps just got the feeling that Joe Root was trying to sort of step out to him a bit. But they've left off from Friday. The Australian seam bowlers bowled beautifully again, got those 2 early breakthroughs and really sort of knocked England back here. Just need a bit of patch-up work from Root and Morgan.
Root back and across, working it to mid-wicket. Excellent fielding, diving. Marcus Stoinis, he's on fire at the moment in the field. And now receives applause from his teammates. David Warner at mid-off runs across to pat him on the hand. That was a good stop.
Just little things like that, just stop that momentum. Joe Root, very busy player, likes to just drop and go and get sort of the blood pumping through the legs and 1s and 2s. Things like that just hold you back. Great bit of fielding.
Hazelwood running towards us. Bowls wide, Root flashes outside the off stump, gives him the width, but straight to Glenn Maxwell at point. No run, not able to get it through. Andy?
Run out in the 7th over. It's the earliest England have suffered a run out in a one-day international since January 2017, when Alex Hales was run out. Jason Roy was at the crease with him at the time. Only the 3rd time England have had a run out in the first 7 overs in the last 7 years.
Been good at running between the wickets then. Not today.
Hazelwood on the approach. Root defends to the offside. No run at the end of the over. 29 for 2 after 8 overs. A few words from you, Tuppers, and then it will be Charles Dagnall coming in.
Yeah, you're going to be disappointed. Those 2 quick wickets. They were thinking the sun's shining, the pitch looks pretty decent, even if it's a bit up and down. They would have been looking to get a good, solid start and a good platform to build the largest total, but that's not to be. 2 quick wickets, beautiful delivery to Johnny Bairstow. You can't really do too much about them. To be fair, 90 miles an hour just going across and just seamed him, caught the outside edge, and then because of their good bowling at the start, created that pressure and got the run out. Charles, afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Oh,
what a glorious afternoon in Manchester as well.
We're all commenting on it. I don't think I've ever seen it like that.
Oh, come on now, don't be like that. I grew up round here. There was plenty a day where the clouds were parted. There's plenty of a sea of blue above us, just 1 or 2 Simpsons type of clouds just drifting across.
Yes.
Our eye line here, high up in the commentary box, is a glorious Manchester day.
Meant to be like this tomorrow and the day after as well.
A few extra degrees as well. Here's Mitchell Starc, continuing from our end, the Statham end, as he hurls the ball down and beats Morgan outside the off stump, and through it goes to Alex Carey. A slip in place, 3 in the offside ring, 3 in the leg side ring as well for Australia. Just the 3rd man in the fine leg, the 2 deep fielders. It's been an interesting 8 overs of cricket so far. The review, Jason Roy was given out in the 1st over by Mitchell Starc. Well, it was given out by Martin Saggis, the umpire. That was overturned. And then Johnny Bairstow getting a beauty from Starc. There's many a worse batsman who wouldn't have nicked that.
No.
And Jason Roy getting sold down the river a little bit from Joe Root. Anyway, here's Starc again, and Morgan flicks away, and there's Man down at deep fine leg to do the fielding, so a single taken for Morgan. He gets off the mark immediately, and England 30 for 2. Strange that there was a short fine leg.
That's right.
And a deep fine leg as well.
They've come up with a cunning plan to Morgan, obviously to Stark as well, who likes to angle it into that to the left-hander, don't they? And then Morgan sometimes just clips it aerial round that corner. So they've obviously been doing the homework and come up with a subtle plan.
Yes, indeed. Well, Joe Root also took a lusty blow. If you are just joining, inside edge onto the top of the right kneecap.
I felt that.
Yes, definitely. Trainer on. He's all ready to face up to Mitchell Stark now, who goes away from us, balls full of length outside of the off stump, just angling across the bows of the right-hander, and through it goes at a nice height to Alex Carey.
That'll be one where you're kind of all right now. And you're kind of all right perhaps in the field, but then tomorrow morning you won't be able to get out.
Well, I heard James Anderson on commentary just sort of thinking in the back of the Joe Root mind, will he be lining up, batting for as long as he possibly can, and then just letting someone else field?
No, what, Joe? No, good. Oh, good God, no. No, we all want to be out there, of course you will. But tomorrow morning, I don't think he'll be playing golf.
I think it's not.
No, that'll be sewer.
Stark, 56, on his back, jutting his elbows out as he runs in. Onto the back foot goes Root, defending out into the offside, and Glenn Maxwell, live wire in that backward point gully region, scampers in and then does a little 1-2 with Alex Carey, and then tosses the ball to David Warner, who is wearing a black sleeve on his right arm. Just a singular black sleeve, probably to stop the grazing if he's diving around.
Yeah, those ends do look dry, don't they?
Especially the square here at Old Trafford. It's bone dry, it's rock hard.
Yeah, won't have too much on your elbows and knees.
Oh no. Bit of antiseptic cream as well. Bit of a sting if you...
TCP.
Something like that. Stark again. Past umpire Saggers, bowls. A big swing and a miss from Joe Root. Almost like a helicopter shot. He was down on one knee and waving the bat ferociously above his head as he tried to connect with that, but it goes through to Carey again. England remain 30 for 2.
They haven't been able to locate Stark, have they? That sort of wide angle that the left-hander's just running it across, and everyone's just been swinging and missing at him outside that off stump.
Well, there's been no lack of intent by England.
No.
You know, they were kept in their shells somewhat by Stark and Hazelwood in the first one-day international. They've tried to impose themselves on Australia in the second here, but they have to a certain extent, but that's been a little wild. A Stark bowls and then a bottom edge trying to cut from Joe Root, bounces into the turf and ends up in Carey's hands behind the stumps. And so quite an eventful over. How many runs off that one, Andy? Just the one run. Seemed a lot of action for just one run.
A lot of effort
in that over. 9 gone, 30 for 2. Andy,
we'll make it in Stark's first 5 overs. There have been 12 edges or plays and misses from the 30 balls he's bowled.
Yeah,
well, it just shows you as well. So England 30 for 2. Joe Root and Owen Morgan 2 and 1 not out respectively. As floodlights, the shadow of them just starting to creep across the ground to the bottom left-hand corner as we look out from the Statham end. A bit of primal scream blares out on the speaker system around here. That is right.
You know your stuff, mate. I was listening to you playing the guitars yesterday on our days off.
Did you enjoy it?
Oh, it's wonderful. I was amazed.
Well, there's the 4 of us yesterday in the Red Rose Suite.
Rocking it out, you were.
Myself, Henry Moran on his electric.
Yeah.
Andy Saltzman brought his acoustic.
Yes.
He's got a very interesting guitar-playing face, Andy Saltzman. Here comes Hazelwood, starts a new over, bowls, back of a length, tucking Morgan up, who flicks it off the hip and goes down to backward of square. They'll think about the second run. No, he's been sent back. And rightly so as well. Morgan called Root late. Root was already setting off for the second run and was turned back quick smart by the England captain, as Warner had picked it up very, very quickly indeed.
Just need a bit
of... Marnus Labuschagne, my apologies.
Yeah, just need a bit of composure here, these two. They need to just start getting something together, you know, get a little partnership together. You can catch up a bit later on in the piece, but England don't want to be in the same position they were the other night, 3 or 4 down.
Aaron Finch, the Australian captain, in at slip with hands on knees as Hazelwood approaches, and Root defends outside the off-stump. Hazelwood just going back to that channel that he found so well in that first one-day international. By the way, Marnus Labuschagne also has a black sleeve as well, hence why I was confused.
Yeah. You have a guitar face, do you?
Me, yeah, sort of. It's a sort of
Cool.
yeah, you know,
It's
bass
like
player,
lip curls.
bass
slightly.
player. Yeah, you know, just so into the music.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, just at the back of the room, grooving.
I was very impressed. Agus was good as well on the banjo.
Here comes Hazelwood. Bowles defending his route, just guiding it down towards third man. Will pick up a single. England 32 for 2. Well, Agus has brought his banjolele.
Yes, which is a cross, obviously.
A cross of ukulele and banjo, of course.
Like a Labrapoodle.
Yes, absolutely. But everything
or doodle.
that
Labradoodle, isn't it? Not poodle.
everything that he plays, and he plays it well.
Yes.
Absolutely, but everything sounds a little George Formby.
Yes, well, that's kind of the instrument, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting when you're trying to churn out some Guns N' Roses. Here comes Hazelwood. Bowles defending is Morgan back up the pitch, and it ends up at mid-off.
I was amazed because I could actually recognise, I was going, oh, I know that song. I remember. So I'm very impressed. Well done. You're doing it. You're doing it. Oh, you're not doing a gig now, are you?
No, I'm afraid it had to be cancelled.
Yeah,
We might be doing it next year, myself and Henry Moran.
Well, put me down for 6 tickets.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I shall do.
Yeah. It was very good.
Oh, it was good fun. Nice to just sort of relax in one of the dark days here, as in the bubble that we are. And we've got cricket today, which we're hugely grateful of, as the infield closes, as Hazelwood bowls on around Midland leg stump, and Morgan plays with a straight back, goes out to mid-on, and there is no run.
I think this is how they're going to use Hazelwood, isn't it? They're going to get quite a few overs out of him.
He's such a, he's a classical fast bowler, built so well, thunders the ball into the turf. I love bowlers who really do hit the pitch hard.
Try to burst the surface.
Absolutely. And Hazelwood is just that archetypal new ball bowler. Heavy ball, as the phrase goes, as bowls once again. He's beaten outside the off stump. Again, it's that solid length, just back of a length perhaps, that draws Morgan forward, feels for it outside the off stump, and past the outside edge it goes to the wicketkeeper Alex Carey. So the power play overs are done. England 32 for 2 after 10 overs. Morgan is 2. Root is 3.
I don't think, as Andy was saying there, I don't think I've seen an England side play a miss so much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 2 or 3 times an over. They're sort of trying to locate it and just getting done by the bowlers.
Well, just looking at England's power play the other day, they were 22 for 2.
Yeah.
Now they're 32 for 2, but they've shown a great deal more intent.
Yeah.
Granted, and I have to say it has been a little wild at times.
Yeah.
And this is the England team that we've got to know over the last 4 years, that they are so dominant up front. Bairstow and Roy, the partnership has been a very, very productive one. But they're trying to do the same on a surface which, if you're a bowler, you bend your back, you're going to get something from it. Here's Pat Cummins into the attack, and his first delivery is on a good length, which is turned by Root to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Just going back to that piece of fielding as well that was used to dismiss Jason Roy from Marcus Stoynes.
Yeah, good.
Just another. I was speaking to one of our fellow commentators, Adam Collins, just saying I like Stoynes in this Australian side. I think he brings so much in all 3 departments, and he'll be very delighted, even though Steve Smith was available to keep his place. Here's Cummins again. Ball's full of length, Yorker length almost, and watchfully dug out by Root to mid-wicket, where Mitchell Marsh does the fielding. Another huge framed individual. He's about 4 pitches over on the leg side at mid-wicket.
Just all the good shots, all the well-timed shots, just seem to be finding the fielders. Gets frustrating. Got to just sometimes absorb this pressure.
Well, much as Australia have bowled a traditional line and length, you could argue you can play a traditional way of as you would in this one-day international, and Root turns one on the pads just to square leg where Marnus Labuschagne fields.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be like English. Well, that was during that year, the World Cup. Yeah, I mean, just saw huge sort of scores beforehand, didn't we? And leading up to that,
350s, 400s, and that was regular. as well.
It was just like, oh, come on, we better start getting on with it. But I don't think that's going to be the case. And I think Joe Root's broken his bat.
Yes, he's having many a trip back and forth.
Yeah.
And this time, he's still a little limpy from that blow on the knee, but something is up with his bat. So he'll probably get a selection of 2 or 3 that have been brought out by the 12th man. Just enough time to tell you that 5 Vitality T20 Blast games are being played today, and every ball of every game is on the BBC Sport website and app. And on 5 Live Sports Extra tomorrow, we have a double header. Hampshire versus Kent in the afternoon, and then the evening we'll have the best of the action from the London Derby and also the Roses match as well. So make sure you keep it with us for all your Vitality T20 Blast needs. Andy Saltzman.
Since January the 26th, 2018, when England were 18 for 5 at the end of the power play in Adelaide against Australia, they've had 47 innings, and today is the second lowest power play score they've had, and Friday was the lowest.
Yeah. He has a new wand, does Root, and it is productive immediately as he hits a short ball to deep backward square for 4. It was just the wrong line from Pat Cummins. Started at middle and leg, and then it just continued towards the leg side, and Root just helped it really down towards the long leg boundary for 4, and England moved to 36 for 2.
Yeah, that'll make him feel better, and that new one works. Got it right off the middle of the bat, and that sped away just behind square. As you say, just got his line slightly wrong. Wasn't going to say short, but just sort of like caught up with it and helped it round the corner.
Yeah, nicely played by Root. He'll feel a little better about life. He's faced 29 deliveries for his 7 not out. And just going back to that, the traditional way of playing.
Yeah.
You know, if they're bowling good lengths and good lines, allow them to.
Yeah.
As Cummins bowls, classical extra cover drive from Root. Glorious shot, right out of the textbook, and along the carpet it goes, all the way to the boundary for 4. Just slightly over pitching, and Pat Cummins, the ball before, actually dictated the next shot from Root. Over pitching, outside of off stump, and Root latching onto it. 40 for 2.
Yeah, proper cricket might be one of them pitches, Charles, as you say. We were talking about the more traditional way of playing white ball cricket and ODI cricket, and that's a classical extra cover drive.
There's a big gap for him to aim through as well. Backward point and gully are sort of very close together, and a shortish length delivery from Cummins. He's not found his range just as yet, as Pat Cummins gets turned to mid-wicket for a single. And that will conclude the 11th over. 41 for 2. England. Root is 12 not out, and Morgan 2 not out. So yeah, if Hazelwood and Stark are bowling if you like, a test match type of line and length, hitting the pitch hard outside or on around off stump, play them as such. Yeah. In those conditions, and then you're allowing yourself a bit of time later on to catch up.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. A lot of dots. That's what struck me on Friday, was the dots. You know, we couldn't sort of manoeuvre the field around to get these gaps and just rotate strike, which Joe Root is an absolute master of. You know, looking about, you know, through the innings and people back round him. But yeah, they've tried to do that a bit better today.
Dark straw-coloured pitch they're playing on today for the second time in 3 days. Bits of grey on it as well, as Hazelwood continues from the Anderson end, Pavilion end, just coming towards us, defends outside of the off stump to Glenn Maxwell at backward point, and there is no run. Phillip is departing for the moment, will return in due course. England 41 for 2 on a delicious day here in Manchester. Slightly breezy, the flag's on the top of the pavilion just whipping from the right-hand side of the flagpoles. St George's flag and flag of Lancashire as well. As Hazelwood approaches, slightly angled run, thunders the ball down, and Root drives on the up, doesn't quite time it, high on the bat, and it trickles out to David Warner at mid-off, and it remains 41 for 2. Michael Vaughan, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Charlie.
I was just trying to tell Phil Tufnell about the amount of days like this area has. Many.
Yes, many. Pattern this week, it's going to be glorious. 26, 28 degrees tomorrow, depending on where you are. I think if you're inside with the heating on.
Well, I hope you're having a very happy Sunday, wherever you are listening to us. Hazelwood starts and stops. Lovely afternoon in the garden, perhaps.
Yeah, there's no slip in place. An indication of the pitch.
Short extra cover, though, for Root now, as Hazelwood bowls and Root defends very watchfully Ball on and around middle and off stump and plays it straight back at the pitch.
Yeah, Zoltz, after that over that Jason Roy dismantled Josh Hazelwood, he hit him for 3 4s. What's he gone for since then? He's gone for 18 in 5.3, but last 3 overs has he gone for?
6 runs in the last 3.5 overs.
Yeah, he's just got that perfect length, hasn't he? Almost if you have to take a huge risk to get him to the boundary.
Past umpire Goff he goes, and again Root defends. It's just what you're saying, Michael, that line and length that's on and around middle and off stump.
Well, I think the only way to play against this kind of bowler, because with this field you can't imagine he's so consistent that he's going to bowl a really bad ball. So you have to try and force him into that bad ball, so you have to get him second guessing. That's what Jason Roy did. Downs down, smashed him through extra cover, then he got one on the hip, and then he got that cut shot away through the offside. It's worth Joe Root just manoeuvring his feet, I think.
Hazelwood again, close to the stumps this time, straight drive from Joe Root. Again, doesn't time it at all, and finds its way to mid-on. There is no run.
I have to say, I came back yesterday, and Phil Tufnell was he was very excited. He'd been in the Red Rose Suite, listening to you all jamming.
Yes.
Yeah, there was yourself, Andy Zoltz.
I've got to be honest,
Henry.
now Phil's not here. Don't know how much of it he actually caught.
No, he was. He gave you all grades out of 4.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Not sure how awake he was for a lot of it. As Hazelwood bowls, and this is guided down towards third man by Root just for a single, and England move to 42 for 2 at the conclusion of the 12th over. Hope I got a decent grade.
Yes,
Michael.
you did.
Root 13 not out, Morgan is 2, 42 for 2 with 12 overs gone. Continue with whatever you want to continue with, as I'm making way for Adam Collins.
Yes, good news for you, Charlie. You didn't come 4th, but you weren't far off. Yeah, it's the kind of wicket that, if you think back to Friday, 294 was enough for Australia to win. Same pitch, you feel anything around 250, 260 will be a very good total on this kind of deck. Good afternoon, Adam.
Good afternoon, Vaughan. Pat Cummins about to start his second over of the afternoon. 9 taken from the first. A couple of boundaries to Joe Root, who's facing up here. Cummins. So the number 3 who pushes out to cover. No run. Another dot ball. Hazelwood down the other end. You were talking about it during the previous over, but 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19. He's really found a spot for himself in this Australian one-day team after a couple of years, most of the time, out of the 11.
Yeah, you look back to that World Cup last year and he wasn't involved for Australia. I just think he's found his way of bowling in English conditions. It was back in 2015 when he came for the Ashes and kind of pitched it up and swung it. And since then he's realised that he's just got to whack the pitch as hard as he can and get a little bit of seam movement.
Cummins bowls to Root, who pushes to mid-wicket. No run there either. Yeah, a lot was said about that 2015 campaign, and Hazelwood reflected on it later as well. Just said he misread the situation, having watched so much cricket in England over the years on television, and all he'd been told about the ball moving around, the Duke's ball and so on, and was too full, and eventually lost his spot in that 11 by the time the 5th test rolled around. And Peter Siddle, who, an expert in English conditions, picked up 6 wickets in that match, and it was a fine end for the Victorian. But Cummins bowling here to Root, beating him outside the off stump, just on that fourth stump line rather, prodding, not a lot of footwork, quick too.
Well, Joe Root's got a decision to make here because he's 13 from 40 deliveries. But it's not easy. You can tell it's two-pace, this pitch. And he's got a decision. Does he take a big risk to try and whack one over that offside or over mid-on or mid-off, or does he just play? I think on this kind of wicket, England require him just to bat. Just bat, try and bat for 30, 40 overs. He'll find rhythm, he'll find the odd boundary or two, but the last thing England need now is another wicket to go down.
Root is 13 from 40, facing up to Cummins here, who bowls. He deflects to Glenn Maxwell at backward point, another dot ball.
I mean, Morgan seems to have been out there a long time for only facing 6 deliveries.
Yeah, that's right. 2 off 6, the skipper. Yeah, looking at some Hazelwood numbers between the 2 one-day internationals. So, as I mentioned, he was left out of the World Cup squad last year, but he made his debut all the way back in June 2010. And in terms of fast bowlers, Only Mitchell Starc and Dale Steyn have a better bowling average than him through that time, and only Jasprit Bumrah has a better economy rate. So you combine it and together, and you do wonder why he was missing this time last year as Cummins bowls, and Root again deflects, and Maxwell doing really well to his left. A diving stop. Nice technique there. He would have enjoyed that roll. It stays at 42 for 2. 1 ball to come in the 13th over.
Yeah, you kind of look at the way that Hazelwood bowls, and you staggered that he wasn't a part of the World Cup in English conditions, and you start thinking about the next World Cup in a few years' time in Indian conditions, and he might be the kind of bowler that you don't require on those flat, placid Indian wickets. So like a Kane Richardson with all his cutters and slower balls could be more prominent there.
Cummins to completely over to Root. Again on off stump, pushed out to cover. One hand off the bat. End of the over. An outstanding set from Pat Cummins, a maiden. England remain at 42 for 2 after 13 overs. And we've heard the Australian camp talk a lot about that, about making sure that a World Cup isn't won in 6 weeks. It's won over the 4-year cycle, and building, and that fantastic book written by Nick Holt and Steve James about England's World Cup win last year.
Oh, Nick Holt, they'll like you for that.
Oh, well, it's a very good book. And that was a strong theme coming through, is that they in the past had fell victim of thinking about, well, we've got a World Cup next year, let's try and pull it all together. But between 15 and 19, a different approach, and paid off big time last year at Lord's.
Yeah, I guess for English cricket it was absolutely required, because, let's be honest, up until that period, Test match cricket had always been the prominent format that we'd focused on, and all of a sudden this 50-over side got all the attention it needed, and it had and still has an incredible leader. I think Australia, because they're so used to winning World Cups, possibly don't have to go through that 4-year cycle as much.
Marsh into the attack, bowling to Morgan, who punches, or drives rather, square drives hard, but cut off on the edge of the circle. So no run taken. Sting of the hands there. Yeah, well, watching that back, look, we're going to have a brief interruption because that has hit the hands hard.
I wonder if he's split the web in. Who is that?
Is that Marcus Stoinis jogging off the ground, trying to catch who it was? Just on the wrong angle from where we're at the moment. In any case, there's been a change. We'll come back to that after this Marsh delivery to Morgan, who tries to beat backward point, but Maxwell again is racing in. No run, so the dot balls continue to build. It's Daniel Sams, actually, who's on the field as the sub-fielder. He's now off the field with that hand injury, the uncapped Australian, who's been on this tour as part of the touring squad of 21, but mostly almost as a work experience student in many respects. He was unlikely to play in any of the games, but did well enough in the Big Bash last year to earn himself a spot on the plane in case they needed an extra all-round option in the T20 internationals. But he's now off the field, having copped one on the end of the finger. Mitchell Marsh bowls again, and Morgan is trapped on the pad. Shout for league before. He was back in the crease and looking to pull, so height on face value looked like the issue. Umpire Goff was unmoved, no review.
Yeah, and with the summer that Michael Goff's having, I wouldn't be reviewing it, because he's been that good as an umpire. I'm sure he will make a mistake eventually, but I think teams are wise to go with the decision that Michael Goff makes. Yeah, it's going to be high. Let's see where it pitches as well. I'm not too sure it pitched in line.
Yeah, Marsh was running his fingers down the seam, just managed to move it enough off the straight to deceive Morgan. The all-rounder goes again, bowling, and the England captain plays with a straight bat back to the bowler. So it stays at 42 for 2. Marsh has got 2 to come in this, the 14th over. We had a maiden from Cummins. We must be up to how many dots in a row now, Andy Zaltzman?
It's 10 and just a single from the last 16 balls. The partnership 13 from 6.5 overs. Joe Root 13 from his first 40 balls. That's the fewest he's ever scored in a 40-ball sequence in one-day international cricket.
Thank you, Andy.
Mid-off's gone back on the boundary. 2 balls remaining in the over.
So Marsh from the James Anderson end, running towards us and delivers here to Morgan, who nearly chops on. That's not far away at all. Trying to force through the offside, but again, perhaps a little bit of pace off the ball. 5 dots to start the Marsh spell.
Yeah, and he's the kind of bowler that, because he changes his pace, and you can see he's bowling plenty of cross-seam deliveries, not trying to swing it, just trying to get a bit of uneven bounce. Ball stump to stump, he's not going to be a bowler that it's hard to hit.
So Marsh to complete his first over. Bowls to Morgan over the wicket, who defends into the offside. A maiden for Marsh. Back-to-back maidens for Australia. 14 overs gone as drinks are called onto the field. England, after winning the toss, have made their way to 42 for 2. Owen Morgan making that call. The last 7 games played here at Old Trafford, Michael Vaughan, have been won by the team batting first. So the logic was sound, especially given, as Jimmy Anderson pointed out in the pre-game, it will take the spin later, surely. I mean, we saw plenty of turn on Friday when it was notionally a fresh track, even though it has been played on this summer.
Yeah, it's interesting that, I think it will. It'll certainly spin and probably spin a lot more than we saw on Friday, but both teams opting not to go with more spin. Moeen Ali not in the side today, was in the side on Friday. I'm surprised that Australia didn't think of Ashton Agar coming into their team, but as we've already seen, the seamers that are hitting the length hard and consistent, there's just enough in terms of doubt for the batsmen. There's a bit of two pace, the odd ball's keeping a bit low, so I think both captains have erred on the side of, well, it'll be harder for the batsmen to hit the seamers as potentially a bit of orthodox spin. I mean, generally the players these days, because they've got the reverse sweeps and the sweeps and they can dance down and launch, orthodox spin in all formats of the game. It's the kind of skill that's harder to be consistent with as a bowler. You only have to look at the figures from Friday night. Moeen went at just under 6s. Maxwell bowled 3 overs, went over 6s. So orthodox spin was kind of travelling, whereas Adil Rashid, Zampa travelled at 55 but got 4 wickets. Rashid, he managed to bowl 10 overs, 2 for 55, so the leg spinners between them 6 for 110. So it's that kind of ability to spin it both ways which is becoming so important in the white ball game.
Yeah, and big for Zampa as well. He'd only taken 3 wickets in his previous 5 one-day internationals against England, but well and truly in the series, his second best return in 50-over cricket. If you're just joining the broadcast, I mentioned that England won the toss and batted first here on a lovely afternoon at Old Trafford. They lost 2 wickets inside the power play. The first was Johnny Bairstow, caught behind from the bowling of Mitchell Starc for a duck from 7 balls, and then Jason Roy, there was a mix-up with Joe Root playing out to cover. Marcus Stoinis picking up beautifully at cover, knocking out the stumps, running out Roy for 21 from 21 balls. He struck 4 boundaries and was just moving nicely through the gears, Vaughnie, but he was cut off, and we were watching in the next door in our room as Roy was working his way towards the boundary. He wanted to go past Joe Root, didn't he? He wanted to just offer a word or two.
Jason Roy had an interesting day. It started pretty poorly for him when he went out to bat with Johnny Bairstow. He realised at the bottom of the stairs that he'd forgotten something, and we were studying what he'd forgotten, and I thought he might be like he'd got his wrong gloves or wrong bat, and he walked all the way back up to the dressing room, and he'd realised he'd not got any chewing gum in. So he put his chewing gum in and he went out there and he had that appeal early and reviewed it nicely off Mitchell Starc, and then he got going. He hit the 3 boundaries off Josh Hazelwood, and he's thinking, right, I'm in, I'm set. And then the test skipper runs him out and he had to walk straight past him. And there wasn't a great deal said, or if it was, it probably can't be broadcast.
Cummins starts again, bowls to Root, pushing into the onside. Again, one hand off the bat, bit of movement towards the right-hander, another dot ball. So England have absorbed 4 maidens in the first 14 here, going at just under 3 runs and over. You didn't see that very often in the previous 4 years. We've got Andy Zoltzman putting his hand up. It's 5 maidens, in the first 14.
But we should tell the little story of Jason Roy. There's a story about Joe Root here. I mean, he's struggling like mad. He's been whacked on that knee. He's run out Jason Roy, the player that's looked the most dominant today.
Well, he's got to make a ton now, doesn't he? He's got to go on with it. Cummins to Root. Plays and misses outside the off stump. Just fending at that ball again. Not a lot of footwork, but Cummins zipping through at the better part of 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, and you can see he's just itching for that boundary to just get himself going. Somehow he's just got to try and get off strike. It's almost like a tap and run if he can possibly get one, or just get one down to third man. I mean, the ball before nipped back, that one's gone straight on. So it's not easy.
We've been together for a quarter of an hour, Vaughnie, and haven't seen a run as yet on commentary.
Very similar to when I batted in one day cricket.
So 2 men out at fine leg and deep backward square as Cummins bowls to Root, bangs it in, and Root does get a single. Sorry, down to third man. That's the other man outside the circle. So Root moves to 13 from 45 balls in the first run for some time. England 43 for 2, halfway through the 15th over.
Yeah, we've been so used to seeing Owen Morgan. He's so proactive. He will be thinking now, right, how can I disrupt Pat Cummins? How can I do something to ask him a question? Rather than just batting, he'll be thinking, can I dance down and smack one over the offside? All the fielders are up on the one inside the circle. There's 2 fielders on the onside, mid-wicket and mid-on. So the opportunity is there for Morgan to try and take it over the top.
Cummins staying over the wicket to Morgan. Bowls here and he defends straight back down the track. No run. So the same field when the captain's on strike. Men outside the circle. Third man, deep fine and deep backward square. Just letting him know that the short ball might come at some stage. They've certainly used the short ball against Morgan in 50-over cricket over the last couple of years. And Cummins does have that club in the bag. He's bowled 2.4 overs, none for 10 so far this morning, or this afternoon rather. He turns in front of us at the Statham end. Runs towards Morgan. Bowling over the wicket. Morgan ducks a bouncer. There it is.
Wide.
Well, umpire Saggers unfurling the arms and just signalling to Pat Cummins that bounced a fraction too high, but I don't think that'll dissuade him. I'm sure he'll go again at some stage.
Yeah, he'll go again. That ball looped to Alex Carey. So every now and again the ball's zipping through to the keeper. The majority of the balls are not carrying through at all. Will Morgan gamble this ball? I haven't seen the bounce. Will he think, well, this next one's surely going to be full?
So Cummins on the way, bowls to Morgan. It is short, and Morgan ducks. That's better as far as the accuracy of the Australian fast bowler.
Yeah, you see how far back in the crease Owen Morgan is. His stance, he's not got a massive trigger. Stays pretty still. Both feet are behind the crease on the release of the ball, so he's trying to give himself that extra split second of time to play the ball. I think it's a good approach when you're on a pitch that you can trust the bounce. You know, why wouldn't you give yourself a yard or two of extra time to face quick bowling? Never quite understood batsmen that get a bit closer.
Cummins arrives at the crease and bowls to Morgan, who shimmies forward but defends out to cover. So 1 run from the over. England 44 for 2. 15 gone. Cummins has bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. So 1 run off the bat, and the wide as well. So 2 added to the England total. Big day for Australia. I'll talk about the 4-year cycle and building. Australia getting the chance to come and play England early in this one-day Super League tournament. They haven't beaten England in consecutive one-day internationals since 2015. They've been routinely beaten by England since then, where they've lost, well, all bar 4 of the 17 one-days they've played, including, of course, famously the World Cup semi-final last year. But having won that first rubber, they have a chance to ruin this great record England have had in 50-over cricket, having not lost a bilateral series since January 2017 and not having lost at home since 2015 against Australia in a bilateral series. Marsh turns from the pavilion end and bowls here to Root. His second over, pushing to mid-wicket, no run. So as far as the building blocks, I suppose, of a World Cup setup, and of course that's what it's all about in 50-over cricket, will give them quite a boost of confidence when they take on teams around the world if they can knock off England.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the 3 powerhouses of world cricket, India, England and Australia, are so difficult to beat in their own backyard in any format of the game. But this England white ball team, as you mentioned, have travelled around the world and beaten pretty much everyone wherever they've been.
So Marsh bowls to Root, who plays nicely off the back foot, beating point. Labuschagne let that go past his right hand. It'll run into the rope for 4. So Root, bit of a pressure release there, moves to 18 from 48 balls. England 48 for 2, but Labuschagne may have got a hand to that. We'll see it on the replay.
Well, it's very Australian-like. We've seen 2. We saw Pat Cummins miss one at mid-on, which went for 4, and this at cover point, Labuschagne to his left. He just, he dives over the top of it. You'd have expected to stop that.
And that quintessential Joe Root stroke on the balls of his feet, well timed. Facing up to Marsh again, pushing to mid-wicket, no run. He played that shot so beautifully here, Root, when he made his Test 254, which feels like a long time ago against Pakistan in 2016. But
that's when he's at his best. When you've seen him play that shot, you know, you feel that if he can play that shot and then he can play straight down the ground, just from the right boot of mid-off. I always feel if Joe's hitting the ball back to mid-off to his right side, he's in great balanced position, not getting his head too far over to the offside.
Marsh bowls to Root, who tries to whip him through mid-wicket but can't beat the man at mid-wicket. Another dot, 48 for 2. We've got a couple of balls to come in the 16th over.
Yeah, and I think because we're so used to this England side scoring 300s, 350s, 400s on a few occasions. You know, you go back to the World Cup final where they just did enough to get to that score in the end to get to the super over. You know, because it was a similar kind of wicket. It's not a wicket that's coming on. It's not true bounce all the time.
Marsh delivers to Root, who does get a single into the onside on this occasion. Just square of the man at mid-wicket, moving the score along to 49 for 2. Root is 19.
Because the DNA of the side is so used to getting those big scores, it must be very difficult sometimes when you get on a pitch that's a little bit circumspect, that your mindset's almost got to change to think, wait a minute, 260 could be plenty.
Andy Zaltzman.
Joe Root, 18 from his first 50 balls, had that misfield from Labuschagne not happened, and he had 14 from 50. It would have been the fewest runs scored by an England batsman from a 50-ball sequence in ODI cricket since the ball-by-ball records began, which is going back almost 20 years now, so he's just avoided that fate.
He must have been shattered when he scored that run as a result. Marsh to finish the over, bowls here to Morgan, using his feet down the track, straight to mid-wicket, beating David Warner. So second misfield in the over. They come back for a second. They might consider a third. Hazelwood gets it in and makes sure that they keep it to a couple. So the end of 16 overs, Australia have done well so far, keeping England to 51 for 2 after the home side won the toss. Root's on 19 from 51 balls. Morgan's on 4 from 16. A couple of further thoughts from Michael Vaughan, and then following me, it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, it's been hard work for England to get past that half century. And you think Australia have not been at their best in the field. It's probably cost them 8 runs already. The misfields that we've seen from the Aussie team. Yeah, maybe 260 will be plenty. And get something like 240, 250. You just never know with this England side, though. If one of the firecrackers gets going in Morgan, Butler, anything is possible. But it's looking very tricky at the minute. Afternoon, Jonathan.
Michael, I've hardly seen it. I'm very well indeed. I'm loving the sunshine. 51 for 2. And so the 17th over. We've got Cummins running in, bowling, and that's driven, not quite timed, as Root might quite like it, but it's been that sort of innings, really. He's going to pick up 3 way down in the distance there at deep third man. 3 Australians are after that. There's all sorts of relay throws and shuffling about, but eventually the ball finds its way into Carey's gloves, and Root moves on to 22 from 52 balls, and England choosing to bat first on this used pitch. 54 for 2 in the 17th, and there's 3 or possibly 4 quite bad blemishes by Australia in the field so far, which is not like them. There's a terrible one early on when Cummins let one straight through his legs off Mitchell Starc. 54 for 2. Morgan's on 4, and this next one from Cummins is sending him onto the back foot. He tries to cut but can't beat Maxwell, whose fielding is always blemish free. He's terrific in the field.
You were part of the strumming session yesterday, weren't you?
Yes. The man who hides his light under his bushel, let me tell you, is one A. Zaltzman.
Yes, he was up there with the best.
He's a very, very delicate plucker.
Good strummer, Zaltz.
He is, and he played beautifully last night. I say very quietly, very discreetly. He doesn't show off like Dagnall with his great big bass. 54 for 2. In goes Cummins, bowls, and Morgan waits for this, and then steers the ball square into the offside firmly, but straight to the fielder.
Do you want to know the Tufnell report? So,
well, he was asleep through most of it.
Yeah, yes, he said for a short while, but he came back with a report, and he absolutely, Zaltz was right up there.
Yeah.
Henry Moran,
yeah,
high class.
Yeah.
Charlie Dagnall, very, very good.
Learning.
Very, very good. And he said Jonathan Agnew, he joins in.
Joins in?
Joins in.
That's what he said?
That's what he described, yeah, he joins in.
That's really harsh. In goes Cummins over the wicket and bowls short, and that's pulled by Morgan. Down to fine leg. He didn't say it, making it up. They come through for 1. 56 for 2.
He says you have a couple of little things that you kind of are in the background.
Not having that. I'm not having that.
You see, what's the song you sing out? Was it California, something you were singing? Was it yesterday?
Never Rains in Southern California.
Yeah,
that's one of my favourites.
Yeah, that's the only one you've got.
I've got a lot.
Was it last night you were playing that?
An extensive repertoire. That's very, I don't believe Tuffers wouldn't say something like that. Far too generous a man, Philip. You never hear any criticism from him. In goes Cummins over the wicket, bowls short, and he tries to paddle that round the corner route. There's an appeal. I think more than anything else, put the umpire off calling it a wide, which probably technically he should have done, because it was fired down the leg side. And anything down there these days gets called. But umpire Saggers doesn't do so this time, but that was quick. Hostile ball, but it was over the shoulder perhaps. But anyway, Carey did go down the leg side to collect it. But no, I think we're planning a big live event tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, really?
Yeah.
What is it in the Red Rose Suite?
In the usual place.
Selling tickets, or is it freebie?
Well, there's no one to sell them to. In goes Cummins over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a nasty one. Root's been hit all over the place today, and he's got one there around about his midriff, and trying to pull a ball. He's got a smile on his face. He's having a bit of a nightmare out there, I think, to be fair.
He's getting battered, isn't he?
He's absolutely battered. He can't get the ball off the square. He's got 22 from 54 balls. He's got bruises all over his body. But he's digging away. He's got a smile on his face. And it happens to batsmen, doesn't it? I think you just completely lose your timing and rhythm. And then suddenly, one shot can just open it up again with someone as classy as Root.
Yeah, I just think this pitch is so hard because there's a bit of movement. It's two pace, so it's not difficult to get rhythm. And when, he's probably playing fine, but it's just so difficult to get your groove and your momentum on a pitch like this. You just got to hang in there. It will get easier. It's easier said than done, but it generally does.
Marsh on his way, bowls on the leg stump, turned by Morgan to deep square leg for a single. Now I've got a message here. It wasn't sent to me, but it's been forwarded to me by Alison, who's not working here. It comes from Jen Tilley. Hello, Jen. And I've got to move it around my phone a bit so I can read it. But she says, I'm trying to make contact with someone from Test Match Special because I'd like to request a special mention from my grandmother. She's 90 years old. She's listened to the show on her long wave radio since it began. She never misses it. It's the highlight of her week when it's on. In comes Marsh. Bowls outside the off stump, forced by a Root, but again he can't get it through that field. It's picked up there at point. She never misses it. It's the highlight of her week. She's struggled through lockdown with limited visitors to her home. I think it put a great big smile on her face. She found out today she's going to be a great grandmother for the first time as well. Her name is Barbara Warwick. She lives in Harborne, Birmingham. So if able, she'll be elated, and I know she'll be listening. I'll move messages here. I know she'll be listening because she was furious that Australia beat us last time. Here's Marsh bowling, and that's forced away off the back foot to point, and there's no run. So there we go. Barbara, many congratulations. Love it to have you listening to us and listening to it all those years as well. Great grandmother. Whoa, there you are. But, I think lots of people are cross at the Aussies. We don't like losing to Australia, do we?
No.
She's quite right, Barbara, to be cross about that. They're trying to put it right today. 56 for 2 in the 18th over. It's been a bit of a frenetic start. As Marsh comes in and walks down the pitch at him, then flicks the ball into the onside. A fumble there from one of the Aussies. It doesn't reap any rewards as such as far as England are concerned. It was Cummins again, actually.
Yeah, just every time Joe tries something, he's doing the same thing. So he's dancing down to around off stump to work it on the onside. And I think Marsh and Cummins on a couple of occasions can see that. So they just kind of bowling it into the surface and just say, all right, if you want to try and flick it over mid-wicket, good luck. Might be just trying something a little bit different.
Marsh again, bowls short. He hammers this, but well stopped this time at mid-wicket. Denying Root, who did get plenty of bat on that one. That Stoinis there, as you've seen already, is so dangerous. And he ran out Roy earlier on.
Yeah, it might be just trying going outside leg stump, hitting it through the offside, just to give something different for the bowler to look at. So this session tomorrow night, is it?
Yeah, I mean,
just the four of you.
I think we're looking to expand a little bit. I'm one of our engineers, John. He's announced that he's a bit of a
Z-play
guitar player, bass, I think. Here's the next one from Root. He runs this down to third man.
I feel this band's a little bit top heavy with guitars. Is there any drums or?
Well, no, they haven't got Ebony with us.
Clarinets or
no
recorders, triangles.
No, I think it is all
tambourine.
It is all string, but a bit of Van Morrison. Nice bit of Van Morrison, don't you?
Yeah, but yeah.
Can you play the spoons, Michael?
Yeah, well, I'm not just joining the band for the sake of it. I need to listen to you guys first.
The trouble is, you are about our only spectator, though. There's no one else left. So there's no point you joining us.
What's going to happen? Is it going to be?
Well, I think we'll just have a bit of a session. I think the word is, isn't it?
Yeah, just a strumming session.
But watch out for Zoltzman. He'll be very craftily just fiddling away in the background. He's a very good player. He's also, I saw, this is when you know that lockdown stroke living in the bubble has just got to you. Because I saw a film this morning, it was in slow motion too, and those of you who know Andy Zaltzman's features will appreciate this. It's slow motion of Zaltzman. I think at this time it's completely gone, basically. Playing aerial darts. So in slow motion, you see, he's like on the small training trampolines. That's what Stoinis running in bowling, and roots it again, trying to paddle a ball into the leg side, hits him up on the thigh area, and he's shaking his head, he's huffing and puffing, he simply can't get it away. So in slow motion you've got Zaltzman, and this sort of massive hair as well, all going up. And then when he's at the height of his jump, he then throws the dart and then lands. So that's how bad things have got in the bubble.
Mid-flight arrows.
Aerial darts. He's created a new sport. He reckons everyone's going to be doing it soon enough.
Well, there's a chance.
Yeah, it was a great piece of film. Didn't see what the result was. It wasn't a double top, I don't think. It's goes Stoinis then bowls, and Root clips that away into the onside. They'll go for a quick single there to Stark, who's inside the circle at mid-on. It goes to 59 for 2, but did quite a good clear-up, didn't you? Again, he keeps everything under his bushel. What did you did what, a 6-dart finish or something the other day?
No, that would be defying
That's
mathematics.
impossible.
Is it? I mean, I do like manipulating stats, but you know.
How many darts was it?
Well, no, I got
6 darts.
Oh, you finished with 6 darts.
I finished with a 127 checkout.
That's what I was trying to say.
Pure fluke, having.
What'd you go? Treble 20?
I can't quite remember now.
He checked out 127. In goes Stoinis, bowls, and this is defended by Morgan, standing up and playing towards mid-off. And that was actually with both feet on the ground, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can play with 2 feet, no feet, 1 feet. Got to be flexible these days.
Oh, good stuff. There's not a lot to keep people entertained in here, but there's a darts board, and there's that room over there where we can make a bit of music. Otherwise, the only exercise really is walking around the car park. If you vary a direction, it obviously makes it a bit different. Here goes Stoinis, bowls. Oh, it's hammered away. He's going to be caught though. Oh, he's just put it down. Out there at deep backward square leg, it was hit like a rocket out there into the deep. And it's Cummins, who's not having a great run of play in the field at the moment, but it was hit low and hard at him, and it looked as if he was going to absolutely pick it up with his left hand. I'd like to see a replay, see how close he did get to it, but it was hit hard, and it was just always going away from him. So it's a boundary to Morgan anyway, and England need those. 62 for 2 in the 19th over. Cummins was at full stretch there. And now Stoinis is on his way once again. Bowling from our end is pitched up. Morgan drives. He says no, but I think they might have got one there. Finch is quite deep down here at mid-on. It's an example of what we were talking about the other night, where that urgency of running. England could improve. They could have done so again in the early overs today. There was a lot of thrashing around going on. But, rather than just that quick push run, you can be just as positive doing that. Especially when you're not timing the ball very well. 62 for 2. Then goes Stoinis, bowls, and Morgan waits and then late cuts this down to third man. A long way down there for the fielder, who rolls around with the hotel behind him. And they will come back for the second run. 64 for 2. That's 19 overs gone. Morgan 12. Root has 24, and England chose to bat first today. And they made a couple of changes. They left out Moeen Ali and Mark Wood, and they brought in the Curran brothers as replacements. Australia are still without Steve Smith. Still, they're being extra cautious, I think was the phrase they used, to make sure that he's okay after he took that blow to the head. But he was having throwdowns, so I don't even have a helmet on. But, often batsmen don't when they're doing that sort of thing. The ball gets thrown at them via the stick, as it were. In comes Marsh, starting a new over from the Pavilion end, the Anderson end, and Root hit on the boot. They'll pick up a leg by there down to the edge of the circle, a backward square leg. Umpire Goff signals leg by, standing on one leg and punching the raised knee a couple of times. 65 for 2 in the 20th over.
So just to correct a stat I gave a few minutes ago about Joe Root's struggles today after this ball.
Comes Marsh again. Morgan waits for him, comes down the pitch and then completely mistimes the drive. So it runs out for Stoinis to field at cover, but he's trying at least to get down there. Go on then.
I said his first 50 balls would have been, but for that misfield, the slowest by in England in ODI cricket. Actually, that was only since 2012. I forgot I put a date filter on it. 23 from his first 60 is the fewest an England player scored in 60 balls since 2010.
All right. Here's Marsh again. Bowls to Morgan down the leg side. That'll be a wide. 65 for 2. So England chugging along at the moment, under 3.5 runs per over. And rather like the other night, they simply can't find the middle of the bat. Isha.
Hello, Agus. You well?
Well, I am. You
Yeah,
haven't
good.
joined our musical group, have you? Which is a shame.
No, backing vocals. BVs.
Well, actually,
I can do BVs for you.
I was thinking of that. A possible role. 66 for 2. And this time Morgan will pick up one. He's coming down the pitch, and this time getting that single to the field on the edge of the circle, whereas the previous over he didn't do so. But I think coming down the pitch got him moving. 67 for 2. No, I think you and Tuffers, that could be your roles.
Yep. Tambourine.
Tomorrow night.
Tambourine triangle. Yeah.
Up there, the Red Rose Suite. It's going to be a good evening tomorrow. A couple of blank days coming up.
Last hurrah.
The last hurrah. 67 for 2. And got the next one pitched up, driven by Root. Another fumble.
Yeah.
The Aussies have not been on it with their fielding at all today. That was Warner again.
Well, they started well, didn't they? And they've just kind of lost it in the last kind of 6 or 7 overs or so.
Warner's really cross. I saw him there, hurled the ball away because it was just a dribbler, really, straight to him. And well, the ball bounced away. Infuriating. 68 for 2. If you take the misfields out of it, I'm not sure England would have got to 60 actually at the moment.
Yeah,
A couple of 4s. Marsh, and again, an ugly shot from Morgan. Walking down the pitch and then slogging into the leg side. And only getting one as a mistimed shot. I wonder if there are more gremlins in this pitch than we think. From long range, it's often quite difficult to tell. But there's been such awful mistiming going on.
Well, it's the same pitch as the other night, and we saw that even if you're an 80-mile-an-hour bowler, you can just bowl line and length and just get a bit of nibble off the surface. That's all you really need to do. And set a ring field, make it hard to rotate the strike.
Marsh, right arm over, bowls his medium pace. That's flicked away to mid-wicket. And Root again just picks out the field. And he's hit the ball more cleanly recently, but going straight to the fielders. 69 for 2. But it's more than just a coincidence when a number of batsmen find it hard to time the ball, isn't it? And I think probably there must be something out there that's just making it a little difficult. And especially if you do have a reputation like Roy and Bairstow for getting out there and crashing the ball around all over the place. If you've got to go out there, at least try that approach at the start, because that's what you're in the side for. But no one's timed the ball at all yet.
No. Jason Roy, well, to be fair to him, he did look to be positive. He managed to get it through a couple of ways through the infield. And but I think it's just the nature of the situation. These two know that wickets in hand are going to be crucial in this innings. It's kind of that old school mentality of let's build a partnership. Doesn't matter how many runs we score, but let's try and just keep rotating, keep that scoreboard ticking, and then we've got wickets in hand to go big at the end, the last 20 overs or so.
Stoinis on his way, bowls lively medium pace from over the wicket, and the first ball from short of a length is eased away by Morgan off his hip down to find leg, way down there in the distance. And a deserted stand and a deserted point, that enormous red construction down there, normally of course heaving with people. Thousands of people are housed in there, but no one today. Just an open door and panes of glass that people would normally be pressing their noses up against, but no one there at all. 70 for 2. A tram goes whooshing past as the next one from just short of a length is paddled round the corner by Root. They'll take one out to deep square leg and they can move on to 71 for 2, but certainly the signs at the moment that this won't be a high scoring game, and maybe a quick thrash from Butler of 50 or something could be enough that changes the game. But at the moment, 300 seems a long way away. 21st over, 71 for 2. Morgan's on 15, and the next one, he plays out very late and very fine, down to third man, who runs to his right and throws on the run, which is a good effort, and you can hear the Aussies there applauding Hazelwood way down in the deep. He did well, there's a big man, and so he ran to his right, had to stoop and pick the ball up while at full tilt, and then throw the ball as soon as he possibly could to dissuade the batsman from going for the second, and all of that he did with a minimum of fuss, and it's 72 for 2. And now Root on strike on 26 from 65 balls, crouching over his bat. Now he'll stand up, and Stoinis bowls to mid-drive. That's a lovely shot. He's got that through the covers, possibly the best shot he's played so far today. Will it go for 4? It's just running away from the fielder there, tempting him all the way, and although he didn't hit it very hard, he's going to pick up a boundary. And I'm just wondering if Stoinis hasn't hurt himself there. He was crouched. Maybe he's just disappointed that it had gone for 4.
I think it's that, yeah.
Yeah, just disappointment, but he didn't look happy at all. I think he's just amazed that went for 4.
It is a fast outfield here
Yeah.
at Old Trafford. I know it's the longer part of the ground, but it was just a gentle push really from Joe Root. Probably.
Well, he timed it well, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that's what happened there, and that'll make him feel better, surely. 30 not out now from 66 balls. Stoinis runs in again, and he bowls to Root on the back foot this time, looking to get the ball away down to third man, but finds Maxwell, who covers so much ground there at backward point. So difficult to get the ball, to thread it away. He's so quick, and of course his reputation goes before him as well. You don't take chances to him. 76 for 2 with the last ball of the 21st over to come. And then Charlie Dagnall, here the big bass player. I mean, he does show off with that big guitar of his. He's come down the pitch and he's smeared him for 6. Straight to the advertising hoardings. And I think that boundary that Root scored, that cover drive, might just get him going here.
Yeah.
Because he came down the pitch, he middled that one perfectly. And he's battled hard, he's found it tough, but maybe this might be the start of something. 82 for 2, 21 overs gone. Isha, more thoughts from you. And then Charles is coming in here.
I think it's smart play from Joe Root. Just all that experience coming into play here. He has battled. There's been no question of that. He's tried to look to be proactive against the bowlers, but just with Stoinis coming in, it felt like he was a little bit easier to get away, whether that's the skiddy nature of the way he bowls. They were able to just work him around a little bit more. Mitch Marsh has been a little bit more difficult to get away, but he just sensed an opportunity there. Stoinis always tends to bowl that one short ball in the over, and Joe Root was equal to it, so that'll make him feel a lot better about life. He's 34 or 55 deliveries in this partnership worth 53.
Hello, Isha.
Hello.
Here is Mitchell Marsh then from the Anderson end, and almost chopping on is Owen Morgan. The inside edge just clatters into his pad and goes out to Glenn Maxwell at backward point. I just wonder if that's the sounds of shackles being broken, especially with that Root connection. It was such a pure strike over towards deep mid-wicket. Much similarity between this innings of Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow the other day, where it took them a little while just to gauge the nature and the pace of the pitch, but then there was a definitive acceleration. The infield closes as Marsh bowls. Down the pitch comes Morgan, lofting it over extra cover. He's not timed it fully. May plug in the outfield, but a long chase for David Warner over in the distance. In fact, it's Aaron Finch who's giving chase. Both stocky individuals, far away from us, but Morgan will pick up 3 well run from England, and they move to 85 for 2. So definite change.
Yeah, definite in the last couple of overs. That the 6 away to the leg side of Stoinis, and now here Morgan advancing. It's a good option for him, going up and over the infield into a lot of space over there.
Root 4 in the offside field, backward point, cover point, extra cover, who's just probably 20 yards or so from the bat and mid-off. Closing as Marsh comes in once more, close to the stumps, gets whipped away by Root off the knees to mid-wicket, where Marcus Stoinis fields. So the deep field, deep square, just in front of square, fine leg, and a third man who's just masked by one of these high-definition cameras just to our right-hand side. Great big piece of equipment just down below us. Flags flutter high above the pavilion. Lovely day in Manchester as the clouds lazily saunter by above us from left to right as we look out as Marsh bowls down the leg side, just flicks the pad of Root from full of a length and goes down to Zampa, who hurtles in from the fine leg boundary in a single taken, 86 for 2. Root 37. Well, he might have got a bit of bat on that. He's gone to 37. Morgan is 19 not out.
I think we might see some spin next over.
About that time, you get that feel.
I think he's held Zampa back, Finch, because these two players are very good against spin, but just that last over from Stoinis and getting after Mitchell Marsh, I think it's now time to introduce a bit of pace off.
Well, that's it as well, just taking on the, I don't know, it's unfair to call them occasional bowlers, but lack of pace from Marsh and Stoinis perhaps as a shorter delivery is whipped away by Morgan down towards fine leg for a single. He moves to 20 not out, and England 87 for 2. Andy.
According to the CricViz data, England had a 71% dot ball percentage in the first 20 overs, which is their highest for exactly 5 years, 13th of September 2015 against Australia. I think on this ground it was slightly higher.
Marsh, very straight run-up, well-built man, bowls back of the length and Root defends on his tiptoes out towards Maxwell at backward point, and it concludes the 22nd over. England 87 for 2. Morgan is 20 not out. Root is 37. Are there any similarities, Andy, with the innings of Bairstow in the first one-day international and Root in this one?
Yes, well, so far both struggled for a prolonged period of time. After 65 balls, they'd scored 26, both of them. Bairstow the other day. Root then hit 4.6. Bairstow got to 33 off 71, then hit 2 sixes in 3 balls off Adam Zampa. Ended up with 84 off 107, so it had what was that? Over 50 off his last 40-odd balls. So good acceleration from Bairstow the other day. England will be hoping Root can replicate that.
Absolutely. Well, he's got a cash in. He's been there a long time. 71 balls for his 37. Even though he got that lusty blow on the right knee early on in his innings, he's managed to sort of shake it off a little bit, and he seems to be running a lot more freely than he was around about 10 overs or so ago. You were right, Isha, and we're going to see our first introduction of spin. Adam Zampa, it is, the leggy, who's going to be purveying from this, the Statham end, the end we are commentating from. 4 for 55 in the first one-day international. I'll be intrigued to see how much turn he gets. This used pitch, it's been under covers for a day, and he got a decent amount of spin in the first one day, so will be intriguing.
Yeah, and these two will enjoy the challenge. Joe Morgan has spoken about 2023, playing the World Cup in India, wanting to defend their title. They need to get better at playing spin in the middle overs. These two very accomplished against spin, and I expect there'll be a few googlies to Owen Morgan.
Very much so. Right-hand, left-hand combination for Zampa to try and attack. He's got the lefty on strike first. And Owen Morgan, a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket long on, and a deep backward point for Owen Morgan. 3 in the offside ring, 2 on the leg side. That's the field for Adam Zampa. His first delivery, he comes in, tosses one up, and it does turn back into Owen Morgan. He plays it deep in the crease, so allowing to see what the ball was doing off the pitch. He turns it to square leg and he'll get off strike. A single is collected, 88 for 2, and Morgan on to 21. Field changes for the right-handed Root now. Let's see what they're going to do with Joe Root here. Lots of Australian fielders just going here, there and everywhere. They're going to put a slip in now, and Finch, the captain himself, will stand at slip. Now they've got 3 on the offside ring, 3 on the leg side, just a deep cover and a deep backward square. So there's almost encouraging Root to try and hit over the top. Let's see if he's tempted. Here's Zampa again, tosses the ball high, and Root sweeps into space. He's not connected well, but might pick up a second run here. Throw comes in from the deep, a good one, or a hard one, I should say. The throw was a little awry from Marnus Labuschagne, but England comfortably home for a second. 90 for 2, but they don't want to see Root sweeping, they want to see him driving.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's an option for him. He's happy to play all sorts of sweeps to the leg spinner.
90 for 2, Root on 39 not out. Zampa twirls his arms, tosses it up, edge caught at slip. That's what they wanted, that's what they got. Adam Zampa strikes, and the Test captain has to depart, tempting him to drive. And he was lured in by a little bit of extra flight, a hint of turn as well, and a sharp catch to his right-hand side by Aaron Finch, the captain. And it's the end of Joe Root. England at 90 for 3.
Tell you what, that was a perfect delivery. It's what you were talking about, Charles. Holding it slightly fuller. The angle was in towards the line of off stump. Looked to drive through the covers. And a bit of spin off the surface. The perfect delivery. So Joe Root has to go, having battled hard in the middle for 39 from 73 deliveries, 90 for 3 England.
It's a really clever bit of bowling as well. Excellent field setting, making sure the batsman knew as well what they were trying. I mean, game of cat and mouse between the pair of them, but it really is excellent work from Australia, and they've extracted Root, and he was there for a long time. 73 deliveries for his 39.
And the other thing that was good, that deep cover was actually quite square. So he's encouraged to play a lot straighter. He wants to beat that extra cover fielder to his left, that the fielder's left. And so that's why he just opened the face ever so slightly, but wants to play it as straight as possible so he can get it out there. A massive wicket. You would say that these two were building nicely. They weren't panicking. I know they'd struggled to get off strike and rotate, but you just sense that they were building something. And so now, Jos Buttler out in the middle, averaging 40 in one-day cricket. Be disappointed by the way he was dismissed in that last game, looking to advance to Adam Zampa and got caught at long off. I think he'll be a little bit more circumspect at the moment, having 3 wickets, England being 3 wickets down inside the 23rd over.
It is Buttler who scrapes away a little bit of debris from the pitch and surveys the team around him. So good low catch from Aaron Finch, reactionary one, and so Zampa has someone new to play with. And again, the field just being adjusted for Buttler. The slip will stay in place. Morgan, helmet off, just going down to converse with Buttler. I think he actually just nipped off to get a drink or something. Did the England one-day captain, shirt slightly untucked. As he goes to pick up his bat at the non-striker's end in his helmet, and Buttler is ready. So there's a deep backward point for Jos Buttler then, the right-handed to Zampa, and a deep square. Here's Zampa's first delivery, tossing it up to Buttler, connects very cleanly as he bumps it out to mid-on, and there is no run. He's also got a long off. David Warner down there, just seeing him patrolling underneath the balcony in front of us. Zampa spins himself a catch. Little towel protruding from the back of his trousers, flapping around as he makes his way in, bowls, and across the line goes Buttler. It was full of length, though. No discernible turn from that length, and he manages to squeeze it out to deep backward square for his first run of the afternoon. And England move to 91 for 3. Critical stage, like you said, Isha, is just holding Zampa back, but striking so early just puts the onus back on England and the pressure. So much how dearly they'd like to remove the England captain now, get 2 new batsmen at the crease, and then start to squeeze. Zampa past to umpire Saggers, bowls an orthodox leg spinner which turns slowly into the left-hander. And he just plays it out to square leg and decides against a run. So a successful start for Adam Zampa, 4 runs conceded, and the wicket of Joe Root, 23 overs gone, 91 for 3.
I'm interested to see how Jos Buttler finds this wicket. Usually, or in the past we've seen with England, all the other batters seem to struggle, and then he comes out and just plays lovely flowing cover drives. He just manages to find the pace of the wicket so very easily. But I'm interested to see how he goes here. Mitchell Marsh will continue from the James Anderson end.
Joe Root has not scored a half-century in his last 9 innings in ODI cricket. That ties his longest run of his career without a half-century, and that was back in 2013 and 2014. His last half-century was in the World Cup defeat to Sri Lanka. He did have a 49 not out against Australia in that semi-final. But to put that in context, in his previous 80 innings before that, this recent 9-inning sequence, I'll finish this after Marsh's delivery.
And he starts again from the Anderson end towards as he comes, and Jos Buttler just works this off his hip, just with almost like a tennis player with a drop shot, just taking the pace out of the ball, trying to see if there was 2 available, but got the angle slightly wrong. Stoinis was converging on the ball very swiftly as well. So just a single for Butler. He moves to 2, and England 92 for 3. Continue, Andy.
In 80 innings from the end of the 2015 World Cup up until that Sri Lanka game in last year's World Cup, he'd reached 50 37 times, 12 of which he converted into hundreds, averaged 60 with a strike rate of 91.
Morgan, batter loft, slightly open stance as Marsh bowls and driven hard by Morgan, but only finds the fielder at short extra cover. And there is no run. Pat Cummins is there, big old fielder at extra cover. Big fast bowler. Quite the wingspan on him if the ball was to go a couple of yards either side, he'd probably collect. Just a reminder that you can watch video clips of the highlights throughout the day on the BBC Sport website and app. BBC Two highlights are on at 11:50 this evening, or available anytime on the iPlayer. A short delivery from Marsh gets pulled by Owen Morgan, pivots around on his back foot as he plays the shot out to deep square. It goes for another single, 93 for 3, and that's the 24th over. Remember, England winning the toss, electing to bat first. Wood, who has a niggle. We don't know what it's a niggle of, though, do we? He was just told he had a niggle. The mind boggles as to what he's niggled.
Yeah, it could be anything though, to be fair.
Well, it could.
Fast bowler.
Here comes Marsh again towards us, and Butler just across his stumps flicks it away wristily down towards fine leg for a single. 94 for 3. Butler moves to 3 not out. Moeen Ali left out as well, and 2 Currans, Tom and Sam, into the England side. Australia unchanged from the side that won that first one-day international.
I did wonder if they might bring Ashton Agar into the lineup, but hearing from Owen Morgan at the top, he was saying that finger spin probably wasn't as effective on this wicket as wrist spin.
Marsh bowls and lofted extra cover drive from Morgan. Really firmly punched, just in the Morgan arc. It's amazing his hand speed as well. A lot of bottom hand in that extra cover drive, manoeuvring the ball and lofting it over short extra, and it brings him a boundary in England, 98 for 3.
And to be fair to him, any shot that he has played, he's timed pretty well in this innings. It's just sometimes he's found the fielders. He's got himself in here, the captain, and now ready to strike if a loose ball presents itself.
Morgan is 26 not out. Eyes firmly focused on Marsh, who comes towards him and defends out into the offside, but he'll get it past extra cover out towards a wide long off, and he'll pick up a single. And the end of the 24th over, so England 99 for 3. Morgan is 27, keeps the strike at the end of the over. Butler is 3.
I just love the way he breaks his wrists on that shot, Owen Morgan. Anything outside the off stump, he's looking to smack away to the offside. The cover drive is so pure that he just breaks his wrists as he plays it up and over extra cover. And I mean, I think in the last couple of years he's been hitting it harder than he's ever hit it before. He doesn't think so. He just thinks he's putting away the bad ball a little bit more. But honestly, that knock against Afghanistan here last year, where he scored the record number of sixes, I genuinely think he's hitting the ball harder than ever before.
Yeah, that was a blistering knock, wasn't it? Here's Zampa then, into his second over. Comes towards Morgan. A low full toss is, well, clothed really. He didn't get hold of that at all, and goes out to Mitchell Marsh at mid-off. Vitality T20 blast all over the country today, bringing some scores in a second as Zampa, number 88 on his back, that shock of blonde hair, just a little lengthy at the neck, and a reverse sweep is played by Morgan and played well. Go down towards the third man boundary for 4. Again, we talk about fast hands, innovative shots, but Adam Zampa was slightly full of length, but Morgan had decided early doors what his choice of shot was going to be, and it's a productive one. It also brings up the England 100, 103 for 3.
Yeah, one of the best players of spin, Owen Morgan. Comes right out in front, lunges forwards, gets his head right over the ball to play that reverse. Plays it fine enough to beat that fielder.
Zampa, his response is to bowl a full delivery, shouts of catch, in vain, because it's 4 runs. Again, it's a lofted extra cover drive, and you can just see that Owen Morgan doesn't want Adam Zampa to dictate proceedings here, especially when it could be argued that conditions are in Zampa's favour. Morgan has gone on the offensive. Consecutive boundaries, 107 for 3.
And it's almost, you see with the best players, they almost know what's coming next. It was a googly and he played with the spin, but I almost sense that he knew that he was going to bowl that ball after the reverse.
What's next? One that's a good length delivery. I think it might have even been a toppy from Adam Zampa. It hurries onto the bat of Morgan, who edges it to third man, and there is no run.
Such an incredible quality and skill to have, and that comes with experience. Just knowing what's going to be bowled next.
Zampa again trots in, full of length, gets driven back towards the bowler, who fields with both hands in his follow-through. No Alice band on the head of Adam Zampa. He's decided against it. Maybe he's just had a little trim. Feels that he doesn't require one. Final ball of the 25th over is defended by Owen Morgan just outside of the off stump, and there is no run. So Morgan 35 from 44 deliveries. Butler is 3 not out from 4, and England at the halfway stage of their innings after winning the toss and electing to bat are 107 for 3. Some more from you, Ishigua, and then Adam Collins will come in for me.
I can't believe it's over already, Daggers. I didn't even get a chance to ask you about your bass playing. Maybe I'll get a chance later on. Practicing hard yesterday in the Red Rose Suite with Henry Moran, who, the semi-final of the World Cup, got up on stage with one of those cricket guitars and dazzled us all at the halfway stage. There's a proper shredder on the guitar, Henry Moran.
That was such a big part of the World Cup experience, weren't they? The cricketarist, I think.
Yes, that's right.
They prompted strong views. Pat Cummins starting a fresh over from the pavilion end, bowling here and beating Butler with an off-pace delivery that bounces a couple of times before reaching Alex Carey. It remains at 107 for 3. We're into the second half of the England innings.
That's one way of putting it. Prompted strong views.
I'm trying to be diplomatic. It kind of grew on...
I liked it.
It grew on me as the tournament moved on.
Fact.
I like that you could draw one strong theme. Whenever Foo Fighters Everlong was played, that was the surefire sign that the game was won. And in the World Cup final, it got blasted out with about 3 overs to go when you thought New Zealand were home.
And My Hero.
Yes, that's right as well.
Chris Woakes walking out to bat.
Here's Cummins bowling to Butler, who pushes to mid-wicket. No run there.
I remember that distinctly, actually, because I remember watching Chris Woakes walk out to bat in front of a packed pavilion, and I thought to myself, when would you ever see this at the home of cricket at Lords? Just an incredible buzz, an incredible atmosphere, but a batsman walking out to the Foo Fighters, it was just amazing.
And some of the guitar players were considerably better than the others. And I was wondering whether it was a competitive process for the finals. Evidently not. As Cummins arrives at the crease and bowls to Butler. Oh, shout for leg before, and that's gone. No doubt there from umpire Goff. The finger straight up. Butler's reviewing. He consulted his captain Morgan first, but 107 for 3 might be 107 for 4. We're going to go through the process.
LBW, original decision is out. We've got a fair delivery, sir. Can we have a look at front on, please?
They look pretty good.
So what's that? Let's talk us through the first replay, Isha.
Well, they'll be looking at if there's any bat involved, nips off the pitch, hits him on the back pad.
Close to the inside edge, but can we have a look at ultra edge, please?
It's a good length delivery outside the off stump. It comes back in, hits him in the line of off stump.
Ball going past.
It's going to come down to ultra edge.
Okay. We can go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Yeah, there's no bat involved. Ultra edge has told us that.
So 1 red, 2 reds, umpire's call, flicking the bails, and Josh Butler is gone. Pat Cummins has got the important breakthrough.
You're on screen now.
Butler's out, leg before wicket for 3. That decision upheld by umpire Richard Illingworth in the third umpire chair. Umpire Goff puts his finger up for a second time, and Butler has to depart. 3 from 7 balls. England 107 for 4 halfway through the 26th over. Pat Cummins, the ever reliable Pat Cummins, gets himself into the book.
Well, it was a brilliant move from Aaron Finch to bring him back into the attack. Mitchell Marsh had been operating from that James Anderson end. You could just sense Josh Butler was getting the hang of him, and Pat Cummins has been so difficult to play on this wicket, just off a good length. There's been a bit of nibble, and another one goes from an England point of view. So out strides Sam Billings, having scored his maiden century the other night here at Old Trafford.
Yeah, Billings has made 250 runs in 4 one-day international innings throughout the course of this summer, out only twice as Isha Guha. departs. We'll have a chat to her later on in the England innings. Billings in fabulous form, 118 from 110 balls on Friday night, and his
It's
ultimate.
the first wicket Australia have taken in this series without the assistance of fielders. They've had a run out and 11 catches before, so the first time an unassisted wicket for a bowler.
Lovely work there from you, Andy, as I welcome back Michael Vaughan. Hello.
Good afternoon. Yeah, you feel it's the kind of pitch that you need to be in good form to be batting on it. There's certainly plenty out there. There's a bit of inconsistent bounce. Seen that ball there that's just got Josh Buttler nipped back onto the stumps.
Well, 2 balls before it was the off-pace delivery that bounced twice before reaching Carey, and then Cummins with the more traditional off-cutter beating the inside edge rather at serious pace. So Finch did well to get 2 overs out of Stoinis and 6 out of Marsh, so 8 out of their essentially 6 bowler. He's got options here. Can really ring the changes through the second half of the innings. Cummins on the way here to Billings, his first ball. He delivers and Billings pushes into the onside. No is the call. It stays at 107 for 4.
Yeah, I thought the captaincy from Aaron Finch to get rid of Joe Root was magnificent. To only have 2 fielders outside the circle when you think you've got a player that's been out there for over an hour. He was on 39 and he just squeezed. He put himself at first slip and he forced Joe Root into playing that drive. It was magnificent. Cabs, he's doing it again. Obviously, Billings has just arrived, but he puts the squeeze on consistently in white ball cricket.
Cummins from the pavilion end hides the ball before he delivers it. Billings tries to use the pace and deflect the third man, but Glenn Maxwell's at backward point. No run again. Yeah, we saw Zampa held back till the 23rd over. There wouldn't be many instances where Zampa doesn't get a chance in that first 20. They used the part-time medium pace of Marsh and Stoinis before turning to Zampa, and for the second consecutive one-day international, he gets a wicket in his first over.
It was clever stuff. It was a great catch. Good numbers for Sam Billings this summer. 67 not out, 46 not out against Ireland, 19, 118 in the first ODI here on Friday night. He's having a good summer.
Yeah, 250 runs in 4 innings, out just twice. Cummins bowling to Billings to complete his over, driving nicely, but won't get any further than the captain Aaron Finch at mid-on. The end of a successful over from Patrick Cummins. Indeed, that's a wicket maiden. 107 for 4. Cummins has 1 for 15 from his 5. And Buttler was the man walking off for 3 when his inside edge was beaten. That's the 4th wicket to go. Bairstow was out for a duck from the bowling of Stark. Roy was run out by Marcus Stoinis for 21. And Joe Root, as you mentioned before, Vaughan, was out for 39 from 73 balls from the bowling of Adam Zampa, caught by Aaron Finch. And then Buttler, the 4th to go.
Have the Curran brothers ever batted together? I'm just looking at the order with Wokes to come in next, Sam Curran, then Tom Curran.
I'll check that. I know this, as I said earlier on, this is the 8th time they've played together, but first time in England. But I'll see if they've had a partnership for England.
So Adam Zampa bowling from in front of us at the Statham end, his 3rd over. Delivers here to the captain Morgan, who lunges forward and pushes to point, takes 1. That's Stark doing the work on the circle. Easy to rotate the strike there, given he's, well, they said he's fully fit, but they don't want to see him running from side to side as the sweeper, so perhaps it's the running more than the bowling, doing that work on the field that's been his problem. 108 for 4.
Yeah, this is, again, look at Finch here. He's just going to try and squeeze Sam Billings, just the cover point behind square on the boundary. Square leg on the boundary, about 2 or 3 yards behind square, so every other fielder's in the circle and himself at first slip. So the captains just kind of still spread the field when a new batsman comes out there. Finch is one of the few that puts the squeeze on.
Zampa here to Billings over the wicket. It's flat, not far away from catching Billings on the crease. In the end, defended down the strip, no run. We've seen Zampa really attack those stumps over the last couple of years since getting back into the one-day international team. Stock delivery, a top spinner. Arrives at the crease. This is wider. Billings driving through cover. Good diving stop there from David Warner, keeping it to 1 on the edge of the circle. 109 for 4. Billings is off the mark with that single.
Yeah, you always start looking at, what's going to be a competitive score. And this kind of wicket, I reckon anything 225 plus won't be an easy chase.
Yeah, we've seen the average first innings score here before the series for the previous 10 one-day internationals was 287. Zampa over the wicket to Morgan, pushing back to the bowler. Another good dot ball for Australia. But yes, of course, a used pitch. Different circumstances in 2020 with the surface being so different to what we expect here in a one-day international at Old Trafford. Australia made 294 for 8 on Friday, so slightly above par on that metric. Zampa again to Morgan on leg stump. Turning to short fine leg, gets himself a single. Aaron Finch doing the fielding. 110 for 4. Morgan moves on to 37. So yeah, 225, 250 at a push would...
Well, I think 250 would be... I think if you said to Owen Morgan, now can you have 250, you'd grab your hands quickly.
Although we do know that they don't seem to get worried about losing wickets, even on Friday night when it was Billings and Bairstow doing the tidy-up job and the patch-up job. They really did go up the gears in that final 15 overs. Zampa bowls here, it's full. Billings down to mid-on, Wade-on's the call. They don't get a single. The end of 27 overs, just 3 from Zampa there. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 15. Morgan's on 37, Billings on 1. England 110 for 4 after 27.
Yeah, I guess, you start talking 225 plus.
Yeah.
I think they've got to be careful. If they lose another couple here, it could be a 160 score if they're not, on it, not prepared just to see it through a little bit. It's not the kind of wicket you feel that you can just go out there and blast it. It's a little bit like an old-fashioned one-day game where you just try and get a number that you feel you might be able to defend later on. But you go out trying to play all sorts of shots on this kind of wicket too soon, it just looks like the kind of pitch that you'll get out on.
Yeah, we had one of those here 2 years ago, didn't we, where Australia were all out for 205 and just about defended it. Then Joss Buttler decided to play one of the all-time great one-day innings from nowhere when England had lost their entire top order. Cummins around the wicket here to Morgan, starting a new over, pushed into the onside, no run. Andy Zaltzman.
The Currans have had one partnership together for England. It was in a T20 game in Nelson in November of 2019. It was a partnership of 1 from 2 balls before Sam was out for 2.
Thank you, Andy. Well, we said it a lot last year, Vaughan, during the World Cup, that sometimes setting 240 can make for a very entertaining one-day international. We saw a number of games in and around that mark. Not what we were necessarily expecting coming into the tournament. Cummins arrives at the crease and bowls to Morgan, who pushes straight and does well enough to beat Cummins in his follow-through. That'll run down to the rope in front of the pavilion. Morgan moves into the 40s. He's 41 from 49 balls. England 114 for 4.
Sometimes you can blame the fielder for an error, but this time it's Pat Cummins, the bowler, that bowls it and the fielder that misses it. It's one that he should really have stopped. The outfield's so quick.
That's 2 misfields from Cummins today. I think he's misfielded twice in his entire life.
He's had a late night.
Andy again.
I make it 15 runs from misfields, 3 fours, a 2 and a 1.
Yeah, Aaron Finch won't be thrilled about that. So we're just having a brief delay as 2 new bats are run out to Morgan. I didn't think he hit it that hard to break his bat, but there we go. Not the first time today we've seen bats run out, but Joe Root might have done a bit of damage to one of his blades. I don't know how he managed that, really, Root, given how he batted earlier, but so be it.
Not too sure Joe enjoyed his innings too much today.
No, after smacking a ball onto his knee early on, didn't get much better than that. Cummins again to Morgan, who hooks nicely, but straight down to deep backward square on the bounce. Marnus Labuschagne sweeping out there. It's a single, 115 for 4. We're halfway through the 28th over. Morgan's 42. Yeah, we came into the World Cup last year talking about England. Can they break 500? Can they be the first team to do it in a one-day international? Remember, Virat Kohli was probed on that question before the tournament. Will it be England that go to 500 first, or will it be you? And in the end, the pitches didn't really allow for that kind of cricket. Cummins will operate over the wicket to Billings. He bowls here. Billings beaten on the inside edge. Again, that little off-cutter off the seam.
Yeah, usually in one-day cricket, that run down to third man is quite a relatively low-risk option. Whereas today, because of the lack of bounce, the odd ball nipping back onto the stumps for the right-handers, it's looked a real difficult stroke to play. It almost looked like every time a player has tried it, it looks like he was going to get out. Yeah. The ones that have had success, I mean, Morgan hit the ball in the V. Kind of shown the full face of the bat towards the ball.
Yeah, it's a scrambled seam from that previous delivery. That's how Cummins is banging it into Billings. Goes getting here. It's a short ball. He hooks it out towards deep backward square for another single to Marcus Stoinis. So 1 ball to come in the 28th over. England 116 for 4. Billings is on 2. where they like Cummins coming in, bowling in these middle overs. That wasn't far away at all from smashing umpire Saggers there.
Yeah, it's good work. Megs, he just managed to jump in the air, didn't he, and just get the ball through his legs.
He would have had the fear of God in him for about half a second there as the ball was heading towards his, well, shall we say, midriff. Cummins to complete the over. Over the wicket now to Morgan, changing up. It's on his hip, pushing into the onside. There'll be no single there. So Cummins has bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21. But as I mentioned before, Varney, with the score 116 for 4 after 28, with 22 to go, Finch has options because he's been able to extract 8 overs from his 6th bowler.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he's worked his bowling unit nicely so far. I don't think it's a difficult pitch to captain on because it's doing so much. But it's his field sayings that have been really impressive. Really is trying to force it. I think he's realised that it's a hard wicket to play the big strokes on, so he's continuously putting this squeeze on to try and force England into playing the big stroke.
So if England go at a run a ball from here, they'll make 248. As Adam Zampa has bowled 3 overs so far, going at 5s, 1 for 15. Starting again here to Billings on 2. On leg stump, tries to turn it round the corner, but Mitchell Starc is racing around on the 45 on the edge of the circle, making sure there'll be no run there. A reminder, you can watch video clips of highlights throughout the day on the BBC Sport website and app. And the highlights are on BBC 2 at 11:50 this evening, or available to watch at your leisure on the iPlayer. Zampa bowls, Billings using his feet, pushing to mid-on. Wants a quick single, sent back by Morgan, and rightly so. That would have been calamitous. Dot ball, 116 for 4, but that pressure building again, Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, the skipper just gives Sam Billings a little stare there. Last thing England need is another run out. The 2 players that have looked like they've kind of worked out the wicket the quickest has been Owen Morgan and Jason Roy. Jason Roy was burnt by Joe Root.
I'm not sure they want to be taking on the fielders inside the circle. Glenn Maxwell at short cover. Pat Cummins, granted, he's misfielded a couple of times today, but he's at short mid-wicket. We're having a review for the run-outs. So the throw was on target. Billings was seemingly well back from our angle, but lackadaisical in terms of the way that he stopped and put his bat in the line. Oh, his bat stopped. I'll tell you what, that is closer than we thought, because Billings...
Just rock that back, please, Mark.
Tried to slide his bat in. It got stuck.
Okay, foot is
he
down.
realised it was stuck, and he went with his foot to get the heel down. Now, had that been a direct hit, he was gone.
Bell's removed now. Okay, we can load on the big screen.
His bat got stuck in the kind of dust.
Okay, we go again. Some ugly cricket. Zampa once more to Billings. Bowling with a slip now. He defends into the onside, no run.
Yeah, that was one of those that, fortunately for Sam Billings, he managed to get away with it.
So they're sending long off back. David Warner doing the work beneath us here. Broadcast end. Will Billings adjust? Zampa bowls. He sweeps straight out to the sweeper at deep backward square. That's Marnus Labuschagne. Billings is 3 from 12 balls. England 117 for 4 with a couple of balls to come in the 29th.
Yeah, there's been a lot of dot balls because there's no pace to manoeuvre it into the gaps, and also because of these fields that Aaron Finch has been setting.
So 4 out, 3 on the leg side as Zampa bowls to Morgan. On leg stump. Oh, shout for leg before. It's the wrong one. He's gone past the edge. It's turned down by umpire Saggers. Your first impression, Varney, as we see whether Finch goes upstairs, he will.
It looked close. I mean, he's gone for it straight away.
TV umpire to director. We've got a
height, maybe.
Player review.
Maybe
for
pitch
LBW.
outside leg
Original
stump.
Decision is not out.
Was that Zampa wrong'un?
Front on, as it's a fair delivery.
Talk us through the first replay, Varney. Out or not out? Here it comes.
I think it's going to be on
doesn't appear
where
to
it
be,
pitches. Does it pitch in line with the stumps?
But can we have a look at ultra edge, please?
I don't think height would be an issue.
Okay, we've got a flat line. Ball's going past the inside edge.
So no ultra edge.
Pad.
Or should I say no spike on ultra edge?
Please.
Here we go. It is Pitching in line, hitting in line, and it is out.
Hitting the wicket.
That is a fantastic review from Aaron Finch. A brilliant piece of bowling from the leg spinner Adam Zampa. Owen Morgan is gone. England 117 for 5. A big moment in this game of cricket, Michael Vaughan.
Ooh, that's a huge moment. Brilliant bowling to bamboozle a player that's in. A player that plays spins so well. Just looking at it, it looks like it's the googlet, but it doesn't go the other way. It goes like a leg spinner. So you can understand why Owen Morgan's played it for the line, because he was expecting it to spin away from him, and it ends up coming back into the pad and traps him underneath that knee roll. Good review.
So Morgan's gone for 42 from 52 deliveries. The fall of wicket is 117 for 5, but we say it all the time, don't we? The use of DRS is becoming increasingly a massive part of international cricket. Of course, the additional review in these one-day internationals, normally 1, in this series 2, which has been the custom throughout the summer of 2020 behind closed doors with local umpires, although I would note that they're normally local umpires in one-days anyway.
Yes,
I digress. Yes. We've seen some stinking reviews as a result, but that was a beauty.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking 225, 250. England have just got to be careful here that they don't get bowled out for 160, 170. I mean, Aaron Finch will be aggressive. He'll try and force the big strokes. He'll put fielders in catching positions, generally what he does do, and he'll try and hunt down England to bowl them out.
As Chris Wokes walks to the middle with the score 117 for 5 after the Morgan dismissal. I'll pass to Andy Zaltzman, a couple of words from him, then it'll be Michael Vaughan, then it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
Adam Zampa in this series now 6 for 71 from 13.5 overs. He'd played 5 times against England before and taken 2 for 267 in 44.2. That was rather better this time. Hello, Aggers.
That looked out, I have to say, from behind, sitting in our little off-duty room next door. Surprised it wasn't given out at the time, because it just looked absolutely plumb. 117 for 5 with a ball to go in the 29th over, and England in trouble. Chris Wokes has appeared at number 7. There's the Curran brothers to come. But, a little bit after that, Archer and co, but this is obviously a very important partnership now. Billings, who played so well for his first century the other night, well, he's faced 12 balls for 3. And looking at the replay of that, I don't know if you saw it, Michael, but definitely took a little piece of the pitch as well. So, I don't know, 230, 240. You think that?
I think they'll do well to get to that.
Well, they'll do well to get there, yes.
Look at this now. He's got silly point, a slip. It's aggressive, Aaron Finch.
I was thinking more of a sort of defendable total, but
yeah, if you get, I think anything over 200 is going to be hard for Australia to chase. It's certainly doing enough for England to fancy the chances, but they've got to try and get to that 200. That looks the most difficult aspect at this stage.
So the last ball of the over, it's Wokes' first delivery. There's a silly point there as well. Zampa moves in bowl strip and he plays that off the front foot quite securely, and Zampa walks across the pitch and picks it up, and he'll be very pleased with that. He's taken 2 for 16 now from 4 overs, and looking at the way it's behaving, you wonder whether they were right to leave Moeen out, but they've gone for the option of the slower balls and the variations that the 2 Currans both have, and that's what England think is going to help them to win this game today.
Generally, Aggers, that the finger spinners that can only spin it one way, they all feel that there's a likelihood that they can be targeted. They like spinners that can take it either way. The leg spinners are becoming more and more important. And seamers with all the tricks. You've looked at Mitchell Marsh. He's now big bowl, 6 overs for
26.
26, 6 overs for 26. Mitchell Marsh, and he's kind of Stoiner's got hit a bit, but his bowl stump to stump. It's so difficult to hit.
Cummins now bowls on the off stump. Billings goes back and plays this first ball almost straight up the pitch. And it's fielded at mid-on by Finch. And there's no run. So 117 for 5. And no batsman really has timed the ball at all today. So that's a little more than just coincidence. There must be a little bit of something going on out there that's not instantly detectable from so far away. But the fact that all the batsmen have struggled. 117 for 5, Billings on 3. Cummins with no slips anymore, moves in, bowls to him, he defends the ball on off stump. This time it goes just fractions to the offside of straight. So he's playing with a beautifully straight bat. And again, Finch is the fielder. 117 for 5 on this beautiful afternoon. Almost entirely clear now. The light blue sky. These small white clouds around, but still quite a stiff breeze, looking at the flags at least anyway. Fluttering away busily there on top of the pavilion. Behind Cummins, who's running in vigorously once again. Here he comes over the wicket and he bowls on the off stump. Now, did that keep low? Certainly Billings suggested that it did. He played that very, very crouched position. He's got a big smile on his face. And there was an ooh and an ah from the Australians until we see a replay. Yeah, kept fairly low. But batsmen tend to make it look worse.
Well, he played it up that, didn't he? He kept it a little bit low and then he went lower and lower.
Yeah.
By the time you've seen him finish his shot, you feel that it just rolled along the deck.
Again, it's a sign that England won't mind necessarily. I'm seeing that. Here's Cummins, bowls, and Billings forward. Wants a single, but it's not there. So Warner's rushing in there from cover. 117 for 5.
I like these low scorers, I guess. I like it's a bit of an old-fashioned one-day game, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
180, 200 could be enough. England will have to be very aggressive in the field with their field settings. They're not going to be able to allow Australia to kind of just knock the singles easily. I like games like this.
Yeah, every mistake could be fatal as far as the fielding side is concerned. At least in comes Cummins, bowls, and again looking for third man, but can't beat Maxwell charging in there at backward point.
But that's an indication of the pitch. It's so difficult just to kind of just let the ball hit the bat and you run it down to third man. He tried it on that occasion, but there's no pace on it.
No.
So it's very difficult to just get the singles. But if you try and take the big shot on, it's a likelihood that you're going to get out, particularly early in an innings. It was so important that Owen Morgan batted through.
Terrific over. This one from Cummins. Up he comes once more, rushes in, bowls to Billings, who hits up very firmly, but straight to Finch on the edge of the circle. And that is the end of the over. It felt like a maiden, and it was a maiden. 117 for 5. 20 overs to go in this England innings. Wokes yet to score. He's only faced one ball. Billings has 3. Roy's out for 21. Direct hit from Stoinis, who was run out. Bairstow before that was caught behind. A good delivery from Stark. It just moved away a little, took the edge. A duck for Bairstow. Root had all sorts of trouble getting himself going. Eventually was caught by Finch. That was a good catch. 2 off Zampa for 39 off 73 balls. Butler was LBW to Cummings for 3, and Morgan LBW to Zampa for 42.
I've just had a text from my dad's watching my lad play today, and he's just sent me a text saying he'd just been given out run out by one of his teammates, proper cricket where you have to umpire, and now he's umpiring himself. It's proper cricket, that, isn't it?
That's excellent. Zampa over the wicket, bowls a wrong one, which is played away into the leg side by Wokes. To mid-wicket it goes. Did he get any, do we know?
He got a few, but
good.
It was his mate to give him out, and now he's at square leg having to umpire.
Oh dear.
No doubt in flip-flops or something.
Yep. Zampa bowls. Wokes looking for his first run, pushes that into the offside to the left of the fielder at extra cover. Maxwell, but can't get it through. It was a lovely day for playing cricket today. I'm sure lots of people are enjoying it. That'd be perfect in this part of the world, at least. 117 for 5, Zampa. Balls. Oh, he hits him on the pad. He loves that, says Zampa, but he's appealing for leg before wicket's been given not out.
Inside edge.
He must have nicked it, because it's right back on his stumps. And Wokes has got a smile on his face. And I think Finch is just checking there. Is it slip? He's got his hands above his head, sort of shade his eyes from the sun, I think. He's making sure that the bowler's happy about that. Well, he hasn't reviewed it. 117 for 5. Zampa bowls, skidding through again, pushed out to mid-wicket. Well, Saggers has made 2 decisions so far. He gave one out that was overruled to be not out, and they gave one not out which was overruled to be out, but he detected the big inside edge there. 117 for 5. Finch rolls up his sleeves there at slip, now crouches as Zampa moves in, bowls full this time. Wokes drives it to Maxwell at cover. Now Warner's backpedaling here at mid-off. Coming out to the boundary just below us. 117 for 5, the last ball of the over. Have consecutive maidens, could we? In goes Zampa, bowls, and Wokes. Oh, there's a misfield from Zampa, a really poor one. And that allows Wokes to get a single. That's the only run off the over, but there will be moments today where Australia's ground fielding has been really poor.
They have been poor. I mean, 118, it doesn't sound many, but it really should be around 100.
Absolutely, and that's no exaggeration.
No, it's not. They've let 3 or 4 go straight through the hands, very un-Australian-like. They usually, I mean, the high balls that they took in the game on Friday night, they made some very difficult catches look very easy. And you generally feel with Australia that no matter what happens in the game situation, the fielding and the catching is usually of a very high standard. Well, today with their ground fielding, it's been very off game for them.
It really has. It's funny how it's infectious. And that once one, I mean, it would come in, set the tone, and like the third over, that one straight through his legs at mid-on for 4. And there's been mistake after mistake ever since. 118 for 5. Hazelwood's back.
Just what you want to see, isn't it?
None for 19. He's got 4 overs left. Shoulders rocking. He's on his way, and he bowls to Wokes, who drives the first ball pleasantly to mid-off. Can't beat the fielder though. And although they had a horrible return to the wicket-keeper, and the fielder there apologises. That's probably Cummins again. I think he's having one of those days out there. Horrible throw. An extra man comes into the offside, so there's 4 in the offside circle. 2 in the leg, deep square leg, fine leg, third man. Hazelwood again. Past the umpires there now, and he bowls. Oh, that was straight over Wokes' wicket, and now Carey doesn't stop that clean. That was a slower ball. Well, I'll say that actually, it's showing 83 on there. Perhaps it wasn't a slow ball, it just stopped. It certainly bounced in front of the keeper the second time. Maybe that's a real indication of what the pitch is like. A normal speed delivery, but from up here it behaved like a slower ball.
Yeah, the problem, you know, because Australia will bat second, I mean, you feel that the Aussies will just target those first 10 overs.
Hazelwood comes in, bowls on the leg stump, turned away to mid-wicket, and that's a good stop. Fine diving save from Marsh, and listen to that noise. The Australians, they know they've been below par in the field, and that was a good save. And suddenly you hear all the noise.
Did you notice the Australians yesterday? They had one of those walk around the pitches days. Yeah, just with their shoes and socks off.
They did.
It was to find the earth again.
Yes, they did that before the semi-final of the World Cup.
Yeah, it didn't work in the World Cup, but
no, it didn't. But
it worked today.
They
find the
earth. Did. They walked all the way around several times barefoot. 118 for 5. And here's Hazelwood bowling, and that's driven. That's a handsome stroke. One of the shots of the day from Chris Wokes. A length ball, a little bit of width. He's timed that beautifully. And it is the Wokes shot. We like his cover drive. He plays it well. But that was not a half volley.
No, it's just that width.
Yeah.
Again, it sat up, didn't it?
Yep.
It didn't kind of skid on like you generally get. It just sits in the surface. Yeah, this is exactly where he wants it. Just feeds him. We saw that in the test against Pakistan.
Beautiful stroke. Hazelwood over the wicket, moves in, bowls on the off stump. Now that might have kept rather low. Certainly Wokes, again, the body language suggests that that's the case.
Why do you try and find the earth, Jonathan? Just get out there and...
It made a lot of difference to me.
Help you banjo in and strum in there?
I think it needs more than finding the earth for that. Unfortunately. It's a funny old thing though, isn't it? Funny business that.
Yeah, I'm going to research that.
But particularly as it absolutely backfired horribly in the semi-final. They got hammered, didn't they?
What do you think that they're thinking it actually does to them though?
I have no idea. No idea at all. Here's Hazelwood. Bowls and Wokes drives that. It's gone in the air, but bounces twice before reaching Finch at mid-on to end that over. 122 for 5. We've got a low-scoring game here at Old Trafford. Unless something remarkable happens, but it's difficult to see where that's likely to come from. The way that the ball is behaving, very two-paced. We've seen a couple of balls there keep low. 122 for 5. There's 18 overs to go, but we like low-scoring games because they do create their own tension. And you're right, I'm sure the Aussies will come out and try and blow a hole in it, won't they, in that first
they
power
could do,
play.
yeah. Zoltz, you've got something.
On Adam Zampa, 2 wickets today, Joe Root and Owen Morgan. I mentioned he'd struggled against England before this series, and Root against leg spin in ODI cricket had an amazing record before today.
Let's watch Zampa bowl to Billings, who's on 3 from 18 balls, and Zampa moves in, bowls to him, and he drives to get a single down the ground to Warner, who picks up cleanly, throws on the run.
According to the Cricinfo data, Root before today had scored 643 runs off 677 balls and only been out 6 times, so averaged 107 against leg spin. Morgan averaged 44 with a strike rate of 109 against leg spin, so 2 fine players of that genre that Zampa's dismissed today.
He goes against scurrying up and bowls, getting googly at turns quite sharply.
You pick that.
And Wokeson, he was giving himself a little bit of room there to get through the offside. To his horror, he saw it come spinning back at him. So a rather hurried and ugly defensive shot ensued just to keep the ball out. He doesn't bowl many leg spinners. He bowls a lot of googlies. That's clipped away down to mid-on.
I'm going to ask people out there to get in contact with us and with me if there's any research into walking around the outfield with your shoes and socks off works.
Well,
the evidence, face bowlers.
Evidence of what we've seen last year, it didn't.
What does it do for you? Please let us know.
But they were sort of ridiculed in a way for it. I'm surprised they've done it again. Zampa bowls a low full toss, and that's 4. And that was absolutely crucial in these low-scoring games. You get a poor ball like that, you've got to hit it for 4.
Yeah, you know, it's early in the game, really, and you just feel any small 30 or 40 run partnership is going to be absolutely crucial. If England can just muster a partnership and get towards those last 10 overs with 5 wickets in hand, even if they're just 170, 180 with 10 overs to go.
Zampa again, scuttles in, bowls. Oh, Oakes goes back. Manages to get the bat on this, or runs away down to backward point. I don't think Wokes has got any idea where the ball's going at the moment. Spinning away or spinning in. Not reading Zampa at all, but I think he is one that you do play more or less as an off-spinner. I think he does bowl far more toppies and wrong-uns and leg spinners, and this is driven down to mid-off, where Warner fields to end the over. But for that full toss, that was a good over. 127 for 5.
But there's an indication of Aaron Finch's captain. The last ball of the over, generally most captains would have spread the field for that last ball to make sure there's no boundary, kept mid-off up. Another dot ball. So I know we've been talking the dot ball percentages, but I think a lot of it's down to the captaincy. I've been really squeezing all the bat. He's not been too worried about the odd boundary. He's just known that it's a pitch that's very difficult to rotate the strike.
Well, Billings is on strike. Hazelwood's going to continue. With the deserted pavilion behind him. And up he comes now. Those shoulders rocking as they do. He moves in, bowls to Billings, take the pace down the pitch, and then can do nothing with that, but just play it carefully into the offside. Maxwell Fields on the run as always. He's always busy. Bundle of energy. A bit like Phil Tufnell. Have you ever been described as a bundle of energy, Tuffers?
Occasionally. Have you? Once in a while. On a good day.
Good.
Yeah.
It's lovely to see you. 127 for 5.
Yes.
Hazelwood again running through the foot marks there. You can see from the other day. Comes in bowls, and Billings again tries to run this a third man, but it's just not going anywhere.
No. Pitch is just sort of... Ugh.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, there is going to be a different pitch, so we're told, for the last game.
Yeah. Oh, well, wouldn't be able to get it away at all. Cross-seam deliveries, off-pace deliveries, isn't it? Just getting you sort of groping and poking. England just got to try and get something that they can try and get their teeth into.
Yeah. Well, 200 looks a distance at the moment.
Yeah, it does.
Hazelwood turns in the distance, bring his shadow with him, and he comes and bowls to Billings, who tries to pull that. It wasn't very short, and then the ball almost ran back into his stumps. He just managed to put a foot on that. It was very short for the pull shot that he tried there. Hit him, actually hit him on the glove, I think. 127 for 5.
Yeah, hard work. And if you keep that squeeze on as well, I think that's what England's going to have to do in their innings. You can't allow so many dot balls have been. How many maidens and dot balls will be up to? Salts?
It's almost like we said at the start. It's a tap and run, really.
Yeah.
Really get those singles going. Hazelwood comes in, bowls to Billings, who works off his hip, picks up one. Fielder coming in from the deep square leg boundary. Stoinis, who throws on the bounce.
7 maidens. I'll just check the dot ball count for you.
That's very high these days, isn't it? 7 maidens.
Not half. Absolute luxury, isn't it? 7 maidens.
There could have been some more too when Zampa misfielded off the last ball of an over that would have been another maiden. Projected score, the current rate 190. 6 per over, they'll be going something to get that. That's 226.
We've got the Currans coming in, haven't they? They can waft the bat. They can wield it all right.
Hazelwood bowls, and this is driven by Wokes. Again, not timed at all.
No, it's that shot, isn't it? It's that delivery that's sort of like from a big, quick bowler that's banged in sort of on a length or just back. You want to get forward to it, and it's just hitting you high up on the bat, and you're miscuing it. Perhaps it might skip on a bit when it gets dark for the Australian side. I'm not sure, but it's a tricky pitch.
It is. 128 for 5. The last ball of the 34th over to come, so the over rate is down. So it'll be a slightly later interval, I'd imagine, looking at things at the moment, unless, of course, Australia bowling England out. And Wokes has a short ball this time, and then he can hit those. Out towards deep square leg it goes for 1 run. And another wild return comes in, but it did the job, and then it kept Wokes us down to 1 run. 129 for 5. He has 10. Billings has 5.
You off?
I'm off, Tuffers. I'm sorry. That was a brief but very enjoyable encounter. And Charles Dagnall is coming in here.
I don't think it would have been any good for our flowing cover drives on this wicket, Aggers old boy. But take nothing away from Australia. They've bowled it in the right areas. Been pretty impressed with Zampa as well. Seems to have just got a nice trajectory and a nice pace and a nice sort of flight for this pitch. He bowls a lot of wrong-uns and a lot of toppies, but he does possess a leggy which keeps you honest. Kept the slip in to him all the way as well. He's bowled nicely, Charles.
Yes, he certainly has, Philip. He's 2 for 22 off 6. And he's got a slip in for Chris Wokes, who's 10 not out off 20 deliveries. England 129 for 5. Hoping for a blossoming partnership between Billings and Wokes. Here's Zampa again then, tossing it up, and Wokes flicks it off his toes. Lovely piece of timing from Chris Wokes. He almost come to the crease as though he's in absolutely bang-on form. This ground where he played that wonderful innings to win the Test match against Pakistan.
Oh, it was a nice innings.
Oh, wasn't it ever? But he's got to get England out of a hole here. 133 for 5. And just lent on it, really.
Nice, very nice indeed. Slightly over-pitched. It's the first one he's sort of really looped up there, perhaps looking for that bit of extra spin. But got to the pitch of it nicely there, Chris Wokes.
What's the Zampa response then? Aaron Finch, the captain, hands on knees at slip. He defends, does Wokes. Serenely back up the pitch. So he's got a short, fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Extra covers quite tight in. That's Glenn Maxwell. And a backward point, or man on a 45, really. And that slip. Deep backward square, long off, deep point. Zampa tossing it up, driving is Chris Wokes. Again, slightly overpitched from Zampa. Wokes more than content just to nudge it down to David Warner. It's long off. And the single is taken, moving him to 15, the aggressor in this partnership. And Billings, very similar. I'm just looking Andy Saltzman's way. Similar to the start that he made when he got that century. I remember him being 4 off 20 balls,
Well,
Billings.
it was needed, wasn't it?
So
about 40 for 4.
Quite right. Zampa, 88 on the back of his shirt, bowls and sweeping his Billings. Doesn't quite get it, almost at toe end of the bat as he sweeps out towards deep mid-wicket. Single is taken, 135 for 5. A real aspect of Billings' batting is the way that he sweeps, both in
the broom.
orthodox.
The broom. He likes getting the broom out, doesn't he?
Does.
When he's a keeper, isn't he? They all like a sweep.
Likes a bit of squash as well. He's very athletic, hockey type of player. Zampa bowls, hurries on to Wokes, who flicks it with a bit of wrist to Pat Cummins. Who's at mid-wicket.
Hockey. You played a bit of hockey?
No.
No. It's a bit dangerous to me.
Those sticks.
Yes.
Never look like they've got a middle.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
No. I think they must have somewhere.
Someone maybe
It's more of a push, isn't it, than a whack.
Zampa tossing it up, beating Wokes outside the off stump. He just hit his bat behind his pad, so I'm not sure whether he was playing at it or not, but a nice, tidy finish to the over. 7 overs bowled by Zampa. He's 2 for 28. 15 overs remain. And England 135 for 5. Wokes is 15. Billings is 6. But you know they've got those plastic balls.
Are they plastic?
The dimply balls.
Yeah, they're quite hard though.
Yeah. And I don't know if there's a middle to that thickish wood bit on the hook of the hockey stick.
It's got a bit of a middle on it.
Has it?
Yeah.
Any hockey players, will you let us know?
Yeah.
At BBC TMS. Does the hockey stick have a sweet spot?
Yes, I'm sure it does, but...
Like a golf club, you know, there's a sweet spot in the golf club, or a tennis racket.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem to be.
I feel fearful for my teeth as well in hockey, you know, lots of...
Well, a good pal of mine actually came unstuck. He was due to go to the Tokyo Olympics.
Oh, right.
A lad called Sam Ward.
Yeah.
And very fine cricketer as well. Excellent hockey player, part of Team GB, and he got struck in the face very badly.
Yeah, there you go. I think I'd want a helmet if I played hockey.
I wonder why there isn't. Just shin pads. I tell you what, it's full on.
Yeah.
Hockey. It's got to be hardcore to get stuck in with that.
It's got to be fit as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So not for me.
Yeah, we'll leave that to other people. 135 for 5. Stark is back into the attack. 1 for 10 off his 5 overs. And he's going to start off round the wicket, black headband on, across the forehead, and he's coming into Sam Billings. Round the wicket he bowls and driving his Billings just past short extra cover. It finds its way to mid-off. There are games going on in the Vitality Blast. Birmingham Bears looking good for a victory over their West Midlands rivals, the Worcestershire Rapids. They need 10 to win from 2.1 overs. Worcestershire 178 for 4. Birmingham 169 for 4. In fact, they now need 7 to win from 10 balls. Yes, that's good. That's good. Stay with me on that one, Phil. Be interested to see the next one. Here we go. Here's Stark. Mid-off and mid-on. Up inside the circle. Comes in bowls and defending his Billings. Wants a quick single. Will get one just to the right-hand side of Glenn Maxwell. 136 for 5. Glamorgan versus the Northamptonshire Steelbacks. Ow. Northampton. Is that you with a steel bat?
Yes.
Northamptonshire 98 all out. Glamorgan 56 without loss. They need 43 runs to win. So Glamorgan looking good for victory in that Central Group game. Somerset versus Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 203 for 6. Somerset at 23 for 1 after 4 overs in reply. Good start for Gloucestershire in that one as Stark bowls. Driving is Chris Wokes very firmly, but a nice stop at short extra cover by David Warner. Nothing for Somerset or Gloucestershire there, Phil?
No, well, I don't know what they're called.
They don't have nicknames.
Oh, don't they?
No.
They're not got a name?
No, they don't.
Why not?
Well, no, they just decided to go with their counties' names.
Oh, well, what can you put on your big finger then when you're supporting them? You know, or your flag? Just Somerset.
Somerset, I'd imagine. Okay. They do have a name, they're not nameless.
No, but I do like a...
Difficult to designate one without a name, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Stark from the Anderson end comes towards us, and this is chipped by Chris Wokes nicely into the onside, just for a couple. Thought it was going a little bit straighter, actually, but ended up with Stoinis just making the 20 or so yards to his left-hand side to do the fielding. England 138 for 5, Wokes to 17. Derbyshire Falcons against the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. Nottinghamshire 198 for 6.
Was that the Falcon or the Outlaw?
I want a horse. Stand and deliver. Stand and deliver.
Okay.
Dick Turpin.
Very good. As Stark approaches once more. Wokes waits. Oh, he lets go of the ball, and he's just completely trickled.
You can take that.
No, he can't. It didn't come over, do a full bowling motion, so the ball just hit his hip and just trickled out to short extra cover. So dead ball signalled, which gives me time to tell you the Notts Outlaws 198 for 6 in their 20 overs. Derbyshire 21 for 2 after 2.5 overs, 173 runs to win. And the Foxes of Leicestershire 130 for 9 from their 20 overs. Durham 47 for 1 in response. So you're up to date. All of those games available via the BBC Sport app. If you want to listen in then, here at Old Trafford, Stark is coming in again, driving as Chris Wokes again firmly and on the up. No great deal of foot movement in the shot, but forceful enough to get it out to the deep cover boundary. And England 139 for 5 now, Wokes to 18. Billings still there, 7 not out from 26.
Get off me lawn.
What's that?
Foxes. They're everywhere.
It's almost like sound charades, this, isn't it?
Well, we haven't had a lot to talk about, have we? 139 for 5.
Not really.
It's been slowish going.
Hammering his bat into the turf is Sam Billings as he waits for the onrushing Stark. Round the wicket he comes, driving his Billings, and finds its way to mid-on, and they scamper through for a quick single to conclude a tidy over. 5 runs coming from it from Mitchell Stark. 140 for 5 with 36 overs gone, so 14 overs remain. And Wokes is 18, Billings is 8. So what are England looking at here, Phil? 200. What are we looking? There's
take that when you're
14 overs remaining.
5 and over.
5 and over will get you to in and around that 200 mark.
Yeah, it's just a total, isn't it? Just something to give the bowlers, because it is tricky. And if it's one of those pitches that if you lose 2 or 3 quickly, you could find yourself in a bit of shtuck.
Just feel that if this pair manages to keep themselves together for 6 or 7 overs, maybe they might just gauge the pitch a little bit better, be more inclined to go after the quicker bowlers towards the back end of the innings. Maybe a 220 could be on.
Yeah, Curran gets going.
Yep. Either of the Currans.
Yes.
Zampa continues from our end. He's bowled, played on. Going back to one with Sam Billings trying to chop it away, and a bottom edge just careers into the stumps. Zampa has his third. He's enjoying himself at Old Trafford, and England in more trouble. 6 down now with the score on 140, and it's that man Zampa again who gets rid of the first one-day international Centurion.
Yeah, wrong choice of shot. Wasn't that short. Decided to get back and try and cut him, and he does bowl those top spinners and googlies more often than not, and it's just hurried on to him, chopped it on. Yeah, just as England were just starting to get a bit of momentum again. Wokes has come out and played, well, the best of anyone, but Sam Billings has got to go. That's a shame for England. Good bit of bowling again by Zampa, as I said earlier. He just seems to look comfortable on this pitch, and that sort of, the pace he's bowling is a nice pace. The odd one's keeping low. Yeah, bad shot from Billings there for me.
140 for 6, and Billings has gone for 8. But you, when in your point, when you did get a bit of help and assistance from the pitch, was there a different feeling in your bowling? Did you actually feel like there was the ball came out in a different way?
Well,
and is Zampa similar in this respect?
Well, you sort of get attacking mode in your head instead of sort of running up and just sort of like making it difficult to score. You're actually going, hold on a minute, I can start setting people up here, as he did a little bit with Billings there. Bowling the top in, then that sort of wrong one, which then scuffs through a bit. You're actually sort of looking to take wickets instead of just do a job, and that's what he's done beautifully. You can start messing around with your flights and your paces as well. And what I used to like was when it was a little bit too paced, because then sometimes you just bowl a ball that's sort of a bit short and just skips on sometimes and doesn't turn, and then the other one does, and it's difficult to start reading, or it's difficult for the batsman to start reading the spinner, especially if he's got
reaching for it a little bit as a batsman,
and then you try to make room and get back and give yourself a bit more time. It doesn't bounce. It's difficult to set yourself, especially when you're a leg spinner and you perhaps don't quite know which way it's going.
Sam Curran is the new man at the crease, left-handed. He's got a slip in place as Zampa comes in. His first delivery is a googly. He plays it nicely, actually, standing up straight. Misfield at backward point. Mitchell Stark is the guilty party. It allows Curran to get off the mark. It was the googly from Zampa, and he played it with a straight bat deep in the crease. And so Curran is immediately off the mark with England 141 for 6. And again, we were just talking about potential totals. That England, that will just rejig itself again, and now 200 looks like a really good score.
Yeah, 200. I think England could take that.
Now it's interesting, there's the mindset where, depending on what purchase you're getting off the strip.
Well, you can be sure Radil will bowl well on this.
Zampa tosses one up to Wokes, who drives handsomely out towards long off for a single, moves to 19 not out. England 142 for 6.
He's looked comfortable, isn't he, Chris Wokes? He's come out and played beautifully. Lovely drives and off drives, and looked to rotate the strike. He's looked as good as anyone out there. The Brummy Bradman.
Curran waits for Zampa, tossing it up, and forward he comes in defence, just covering up nicely. Squeezed off a thickish outside edge to Mitchell Stark. Backward point.
Yeah, as a spin bowler, sometimes it's just great to spin one early on. If you get one spinning off, they always think it's going to explode and every ball's going to be ragging. If you can just get one going, it gets
Zampa bowls, defending his Curran.
Gets in the mind, plays havoc.
Because I suppose that if you aren't getting that, and if you're playing on a fresh pitch where you know that you're not going to get a huge amount of purchase and the ball might skid on a little bit, you then have almost a premeditated feel to what you're going to do. If there is not a great deal of turn, as Zampa bowls once more, that turns sharply into the left-hander's pads, but it's played out to mid-wicket. There is no run. 142 for 6 at the end of the 37th over. Wokes is 19, Curran is 1.
Yeah, you're just trying to get them to hit to your field, really, and then a bit of flight and what have you. A few tricks up your sleeve, but you get them to try and hit to your field when it's flat and not doing much for the spin bowler, and hopefully, they might make a mistake. If you get 1 or 2 through and you're thinking of going at 4 or 5 and over, you feel you've done a job, but you can really sort of go after them a little bit when it's happening. Lovely.
Yeah, well, it is. I bet you're rubbing your you're rubbing your hands together, thinking about how many options are then open to you.
Yeah.
And it's got to be a great feeling, a little bit, I suppose, as a swing bowler when you do see the air. Well, you don't see the air being heavy, but you feel the air being heavy, and you start to see 1 or 2 hooping around a little bit, and it does give you so many more options. Yeah. Here's Stark to continue from the James Anderson end, pavilion beyond him. Around the wicket he comes, and Wokes, first time he's seen him mistime a drive. He tries to play it through extra, it finds its way to mid-on, and there is no run. Beautiful blue above us here at Old Trafford. As well as the Blast games, are also matches today in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Tier best summariser Alex Hartley, speaking of top spinners, is captaining the Thunder side based up here. Her analysis today: 10 overs, 4 maidens, 4 wickets for 8 against the Lightning. That's some steady bowling, that is. Bowling, 4 for 8 off 10.
Yeah, well bowled.
Well done, Alex Hartley, as Stark, wide of the crease this time round the wicket, just tucks up Chris Wokes. Looked a little bit awkward as the ball was angling in towards his pad, and he just places the bat down and kills the ball dead as it goes a couple of pitches into the offside, and Warner picks up.
That might have been doing a bit.
Maybe. I bet she was there rubbing her hands together. Here we go.
Member of the Spinners Union, well bowled, Alex.
Slip, leg slip, limit off, short leg, you name it. All round the bat.
For 8, 4 for 8.
4 for 8.
That could be an MOM performance.
Might not hear the last of that one either. There's Stark bowls, driving his Chris Wokes to extra cover, well fielded, tumbling to his left-hand side, David Warner.
Having said that, we played against Lancashire. I don't know, we played against Lancashire at Lord's long time ago. I think Norman Cowan's got sort of like 4 for 12 or something.
What, in 10 overs? In a limited overs game?
Yeah, in a limited overs game against Lancashire or something, and didn't get man of the match. I think Wazim Akram got 8 for 1 or something. But he can remember being very miffed. Oh, Norman. Didn't get the MOM. 4 for 12 it was, I think.
Mitchell Stark round the wicket to Wokes, and again just angling in from that wide slinging action. He's coming from very wide of the crease round the wicket, and so that angle towards Wokes is just causing him 1 or 2 problems, just squaring him up ever so fractionally, and you can see Wokes is looking to drive.
And if all he's trying to do is just run his fingers across the ball, which I think he did there, and just put a bit of cut on it, and then you're trying to sort of use the angle to clip it through the mid-wicket region, it's just stopping in the pitch, and leading edges are coming in and everything.
So let's find out about some strange man of the match awardings. I'll tell you one that immediately springs to mind.
Go on.
In a moment. Here's Stark, drive from Wokes, square of the wicket on the offside, and he'll pick up a single. 143 for 6, Wokes to 20. I remember, is it John Abrahams who picked up a man of the match performance for Lancashire in a NatWest Trophy final, and he didn't score a run, and he didn't take a wicket, but he captained so magnificently.
Tossing the coin.
The action that he got on the coin. But I think he won a man of the match performance for that.
What for? Not for a no.
Yes.
Did not bat.
Come on, Andy. This is one for... I think it's a long-term one. You can look at this. You've got a certain amount of time to... And we can come back to it later.
I've got a maidens stat for you.
Oh, lovely.
7 maidens today. That is the most maidens bowled against England in a one-day since March 2009.
Yeah.
Stark's gone over the wicket to the left-handed Curran, and he looks to try. He's caught behind. Little feather of an edge, and just checking to see if it carried. Michael Goff seems happy enough. He's just going to converse with his colleague Martin Saggers just to see if it carried through to Alex Carey. It was nothing of a shot really from Sam Curran. He looked to try and run it down towards third man, and it just a feather of an edge, and it went through to Carey. Australia all come together in a huddle, although Sam Curran is not walking away just yet. They're just having a look at the third umpire, but the soft signal is out. So let's just hear from Richard Illingworth.
Fair delivery, so if we can just have a look at your best angle to see if the ball's carried, please.
A fairly innocuous looking shot really from Sam Curran. Yep, no problems with that, I think.
Just roll that back, please.
Out.
Just going to rock and roll it.
Is that Curry? Yes.
Yes, straight into the gloves of Carey.
Roll through again.
Just managed to get that.
Have we got another angle
finger?
there,
What's
please?
that finger called?
Just look like the
ring finger.
Ring finger. Of course, it's just managed to get that ring finger under it. Out.
Okay. Roll it back.
How many marriages have you had?
I've got the gloves under the ball there.
I was looking at me right hand.
Happy to. I've made my
A
decision.
few is the answer to
Go
that.
to the big screen. Decision is out.
Out.
And so there you go. Confirmation that it will be the departure of Sam Curran. Mitchell Starc has taken the wicket. I think they're still looking on the big screen. And now it will come emblazoned across very slowly as well. The decision is out. Curran has to walk off. And England are now 7 down. 143 for 7 at the end of the 38th over. So England in a bit of trouble. Well, they have been for a while, but even more so now with the departure of Sam Curran. His brother Tom will come out to replace him, to join Chris Wokes. Just a pointed note before I hand over to Adam Collins. John Abrahams won the Man of the Match award in the Benson and Hedges Cup. That was it in Lords for 1984 for his captaincy, despite not bowling and scoring a duck. If you can think of any other as well strange sort of Man of the Match performances, I'm sure Adam Collins would love to hear from you at BBC TMS on Twitter if you'd like to do that. For now, Tuffers, some more from you, and then Adam's coming in.
Yeah, another soft dismissal. Sam Curran just having a poke at Mitchell Starc outside the offside. Easily carried really in the replay. And he's got to go. 143 for 7. Another 12 overs remaining. Run rate below 4. Not many times can you say that about this England side. But Australia, Colo, have done very well. Nicely.
They're in very good nick indeed, aren't they? When you consider the record between these teams coming into this series, the recent record, when you consider how dominant England have been against Australia since the bilateral series here in 2015, this is a real turn-up.
Yeah.
It's been the fast bowler's been the engine room of it. Hazelwood right in the middle of that. Shout for leg before, inside edge. They get through for a leg by. Hazelwood wasn't involved in the appeal, but from behind the wicket they liked it, so there must have been a bit of blade on it. They scamper through for a single. The DRS timer is counting down, but watching the replay back here, it was a big fat inside edge from Chris Wokes, which frustrated the big fast bowler Josh Hazelwood.
Yeah,
Score moves on to 144 for 7.
I think that hurt, didn't it?
Yes.
5-0, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, 2018, the 5-0, then the T20, it should be said as well, at Birmingham, which was an annihilation as well. But it's been stark throughout the last few years. But Hazelwood here is bowling beautifully, right on the money to Tom Curran. It pushes him out towards mid-wicket, no run. It remains 144 for 7. So with that single, Wokes moved to 21 from the previous delivery. A lot resting on his shoulders from here. Can he help England get to a position of credibility by the dinner break? It's going to be hard yakka.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, I think that hurt. I can remember talking to JL, Justin Langer, saying that he felt very miffed about that. And I think it hurt also losing the T20s, because I think Australia felt a little bit hard done by, and they could have done better during them as well. Yeah,
they threw away that first game, didn't they? Yeah. Hazelwood bowls here to Curran, who deflects towards backward point. No single there to Glenn Maxwell. It stays at 144 for 7. Yeah, in that 5-0 thumping, it was the fifth game that hurt the most. Tim Payne came and talked to us in the press conference after play when they were defending 205, but England were in all sorts. Then Joss Butler comes out and makes an unbeaten 210.
Yeah.
110 rather, not 210. Well, I'm unbeaten 110, let's be clear. They were chasing 205. Like I say, Andy Zoltzman was about to knock me in the head with his microphone for saying that. So Hazelwood from the Statham end, bounding away from us, getting to the crease and bowling. Full to Curran, who pushes straight to mid-wicket. There's no single there. But you go back through the last few years, Australia haven't beaten England in consecutive one-day internationals since 2015, and England have won 13 of the 17 games they've played since. I mean, even away from home, Australia they've won 2 of their last 8 series away from home. That goes back some time as well, only when they knocked off India and Pakistan just before the World Cup last year.
Surprises me, that.
Yeah, it's just been, since the 2015 World Cup, with a couple of rare exceptions, they've really battled away from home. As Hazelwood arrives and bowls again to Curran, who tries to get a single, but there'll be nothing there. It's Abbott, who's on at the moment as the sub-fielder, racing in and making sure there's no single. So 1 ball to come in the 39th over. 144 for 7, England.
Yeah.
But that stung them last year, that World Cup semi-final, losing with 107 balls to spare.
Yeah.
After Jason Roy tore them apart.
Yeah, I remember that. I was doing the comms for that. Really good.
Hazelwood turning again to complete his over. Bowls to Curran, it's full again, defending with a nice straight broad blade to Aaron Finch at mid-off. End of another efficient over for the Australians. Hazelwood bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 26. It's that economy rate. They cannot get him away.
No.
11 overs to go here. From England's perspective, Tuffers, it can't just be about survival. That won't work. They need to find a way to score. Given that Finch has got so many options, it's going to be tough.
It is going to be tough. I mean, they've got to try and get something on the board, haven't they? I mean, no point in just slogging it up in the air. Cardinal sin, not using your deliveries up, isn't it? And not using your overs up. So they're just going to need, as I say, they've come together and having a little chat. They'll just be fulminating a little plan that, say, 11 overs. Can we get another 40 or 50? 200 will be the total. At least if you've got 200 on the board, you think you've got half a chance if you bowl miraculously and have a bit of luck.
Yeah, something to bowl to. Mitchell Starc getting another opportunity to have a crack here at Chris Wokes. He's got 2 for 16 from his 7. A lot made of Josh Hazelwood's work so far in the series. But Starc, a good bounce back, having not really been in the wickets much of late in this form of the game. He'll be going around the wicket, delivering here to Wokes, who defends back to the bowler in his follow-through, Andy Zaltzman.
Josh Hazelwood's bowled 19 overs in this series now and conceded 52 runs, wicketless today, but 3 on Friday. His 7th over on Friday went for 14, and his 2nd today went for 12. So half of his runs have come in 2 of his 19 overs. The other 17 have gone for 26.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. When you consider how far away he was from this white ball team as well.
Wow.
We mentioned it in the T20 commentary the other day. He'd been 4.5 years between T20 internationals and bowled.
Where's he been?
Really well. So Starc goes again, wide of the crease. Up and over the top of cover goes Wokes. Does it well enough to get himself a boundary and move to 25. That's what England need. 1 for 8 for 7. We're a couple of balls into the 40th over.
Good through there, isn't he? Chris Wokes, I can remember that wonderful knock-up against Pakistan, playing lots of shots like that, sort of through extra cover and giving himself a bit of room. This time decided to go aerial and got a good middle of the bat on it. He's very good through the offside. I'd be looking to really cramp him up if I was Mitchell Starc, give him no width.
Got a man out at fine leg, deep backward square, third man and deep point. Starc arrives around a wicket again, and Wokes clips him into the onside behind square. They consider a second, but Tom Curran sends him back, so the score moves on to 149 for 7. Wokes has 26. We heard from Owen Morgan before the series, Tuffers, saying that he really wants a challenge, and he wasn't saying it in sort of an arrogant way. Obviously, they've had a fantastic record in bilateral series, but especially the pitch. He wanted to see a slow pitch with plenty of turn, which could help them prepare for, not just the 50-over World Cup in India in 2023, but those 20-over commitments they've got coming up as well.
Well, he got it. He's got it.
He's got a challenge now.
Yeah, be careful what you wish for, because that's exactly what this pitch is. Very subcontinental.
Yeah. Looking out at the used square as Starc bowls here. Curran just pushing towards mid-on. He's still yet to get off the mark. He's faced 6 deliveries now, Tom Curran. We've got 1 to come in, or 2 to come rather, in the 40th.
And I make him right, really. You know, England, in their sort of history of white ball cricket under Owen Morgan, had that been their Achilles heel, wasn't it? That's all I can remember. Pakistan at Cardiff.
Champions Trophy semi-final.
Edgbaston. Yeah, that's where they've come unstuck.
Which made the World Cup final all the more impressive on a tacky pitch of Lords.
Yeah, and that Champions Trophy final at Edgbaston against India.
Oh, yes, that's right. 2013. Starc bowls here, and Curran again can't get him away. It's in the block hole. He made a bit of room for himself, but Stark right on the ball here at the moment. Stark's taken 2 for 21 from 7.5 overs. And looking back over his numbers this morning since the World Cup, he hasn't been going particularly well. He's taken 6 wickets at an average of 65 and going at a run a ball, which is a little bit high for Stark historically, but bounced back really well today. Contributing to that squeeze up top. The power play, England made 22 on Friday night and 32 today. Last ball of Stark's 8th over to Curran, yet to score, and he's still yet to score. Out of the block hole, that's a fabulous over from Mitchell Stark.
Yeah.
England 149 for 7 at the end of the middle overs phase. One extra fielder can now go outside the circle in the last 10, but plenty of work to do. Wokes 26 from 38. Tom Curran yet to score from 8 deliveries. Adam Zampa still has a couple of overs up his sleeve. He's taken 3 wickets and been the best of the Australian bowlers in terms of the wicket column is concerned. But Stark picking up, as I mentioned before, 2 for 21. Cummins was in there at an important time as well. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 21. He removed Joss Butler leg before wicket. But Zampa, 3 for 30 off 8. He'd only picked up 3 wickets against England in his previous 5 one-day internationals leading in to Friday night. Now he's got 8 wickets in the space of 2 spells as Hazelwood runs away from us. His final over begins and finds the outside edge of Chris Wokes. England lose their 8th wicket with the score on 149, and Hazelwood is rewarded with a wicket, that of Chris Wokes, who's gone 426, having bowled so nicely on Friday. And again today, Phil Tufnell, he earned that.
Yeah, no, great bit of bowling again, just on that heavy length, like a test match length and line. Chris Wokes deciding that he fancied having another one of those cover drives at it. It just seemed away from him. Little fine edge through to Carey. He's got to go for 26, but he's probably looked the best, one of the best out of the England batsmen, Chris Wokes.
And the emphasis will change now with Wokes gone.
Yeah.
Now getting a genuine opportunity to bowl England out inside their allotted overs. Adil Rashid, the new man, to the middle, which means that Archer will be batting at number 11.
Yeah.
But, of course, we've seen Rashid over the years make runs. It's not that he can't contribute with the bat. It's more that he hasn't done a lot lately when it comes to the batting side of the equation.
Yeah, mate, when was the last time England got bowled out for something around this kind of total? I mean, we were so lucky for the last 2 or 3 years just watching England play one-day cricket and white ball cricket and smashing it to wall parts, chasing big totals and all sorts.
Well, they haven't lost a bilateral series in their last 13 attempts, which goes all the way back to January 2017 when they lost in India, and at home, the last time they lost a series was against Australia here in 2015, which they lost 3-2, came down to the final rubber.
Yeah, been so strong at home, but it's slipping through the fingers here.
Hazelwood's got 5 balls left. Bowls here to Adil Rashid. His first delivery gets off the mark, off the inside portion of the blade down to long leg. England bring up their 150 for the loss of 8 wickets from 242 balls. That wasn't the plan when Owen Morgan won the toss this afternoon and elected to bat, that's for sure.
No. But I think it was the right decision. I think it was the right decision to have a bat. I can't see it particularly getting any better, but, you know, just psychologically, when you go out there as a batting side, you just feel, you know, well, hold on a minute, even if it is doing a little bit, we'll run well, there's going to be a few loose balls, we can knock a low total off. Just a state of mind, really.
Curran yet to get off the mark, having to face Hazelwood here. He strangles him almost down, well, not strangles him rather, it's more that he ends up unable to work the ball off his thigh pad. The bowler races in, Glenn Maxwell does likewise, and there's no single on offer. We're halfway through the 41st over, England are 150 for 8. The last 7 one-day internationals here have been won by the team batting first.
Yeah.
So it stands to reason what Morgan did at the toss, of course.
Yeah.
Adil Rashid bowling under lights on a used pitch and all the rest. I mean, it's not, whatever the score is when they're all out, they will know that they're bowling on a pitch which will take the turn, and Rashid's bowling beautifully at the moment.
What will be tricky is though where to put your field. You know, do you keep them in, do you squeeze, and then give those 4 options? You know,
Hazelwood in bowls and Curran defending once more. He's occupied the crease for 10 dot balls, yet to get off the mark. The older of the Curran brothers, Andy Zaltzman.
England have not often been bowled out for under 200, only 3 times in the last 5 years, since a game here against Australia on this day in 2015 when they were bowled out for 138 in just 33 overs. Only once been bowled out for under 200 at home since then. That was against South Africa at Lords in 2017 when they were 153 all out.
Thank you, Andy. Hazelwood to the crease to Curran, who can't get him away and won't do so here either. Defending into the offside, Glenn Maxwell straight in on it. 11 dot balls for Curran. Yes, that game here 5 years ago, it was John Hastings who did all the damage up top for Australia with the ball. Owen Morgan copped a nasty blow to the head and had to retire hurt. Mitchell Marsh picked up 3 wickets. Aaron Finch made a half-century and Australia went on to win the series 3-2. They have a big chance to wrap up this series in straight sets as well. Hazelwood running away from us and bowls, and Curran defending out to cover. Set and forget from Josh Hazelwood. Outstanding, as he has been every time he's been asked to bowl in this series so far. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27 he finishes with. In the middle of that over, we said goodbye to Phil Tufnell for now. We'll see him again, or hear from him again rather, in the Australian chase whenever it starts. With 9 overs to go, they do have an opportunity to get through England and put their feet up and see whether their batsmen can make short work of this chase. And of course, Aaron Finch has options as captain. He managed to get 6 overs out of Mitchell Marsh, none for 26, and 2 overs out of Marcus Stoinis, none for 20. All those overs in the first half of the innings, which means that he's spoilt for choice in terms of Stark, Cummins and Zampa with 9 overs left in this innings, and indeed if he wanted to turn back to one of Marsh or Stoinis as well. It'll be Zampa here though. He's bowled 8 overs, 3 for 30 so far. Picking up Joe Root in his first over. Caught it first slip for 39. Then Owen Morgan, the captain. An excellent review from Finch. A turning point in this game. England were 117 for 5 when the captain was out for 42. Then bowling Billings for 8. Zampa from the pavilion end bowls to Rashid, who pulls him through the onside. The deep backward square for a single. He moves to 2. It's 151 for 8. So Zampa now with 3 for 31. Setting off in his penultimate over as I say good afternoon to Jimmy Anderson. Hello.
Good afternoon, Adam.
Zampa bowling now with a slip to Tom Curran, who cannot get it off the square. 12 dot balls so far. Zampa to him here on leg stump. Make that 13 dot balls as he pushes to mid-on.
He's looked pretty solid, Tom Curran, just not got off the mark yet. He's played some nice forward defensive shots.
Yeah, can't question his stability. It's just the ability to get down the other end that's proving problematic. 4 men out, though, as Zampa bowls to him. Using his feet. There he is, off the mark, out to deep point. 14 deliveries, 1 run for Tom Curran. England 152 for 8. We're halfway through the 42nd over. Adil Rashid back on strike. Talking about Adam Zampa in the green room before, Jimmy. A couple of times today we've seen him pick up wickets from what looked like wrongers at the back of the hand, but that natural variation where they've held their line. He bowls again here, Rashid. Squared up and defending into the offside, no run. I mean, that's the evolution of Adam Zampa over the last couple of years. He's a very skillful bowler.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the way he comes over the top with his googly, sometimes it does seem like the ball almost gathers top spin rather than the sideways spin you need for a googly. So, yeah, that natural variation helps.
Zampa again, Rashid on the front foot, pushing just in towards where a bat pad would be if we were playing the longer form of the game, but of course not in white ball cricket. Another dot ball. We've got 1 ball to come in the 42nd over. England 1-5-2 for 8. Zampa straight back to his mark. He's got a deep point, long off, long on, deep backward square. Delivers here, flatter, and Rashid knocks it on the head. Out to cover. End of another efficient over from Zampa. Just 2 runs coming from it. So 8 to go. 1-5-2 for 8. Jimmy, you would have been in this situation as a bowler coming in, I'm sure, in limited overs cricket, knowing that, yes, it's survival from here. You want to get to your 50 overs, but trying to find that balance, the risk-reward when you're coming in and it hasn't gone well for your top order.
Yeah, I think you kick yourself if you get bowled out before that 50 over mark. So it's a really awkward situation for these two because, yes, you want to get on with it. You want to try and get England up to 200, maybe a bit more, to try and give them something to defend. But if they take that extra risk and they lose their wicket, then you end up being 160 all out, and then the game's gone pretty much there. So yeah, it is a balance, but I imagine they're going to try and tick it over for the next few overs, try and take it as deep as possible, and then wield the bat in the last sort of 3 or 4 overs if they get that far.
So Curran back on strike. Mitchell Marsh brought back into the attack from the safer end, delivering here. Curran using his feet, shimmying down, but unable to beat Marnus Labuschagne in there at short cover, no run. So Marsh bowled 6 overs earlier today. In the first 25, I mentioned before you walked in, Jimmy, it was Marsh and Stoinis able to bowl a chunk of overs at the start as the 6th bowler, which just creates so much flexibility for a captain like Finch.
Yeah, absolutely. And the problem for England was they'd lost early wickets, so they were able just to bowl and settle in.
Marsh to the crease and bowls, using his feet. Over the top goes Curran, out towards the rope at deep mid-wicket, and he gets himself a boundary. Curran, now 5 from 16 balls. England 156 for 8, and his Oldsman.
Josh Hazlewood 3 for 26 on Friday, 1 for 27 today. Over the last 5 years, 4 occurrences when a bowler against England has bowled a full 10 for fewer runs than Hazlewood has gone for on Friday, and today 2 of them are by Colin de Gronholm, one of them in the World Cup final when he took 1 for 25. Kuldeep Yadav had 6 for 25 at Trentbridge.
Marsh gets to the crease and bowls to Curran on the back foot, slashing out to deep point. Does it really well, but a good diving stop there, Marcus Stoinis. We saw him in the field earlier today executing a run out from short cover. Athletic on the rope as well. They still take 2. Curran 7, England 158 for 8. Andy?
Kuldeep Yadav, Nottingham 2018, 6 for 25, and Pat Cummins in Adelaide 2018, 4 for 24. So for Hazlewood to do it 2 innings in a row against this England side, even given the helpful pitch, is quite extraordinary.
So Marsh has 3 out on the leg side when bowling to Curran, and that deep point. Stoinis doing the work out there. He bowls here, and Curran off pace delivery on leg stump. Well weighted into the onside, but Hazlewood races in from mid-on, ensures they don't get a second run. 159 for 8. He moves to 8. We heard Owen Morgan talk a lot before the World Cup last year, Jimmy, about if they're bowled out for 150, if that happens, that will be okay because they know they have the artillery to recover. But it hasn't been that kind of innings. They've not been blasted out for 150. They've been squeezed out where they are at the moment, 159 for 8.
Yeah, it's been pretty attritional, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They've just been squeezed. Australia have bowled good areas, and England haven't had any answers. They've shown glimpses, used their feet a little bit, but just been tied down.
Marsh to Rashid, bowls here, inside portion of the bat, out towards deep backward square. Might be a second on offer, but Rashid is slow on the turn, so Curran isn't able to get down. 160 for 8. Rashid now moves to 3.
Yeah, what you need is, I think, on pitches like this, when it can be hard work, slow going, I think once you get in, the batter's got to go on and go big and see the team home. And Joe Root getting in, facing lots of balls for 37, just a cheap dismissal that was.
Yeah, not a good day for him. Marsh to complete his over, beating the outside edge of Tom Curran with a slower ball. A classy delivery to finish from the all-rounder. 43 gone. England 160 for 8. We talk a lot about Mitchell Marsh's batting, Jim, but his bowling record with the white ball, he's developed these variations as well, and given they've got someone like Hazlewood who's set and forget, Marsh is going to get an opportunity in this team. We've heard that from Aaron Finch. He's not going to be chopped and changed and rotated. It's important as a bowler to have that confidence, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You need a run in a team to build your confidence. And also, I think it's a case of not just bowling the odd over here and there. He's bowled 7 or 8 today.
Yeah,
getting that stint to actually settle in and use those variations is really important.
So Zampa to complete his 10. This is the 44th. England 160 for 8. The first ball gets driven down the ground by Rashid for a single, so 161 for 8. Zampa's picked up 3 wickets. Big wickets too through the middle order, just to make sure that England couldn't develop that momentum you're talking about there, Jimmy. Likewise on Friday as well, when he removed Morgan and Butler in his first 2 overs. Back to his mark from the Anderson-Endy bowl, Zampa. On leg stump, turning around the corner is Curran, but straight to the hands of the man on the edge of the circle, Mitchell Marsh. No single there.
Talk about Zampa's variations and things like that, and natural variation. I think the one thing he's done brilliantly these 2 games is hit a length, bowled straight, and hit a good length all the time. Leg spinners quite often can miss that length pretty often.
Zampa to Curran, who slaps him out towards long off. David Warner is the sweeper there. They get a single. Curran moves to 9. England 162 for 8. And he was hurt by the selection policy last year during the World Cup. Dropped after 4 games after being the senior spinner for 2 years. Overlooked in favour of Nathan Lyon. Zampa to Rashid, who drives down to long on. Moves to 5. England 163 for 8.
Yeah, I think he'll just keep growing in confidence. He's got good T20 record, but I think in the longer form of the game, he's shown here. These first 2 games of this series, he's got some consistency, and that's really impressive for a leg spinner.
Picked up 4 on Friday night, pushing towards that with a couple of balls to go in his spell. He won't get a wicket here. Curran doing well to get down to the pitch after dancing, taking 1 to deep mid-wicket. Curran now at last in the double figures, 10 from 22. England 164 for 8. 1 to come in the 44th over. Three out on the leg side. Zampa to finish. Bowls to Rashid, who lunges forward, knocks it on the head. The end of Zampa's spell. 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 36. He's been brilliant yet again. After 44 overs, England are 164 for 8 with Rashid on 5, Curran on 10. A couple of further thoughts from James Anderson on the spell of Adam Zampa, and after that, it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, I've been impressed by Zampa. I think he's, as we were saying there, the control shown for a young leg spinner, I think, is fantastic, and he'll only get better and get more confident the more he plays. Back to the game, England very much up against it here. 164 for 8 with just 6 overs left and 2 wickets remaining. It's going to be a tough ask for these two to try and get England up. I mean, at this stage, they're going to be 200 will probably be what they're thinking. Give them something maybe to bowl at, but still I think it's way below par.
It seems to be, Jimmy, doesn't it? 164 for 8, 6 overs to go, and Zampa has taken 3 for 36 from his 10 overs and enjoyed the conditions for sure. We've got Pat Cummins, who has got 3 overs left, dashing in from this end, and he's there now and bowls, and Curran takes his bottom hand off the bat handle, turns the ball around the corner, prodding sort of a shot, and they take 1 as the fielder comes scurrying in from the deep, and that brings Adil Rashid down on strikes. There's only Jofra Archer to come, although he can swing the bat, of course. But the worry for England is the damage that could be caused in the first 10 overs of Australia's innings, with the quick bowlers bowling and 2 new balls. But if they can hit some boundaries and blow a bit of a hole in this small target, then it could be dangerous. 165 for 8. Rashid is on 5, and Cummins runs in now. Bowls to him, it's full, it turns out around the corner. And Stark comes cruising in from the fine leg area, throws the ball back. 166 for 8. Number of Australians sitting on their balconies now, enjoying the afternoon sunshine behind Stark. One was definitely Smith. I saw a close-up shot, but there's 4 of them there, spaced out on a couple of balconies, watching the game happening below them. 166 for 8. Cummins runs in hard and bowls. That's smashed over his head. What a good shot that is. And I think it's just 4. It is, but they only bounced once. Right up there, pretty full. And Curran swung a bat at that.
I'm impressed with Curran today. I know he's only 15 off 24 balls, but he's looked solid in defence, timing the ball well. When it's been in his area, he's managed to get the ball over the infield and got a couple of boundaries, just looking like he's heating up in this last period of the innings.
Just in the slot, that one, wasn't it? And goes Cummins again, and he's there and he bowls, and that's edged very fine. And a bit of a chase on down there for the man in the deep, who picks up well, throws the ball. Actually, he fielded very well there, because it was to his weak side as well. It's Zampa who, to keep England down to just 1 run, he did very well down there in the deep. 171 for 8. Rashid on 6, puffing a bit. Grips the bat handle, and now they're dispatching a man to deep mid-wicket. So there's 3 on the leg side boundary. There's a 3rd man at a deep point. Mid-on and mid-off are both up, so this could be short. It is, and a slow bouncer bowled by Cummins, but it's hurled into the pitch too short and goes high over Rashid's head, so it's signalled a wide. 172 for 8. Could be brave and bluff, I suppose, here, but I suppose really is going to play safe. He needs to go really right full into the boots. 172 for 8. Cummins again runs in bowls, and that is hitting him on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. Seemed to come cutting back, hit him round about the off stump. It's been given not out. I think I heard maybe high there from Alex Carey, giving his assessment from behind the wickets. He did the right things. It came back into the right-hander, but it was high. It was up on the inside thigh. Bit of a stinger there for the batsman if it missed a little bit of protective padding. 172 for 8. Cummins, black-haired, powerful run is there, and he bowls full outside the off stump, and Rashid a little nibble at that. It made no contact. It's collected by Carey, and that's the end of the 45th over, so 5 remain. 172 for 8. What can England get here? Rashid has 6, Curran has 16, the men out: Roy 21, Bairstow a duck, Root 39, Morgan 42, Butler 3, Billings 8, Wokes 26 and Curran 1. And it's fair to say that no one's felt in on this surface. It's a little bit unpredictable. It's slow, the ball's stopping. Some have kept low. It's a tired strip, basically.
It is, yeah. It's not ideal having to play on a used wicket, but Morgan seems happy with it. It's, talking about World Cup in 4 years' time.
That's true.
Trying to prepare for that, those sort of pitches they're going to get. But England's struggling today to just find any momentum, really, losing wickets at regular intervals. And credit to Australia, though, they bowled pretty well.
They haven't fielded very well.
They haven't, no.
They've been pretty charitable. I mean, that 172 could be, 160. There's been a number of mistakes. 172 for 8, 5 overs to go. Mitchell Stark is back again with his black headband on, coming in from round the wicket, left arm of course, and that's smashed over his head now. And it's another one for Curran. If it's pitched up and straight, well, he's hitting it in the right place actually, isn't he? He's not dragging it across the line and possibly mistiming it. It's just thumping it straight back from where it came from.
Yeah, what I like about it is he's trying to go over the top, but he's holding his shape well. He's not trying to overhit it, not trying to slog. He's picked his area, which is straight down the ground. That's the area he likes to hit. If the ball's in the right place, he's giving it a smack, which is what England need.
Absolutely, need a few more of those. 176 for 8. Curran's on 20 now. Very useful innings this. Stark wouldn't have liked that very much. He's coming in round the wicket and bowls short this time, and that bounced a second time before going through to the keeper. Looking to see the speed go, whether that was a slow bouncer or not, but Stark's shaking his head. Looked very happy. Yeah, 73 miles an hour, so he did run the fingers over that one. But it's not terribly easy to tell today because so many balls we have seen going through very slowly. But they haven't been genuine slower balls, they've just died on the pitch. 176 for 8. Curran on 20. Mid on and mid off, still up. Stark comes in, bowls to him, he goes for a big heave outside the off stump and misses it. 89 miles an hour, there's a bit of variation, those two deliveries. 73 to 89. It's full and fast, and through Curran really before he could bring the bat down. See, Davey Warner's trying out some sort of new trend today. He's got a pink skin-coloured sleeve on one side and then a black one on the other. He's out there at cover. Hoping the batting, of course, for Australia when the time comes. Zampa's coming up now to fine leg on the edge of the circle, and mid-off drops back. And now Curran's looking to hit the ball straight if he can. Stark's on the way, bowls to him, he goes for a huge hit outside the off stump and misses. And again, the ball flashing through quickly. Collected by Carey. 176 for 8. 2 balls remain in the 46th over, and there's only Jofra Archer to come for England. But he wouldn't like to hear me say that because I think Jofra fancies himself with the bat, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He'll be hoping that he can hit a few big ones.
Yeah. 176 for 8. Curran on 20. There's Stark again, that menacing approach, and he bowls, and Curran drives him only for 1, probably out towards deep cover there. And Curran drives him only for 1, probably out towards deep cover there. Warner can't get there, but the man behind him does. 1 more to Curran. To 21 he goes, 177 for 8. And the second of 3 matches. The last one starts at the same time. It's a curious starting time, 1 p.m. And that starts on Wednesday. So we're all hoping here, of course, that it's a decider. But, well, England getting up towards that 200, which we don't think would be a bad score here under the circumstances. Stark's ready. He's bowling to Rashid with 1 ball left in the 46th. Here he comes, round the wicket, bowls, and Rashid nudges that away into the leg side. Curran's got his head down, thinking about 2, but they won't get it. The man comes in very quickly indeed. It's inevitably Maxwell, who seems to be all over the place in the dying overs of a one-day innings. 178 for 8. With 4 overs to go on this lovely afternoon. Ground absolutely bathed in sunshine, and all it's missing is about 20,000 people. And it'll be wonderful, but not this year, I'm afraid. Let's just hope that next year things are back to normality. We can have people in the grounds again, because I don't know, it was pretty impressive, I thought, Jimmy, the way everyone did get stuck in without atmosphere. It's not the easiest thing to do, is it?
No, it's definitely been different.
Yeah.
And unusual, but I think all the games that we've seen, the intensity's been there.
Yeah, definitely.
Once we've been out in the field, it's been a good standard.
Yeah, good credit to the players for that. Absolutely. So these are all people who are used to playing on the big stage in front of lots of people. There's Cummins bowls, and Rashid turns him down to long leg. And, they take a run. It's a bit like expecting the Rolling Stones to perform in an empty concert hall. It's not easily done, is it?
No.
Or indeed me and Charles Dagnall performing in an empty Red Rose suite yesterday. You can't quite get it going, You need the crowd, you need that live element, you need the noise. 179 for 8. Cummins is bustling in again, bowling to Curran, who's on 21. A slower ball, scythed down to third man. Half fielded by Zampa on the edge of the circle. To 76 miles an hour recorded there, so you could see the off spinner, if you like, from the back of the hand coming from here. Not all swipe from Curran. Once again, as the other day, smell of food wafting through the door. Andy, I know you're desperate to say something, and you'll go.
Well, England struggles from overs 26 to 40 after this ball from Cummins.
Okay. In he goes, over the wicket, and bowls, and it's Rashid now opens his shoulders, and that's almost 6 as well. It lands just in front of the boundary edging, down to our right at long on. It has cleared his left leg. A good old heave-ho, another useful boundary.
Yeah, the partnership now 35 from 37 balls. From overs 26 to 40 inclusive. England scored just 42 runs, which is the joint fewest runs they've scored in that period of a one-day innings since March 2009, counting only innings in which they've batted the full 15 overs, 188 times.
Cummins bowls. Oh, that's a nasty short ball. Rather followed Rashid there. Just hovering around the leg stump. Flew past his helmet. And into Carey's glove. So an angry riposte there from the fast bowler. No one likes a number 10 smearing you for a 1 bounce 4 over long on. Can't have that. So inevitably a hostile delivery. Flew into Carey's gloves. 184 for 8. 2 balls left in the 47th over. Here's Cummins. Bowls. Slow ball again, and thickish outside edge for Rashid. Will they come back for the second? Curran wants it, Rashid doesn't, and well, he'd have been out by miles. In fact, they're going to get the overthrow, the ricochet, because the throw from the deep hit the stumps direct, and had Rashid gone for the second, he would have been run out. But it's one of those strange laws of cricket that you can take a run even though the stumps are broken if the ball ricochets into a gap, which is what happened there. And so England get a second run. It's a bit harsh, that, isn't it? Because it was a perfect return, hits the stumps from the deep, and then the fielder gets penalised for it, and the bowler.
I feel more for the bowler.
I thought you might. I thought you might. 186 for 8. 1 ball to go in the 47th. Rashid's on 14. In goes Cummins. Is there any bowls another bouncer, which he bobs underneath, but the umpire doesn't like it. Signalled a wide, and to be fair, it was leg side-ish. Cummins is disappointed. He's shaking his head and muttering. The margin of error is just so tiny. Well, that was leg side, and I'm afraid that's the way it is these days. Gone are the days where you could slip the odd one down the leg side there and get away with it. 187 for 8 with the ball to go in the 47th. Then goes Cummins, and he bowls another bouncer. Rashid dips at the knee there, and over the helmet it goes into Carey's gloves. 187 for 8. We've got 3 overs to go. Australia want to wrap things up, take his last 2 wickets. Jimmy, some thoughts on you, and then Charles Dagnall will come in here.
It's been a pretty useful partnership from Tom Curran and Adil Rashid, getting England up to respectable total, up towards that 200 mark. On this pitch, there's a chance it might deteriorate further throughout the day, so England will be hoping it does, and there's more spin and variable bounce, a bit more seam movement for the quicks as well. Hoping to defend what will be a fairly modest total, should we say.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking a little bit brighter, though, than it was maybe 4 or 5 overs ago. Here's Mitchell Starc from the pavilion end. And a Yorker is edged down towards third man and should be 4 and is. It's a good piece of bowling. It's a wide Yorker from Mitchell Starc, but just a feather of an edge from Tom Curran as he looked to try and jam the bat down on it. And it whistles past Alex Carey, the keeper, and so England just getting lifted by this late flurry from Tom Curran. 191 for 8.
Yeah, almost a perfect Yorker, wide Yorker he's gone for, Mitchell Starc, but he's missed it by, 2 inches, 3 inches? Tom Curran manages just to get enough bat on it, and at 90 miles an hour, that's just going to fly off to the boundary.
Well, they know a lot about him, the Australians. Tom Curran, 26 not out. He is off 32, and he defends one off a thickish outside edge. It goes trickling down to third man, where Josh Hazlewood does the fielding, and Curran moves to 27. England 192 for 8. Plays for the Sydney Sixers in the Big Bash League, and they love him there. They really do. Watched a lot of him in that, and both with, obviously signed as a bowler predominantly, but it was his performances with the bat which has encouraged them hugely, and no doubt when players are allowed to return and all returns to normal, they'll be employing him again, no doubt. Big fan of him, the Sixers. Now Rashid, who's played a very good hand as well, 14 not 8 off 18 balls. Starc in the sunshine comes towards us, round the wickety bowls, and has been clubbed away by Adil Rashid. Not got all of it, just get a single to Aaron Finch, who's just jogging round from mid-on. 193 for 8, so just giving England a sniff, really. I'm just thinking as well. Go on, sorry, Jimmy, you were going to say?
No, I was just going to say I've been impressed with Tom Curran. And actually, his average, I saw his average pop up as he walked to the crease. It was 47 in one-day international cricket in his 23 games. So more than useful coming in at number 9. But I just feel like he's paced his innings well. He's played a few defensive shots at the start. Now he's expanding.
Waving around as he waits for Starc. Down the leg side it goes. Signal wide by umpire Goff. So another one ticks on to the England total. 194 for 8. I was a little surprised to actually see him come ahead again of his brother. Just, I suppose you could pick him out of a hat, to be fair, at 8 and 9. But just with his record there and what the Australians know of him, give him a little bit more time. Made not a great deal of difference in the end, but he's a very useful hand now. 27 not out he is as he waits for Starc. Bowls, and this has been driven firmly out to extra cover, straight to David Warner. And Mitchell Starc just trying those Yorkers of his. Such a good bowler at the death as the shadows lengthen here at Old Trafford. And this beautiful blue above us, and the floodlight to our left-hand side, the stanchion just sprawling out across the top end of the outfield next to the James Anderson end. Australia eager to and snatch these final 2 wickets. Just Jofra Archer to come as Starc sets off very straight run, then flares out at the end, and moving in his crease is Rashid. Just guides it down towards third man. He wants 2, does Tom Curran, and he'll get it. Rashid moves on to 17 not out. And England 197 for 8. So using up the overs, they get themselves to, what, 215, 220. That will encourage their bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a really impressive partnership. They took their time at the start, knowing that they wanted to bat out the overs, and as they've got closer and closer to the 50 over mark, they've just started to expand a bit, but they've been doing it in a very sort of calm and picking the right balls, calm way, picking the correct delivery to try and hit over the top.
Yeah, they've not gifted anything to Australia, made them work, and one that really sounds awful off the bottom of Adil Rashid's bat. And he won't mind because he's got himself a single out to extra cover. And it's the end of the 48th over. So 2 overs remain. Rashid inspects the bottom of his bat, and England 198 for 8. I was just thinking about the England response, obviously defending a relatively low total and seeing how effective Zampa has been and how well Adil Rashid is bowling. You saw that Aaron Finch left Zampa until around about the 19th, 20th over today. I just wonder that once the power play overs are done for England after 10, I just wonder how quickly Rashid will be introduced in this response.
Yeah, I do know Owen Morgan likes holding him back as much as he can. But what Australia managed to do was get their 6th bowler to bowl quite a few overs early on.
Cummins bowls wide of the crease. Lovely shot from Rashid, just opening the face, guiding it over the back of backward point, and he'll pick up 4. Very clever batting from Adil Rashid. He hits the ball in unusual areas. It brings up the England 200 as well, 202 for 8. But just a bit of width, and Rashid latches onto it.
Yeah, great. Wide, gone for a wide Yorker pat. Cummins 90 miles an hour. So Adil Rashid just opened the face, gone up and over backward point. He loves that sort of shot, and he's executed it really well.
Cummins kicks his heels as he runs away from us, showing red soles, a short delivery and a swing and a miss from Rashid as it goes on the 1 hop through to Alex Carey. 202 for 8. Andy?
That 4 from Rashid brought up the 50 partnership in exactly 8 overs. It's only England's 8th 50 stand for the 9th wicket in ODI cricket. Rashid was involved in the most recent one in that chase on this ground when Butler scored 100 against Australia 2 years ago, and Curran in the one before that with Chris Woakes in Adelaide in 2018.
Yeah, half-century partnership in the State England were hugely valuable. Cummins again. Past the umpire, short ball swatted away by Rashid. Has he got enough distance to take it all the way for 6? He does. Straight over the top of deep mid-wicket. And all Marnus Labuschagne can do is watch it sail over his head. It wasn't a long way over the boundary. It tempted Labuschagne for a small period of time. He rushed in off the boundary to think he might be in with a chance of a catch, and then just seeing that it had the distance. 6 runs to England, 208 for 8.
Yeah, he was waiting for that. Just got his left leg out of the way. Makes it easier to play that sort of pull shot.
Rashid moves to 28, a slower delivery, pulled away hard for 4 more. This is quite the flurry from England towards the back end of this innings. It was almost again like Rashid kind of premeditated his shot, knowing what Cummins was going to bowl. And he hammers it through the onside, through straight mid-wicket for 4 more in England, 212 for 8.
Yeah, he's just getting the better of Pat Cummins here, is Adil Rashid. He went full early in the over, followed it up with a bouncer which Adil Rashid missed, and then almost expecting that bouncer pulled in for 6, and now he's gone slower and full. And again, he's waiting for it and punished him through mid-wicket.
So we've had the 4 over deep backward point, the 6 over square leg, another 4 through straight mid-wicket. Hugely productive over for England. 212 for 8. Long off has gone back, as has long on. Cummins bowls another slower ball. This another shot from Rashid that opens the face and moves it over towards backward point. Fielder is rushing round and just manages to save it inside the boundary rope, but not before excellent running from Curran brings England and Rashid 3 runs. And so brings applause from the England captain on the balcony down below us as well. 215 for 8. Rashid 35 from 26 balls. With the final ball, Tom Curran will be on strike. And that's just the kind of lift you want when coming off the field after a tough day at the office with the bat for England. Just that little pick-me-up for your team and the bowlers. As Cummins strides towards Tom Curran, who swats this away through the offside. Another slow ball from Pat Cummins brings a single to conclude a rather expensive over. How many, Andy, off that one, please? In
18.
total? 18.
A nice little stat has just come up. Both these players have reached the quarter century mark, only the second time in ODI cricket that England's numbers 9 and 10 have both posted a quarter century.
It's not a thing.
It is a thing. It is a thing now. The previous occasion was in Lahore in December 2005, when the 9 and 10 were Liam Plunkett and Vikram Solanki batting at 10, having come in as a substitute for Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, I remember that well, actually. Do you remember when that rule where you could bring in a sub? So you named 12 players and one of them was a sub. And we were struggling. We were 6 wickets down, and I got the pat on the shoulder and said, we need Vikram's batting, so you're dropping out. So I got an England cap and didn't actually take the field.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a disappointment. I hope you told them what's what. Last over is just about to start. 2:16 for 8 England, and it's pulled away. The first delivery for 4. Wonderful strike. Mitch Marshall is bowling the last over. 71-mile-an-hour long hop gets dealt with in a punishing way by Tom Curran. Straight through square leg for 4. England's 220 for 8. This is a really good finish for England.
Yeah, it's great. And you can hear the noise from the England balcony as well. You know how much it means to them to have something to bowl at. And also, as you just mentioned, Charles, having that momentum as well, coming off the field with a bit of momentum going into the second innings.
Marsh again bowls a real horrid-looking bouncer. It's very high, and Tom Curran is looking at both umpires, and it's now been signalled wide. I think Tom Curran has just won that little battle of gamesmanship, so it's turning to Martin Sackers and going, come on. And then at the end, Michael Gough, it was the standing umpire at the Anderson end, signalled it wide, so another one onto England's total, 221 for 8. Curran is 33 not out. Rashid 35 at the non-strikers. Long on, long off with hands on hips. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square as Marsh bowls and clubbed across the line. They should look for 2 here. It's bisected the fielders at long on and deep mid-wicket and trickled along the floor, and all Finch can do is trot after it and concede the second run. So Curran joins Rashid on 35 not out. 223 for 8 with 4 balls remaining. Not having that a quarter of a century is a thing, Andy Saltzman. No.
I certainly wouldn't have made a quarter century in that game, so it's probably the right decision to bring.
This is the 7th time that numbers 9 and 10 have both made 35 or more in any one-day international.
35th of a century as Marsh bowls, and this is hit hard by Tom Curran. It's just looping up in the air and going to fall at the 30-yard circle, but it allows them to come through for a second run. Well run from Adil Rashid. The throw came in from Finch. Just a little bit too slow to think about any run-out opportunity, so another couple onto the total, 225 for 8. Now you get into reading how this pitch is playing. Now you get into the stage where this could be, England managed to get a couple early, and this could be a testing chase for Australia. They've rallied well towards the back end. 225 for 8. Just to see if there's any discernible change in the field. There's not. So third man and fine legger up inside the circle. So you'd imagine Mitchell Marsh will be thinking full. Areas for Tom Curran, extra cover. Big space there, and also some cow corner as well. Bat waving as he's still waiting for Marsh. Bowls, and he's bowled him. Swing and a miss across the line, and it splits middle and leg stump. And he was looking for that cow corner area, and that's fair enough from Tom Curran, considering the final over it is. And he departs for an excellent 37. England 225 for 9 with 2 balls remaining of their 50 overs.
Yeah, really good knockout from Tom Curran. Just what England needed at this stage. And I think you can sort of get a sense that Australia are a little bit flat here. There's no celebration with that wicket. I know we're coming to the end of the innings, but it just feels like England have switched the momentum in this game. And might be going in at half-time, probably the more positive of the 2 teams.
I think you're right, Jimmy, I really do. Like you say, you can usually tell. And granted, usually towards the back end of an innings anyway, the fielders are all spread out, and for them to come together is unusual. But, there's usually a bit of fist pumping and applauding from the deep. And so the moment England, like you say, just wrestled this impetus away from Australia. So Jofra Archer it will be. Adil Rashid comes to meet him from the non-striker's end. I'd dearly like Jofra Archer to just get hold of one of these two and get it up to 230. So Archer will face, 2 balls left, and field doesn't change, so Mitchell Marsh picks himself up a wicket. He's 1 for 43. Archer waits for him. First ball received from Marsh, and this has been hammered away by Jofra Archer out towards long off. Rashid wants to come back for the second. Throw had been better, perhaps. It might have been close, but Rashid already got a head start, backing up well from the non-striker's end. So Archer off the mark immediately, 227 for 9.
He's getting away with it, he's getting away with a few areas, Mitch Marsh. He's bowling slot balls, and just think if you have a recognised batsman, and they could really punish this sort of bowling.
Final ball of the England innings then. Marsh bowls a short delivery, and it's been hammered away straight back over his head. It could go for 4 and does. Excellent end for England, and that will really lift them after being in perilous position earlier on in their innings. They have managed to make a total of 231 for 9 in their 50 overs. 4 to finish the innings from Jofra Archer. Again, a slot ball that you talked about from Mitch Marsh, and it was flat batted by Archer straight back over his head. And England have a skip in the step as they wander towards, the two batsmen wander towards their dressing room. Australia, well, they really couldn't finish things off. They had the foot on the jugular, but really didn't manage to see England off. They would have been thinking 150, 160 all out. As it is, 231 for 9 from their 50 overs. I think England will probably be the happier of the two in the dressing room.
I think so, yeah. There's definitely a momentum shift there towards the end of that innings. I was looking at one point where England weren't going to bat out the 50 overs, and they've managed to not only bat that out the 50 overs, but get up to a total where you think just maybe it might be, it could be enough to defend. England are going to have to bowl perfectly.
Yeah.
If they feel better, Australia's fielding was pretty poor though. So if England feel better than they did, and yeah, they're going to have to bowl really well, early wickets. Hopefully there'll be a bit of turn for Adil Rashid in the middle. They could defend this.
All right, Jimmy, thanks so much as ever for your input. Much more to come from James Anderson and Andy Saltzman.
England scored 44 in the last 3 overs, 67 in the last 6 overs. That partnership between Curran and Rashid, 76 in 9.5 overs. Curran 37 from 39, having not scored in his first 13 balls, and Rashid 35 from 26.
So England 231 for 9. Jason Roy 21. Johnny Bairstow 0. Jay Root made 39. Owen Morgan 42. Joss Butler 3. Sam Billings made 8. Chris Wokes 26. Sam Curran 1. But Tom Curran and Adil Rashid towards the back end of the innings really gave England a decent sniff. 37 made Tom Curran, who was bowled by Mitchell Stark off 39 balls. Adil Rashid was not out, 35 from 26 balls, including 3 fours and 1 6. Jofra Archer 6 not out. The bowling figures: 3 for 53 from Mitchell Stark, 1 for 27 Josh Hazlewood, 1 for 56 for Pat Cummins. Adam Zampa, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 36 from 10. No wickets for either Mitchell Marsh or Marcus Stoinis. Their 9 overs combined went for 54.
I can see the umpires coming out into the sunshine. Interesting game of cricket this, because from nowhere England suddenly posted a bit of a score. I remember saying to Michael Vaughan at one stage, 220, 230. We both agreed they seemed miles away. Well, they've got to 231, which is remarkable, really. That stand of 76 between Tom Curran and Adil Rashid from only 57 balls has turned the game right around, really. Curran made 37. Rashid is 35 not out. The umpires are on their way. Australia need 232 to win the series, of course. So from thoughts from Michael, and then Isha Goer will get us underway here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be these first 10 overs. Aaron Finch and David Warner, the way that they like to play. And if England can dislodge this pair quickly, without too much damage, I think we're in for a real tight one. It doesn't seem like a big score, particularly in this era of one-day cricket. We're more used to talking about 330 plenties, but this pitch has got plenty of action. There's loads there for the seamers. Not low ballers, as we saw from Adam Zampa. Plenty there for someone like Adil Rashid. And Australia actually didn't field that well. You think of how many went through the hands, they probably gave away 20 to 30 runs in the field. If England can have one of those nights that everything sticks and you feel it possible will have to, I think we could be in for a nipper here, Ish.
All right, Michael, good afternoon to you. Late evening, early evening in fact. And there's a nice breeze coming through here in the commentary box. Blue skies above. It is a wonderful sight here.
Heat wave
in Manchester.
It's coming, they've said.
I've chosen the wrong outfit, haven't I? I've got this woolly jacket on that
The next few days is going to be a heat wave.
Get rid of.
I've just been reading about it.
Can't wait. We've got a couple of days off to enjoy it, Michael, as well. So Chris Wokes will be opening up from the James Anderson end. The breeze blowing from left to right as we look at it, so blowing into David Warner, who will take the first ball. And it's England side. It's not over till it's over. They will believe that they can defend this total. It's not much to play with, 232, but just with the wicket the way it is, looks fairly greyish. It's got a greyish tint to it, the pitch here.
Like an old man, doesn't it?
Yeah, just on the ends. It's looking a bit burnt.
Well, I reckon David Warner has revved himself up, and I get a sense that he's coming out to play a few here.
6 from 14 deliveries for him in the last match. Got bowled an absolute beauty of a delivery, hitting the top of off from Jofra Archer. And it's Wokes to start off this second innings. Here he comes, past the stumps. Warner works it to mid-wicket, no run. He's got a slip in position, and they do take one in the end. A misfield first up, and it's Tom Curran.
After setting them, they're going to have to field as well as they ever have. Take everything, stop everything. It's the easiest little dribble to the mid-wicket. Oh, and he's just missed it.
He's seething, absolutely seething. Tom Curran, the look on his face at mid-wicket.
You never know, it might be a tactic at Aaron Finch down Chris Wokes' end.
Well, he's going to be looking to target the pads. Tom Curran being shifted over to the leg side now as the right-hander is on strike. Slip in position.
Well, it's an indication, this is what Australia went for. Just the one slip, 3 fielders either side. The onside on the offside, it's stump to stump, try and hit off stump as many times as you possibly can. Try and get the batsman playing across the line of the ball.
Chris Wokes on the approach. Bowls to Finch, working it past mid-wicket to mid-on, no run. Just jumping up on his toes there, Aaron Finch. A good length delivery around the off-stump. Important first 10 overs. Probably didn't bowl as disciplined as Australia in the first 10 overs of the last match. Chance to make amends as Wokes circles at the top of his mark. Coming in on an angle. Finch crouches, drives, gets the left hand to it. There's a throw on. And Finch, I think he might have been short, running to the danger end as the throw is sent in from Owen Morgan, running in at mid-off. And he misses the stumps completely.
I don't think I've ever seen so many fielders on the ground. You've got the follow-through of Chris Wokes. He ends up on the floor. Then you had Owen Morgan at mid-off,
yeah.
The flying throw, he's on the floor. Then Johnny Bairstow back, he misses, he's on the floor. And then Jason Roy has to dive to stop it. He ends up on the floor.
It was like a procession. But, looking at the replay, he would have been gone by quite some way. Aaron Finch, who now stands at the non-striker end. David Warner then on the back foot, defending to the offside. A good let delivery on off stump from Chris Wokes.
Well, again, that's an indication is that Australia know that this is going to be a target. It's not going to be easy to chase, so why run the risk for that single so soon? I think these first 10 overs, you get a real sense that Australia are really going to go for it. Try and, if you can come out and get 60 runs, 70 runs in the first 10, which is certainly possible if you get going. It's a risk if you lose 2 or 3 doing so.
Warner pulls, finds its way to mid-wicket, doesn't get all of it. There's a tumbling dive from Tom Curran there, who does take that one.
That was better, wasn't it?
Much better. A lot of energy, and takes it cleanly with both hands as he throws it in. No run is taken, so Australia 2 for no loss in this first over. 1 more ball left.
Who's nicked W.G. Grace's jumper? It's a concern, isn't it?
It's topless.
He's got a shirt on.
Oh, he has. Yeah.
Got the chest out. And his I can rather bemused that someone has nicked his teddy bear's jumper. Where's it gone, Zoltz?
Sure it wasn't you, Michael?
No, I've only just noticed it. He's been one of my pals all summer.
It's hot day, isn't it?
It's been de-sweated as Waits bowls. Warner guides down to third man. Call of 2. I'll settle for the 1 as a throw is sent in from Adil Rashid. Sprinting in 20 metres off the boundary to take the ball. 3 for no loss then after the first over. And lots of intent already that we've seen from David Warner. Just swiping away some debris from the middle of the pitch. And they're having a chat to his partner, an established partnership at the top of the order for Warner and Finch.
Come on, who's got WG sweater? Nisha, where have you put
Not
it?
me.
Someone has the sweater.
Well, we're having a look everywhere here, under the tables, behind the computer screens, nowhere to be seen.
Henry Moran, so I'm blaming.
Haven't seen Henry too much today. Just wonder if he's managed to find a bit of quiet time with no one in the box to remove the sweater. As Jofra Archer will have first over from the Brian Statham end. Warner misses one outside the off stump. He does look to play it square of the wicket. It's back of a length and 2 slips in position. He was almost just trying to swat it away.
Jofra's had David Warner out 3 times so far on this tour, twice in the T20s and then that beauty in the first 50 over game on Friday night. First time today that we've seen 2 slips. Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood never had 2 slips on this wicket.
Archer shuffles away. Here he comes. Bowls wide of the off stump. Cut. Up and over. Point out to the deep cover boundary. It's the toe end of the bat. They push back for 2 as the throw is sent in and will casually come through for the 3rd as well. So Warner to 5. Very wide delivery from Archer, bowling it across David Warner. Score 6 for no loss. There's a man in a cover, quite square, but in quite short. As the field changes round for the right-hander. We'll have just 1 slip for Aaron Finch. Man at short 3rd. Point, cover, mid-off.
Here's the culprit.
Mid-on.
He's here.
Deep backward square. Mid-wicket, and man down at fine leg as Archer pushes away. He bowls, Finch drive, straight to that man at cover, no run. Henry, haven't seen you too much today. So just fiddling around with the camera at the moment, over to my right. Wearing a green mask, very incognito as Archer runs away from us. Finch on the back foot dabbing to point, no run. Back of a length delivery and around the off stump.
And he's got his rhythm straight away here, Jofra Archer, 86 miles an hour. Looks a bit quicker than that. I mean, sometimes you see the numbers come up on the screen. It's a little bit perplexed about the speeds. 86 miles an hour on this wicket looks a bit quicker than what I've seen in bowled. It's come up at 90 miles an hour. It just looks like he's got rhythm.
Finch back and across, looking to punch it through the covers, but finds the top part of the bat and it trickles to point, no run. As Archer makes the slow walk back to the top of his mark. Owen Morgan at mid-on, with the ball in his hand, as he tosses it now to Archer, and Aaron Finch just remarks his guard. Taps his bat down ferociously. Holds a full delivery, managed to squeeze it out, Aaron Finch. Always looking to zone in on those pads. He's got a little bit more of an open stance. Aaron Finch trying to move that left leg out the way. Susceptible to the LBW for a period of 6 or 7 months or so. And decided to change up his technique. 6-0 loss then after 2 overs. Australia, the target 232 to win the series.
Sign of a guilty man, that, Misha. Straight in taking pictures.
Henry, are you the offender?
I'm not sure that WG Grace had a jumper.
No, he did.
You sure?
Yes, definitely. He's certainly not had no jumper on throughout the...
Well, it's a different one. I've got 2 WGs.
Oh.
I'll give over.
No.
All right. End of that then.
Warner sets up to Wokes. Defends back down to mid-off, no run.
What did you do with the other one?
It's back at the hotel. So the first
You
one was...
sleep with one?
Not in that way.
Do you leave WG on your bed? You do, don't you?
He's on the desk. The first was made for me as a present by my sister many years ago, and these were made for some videos I did during the 2015 World Cup.
That's a fake WG.
Well, yeah, I guess it is.
As Wokes has passed the stumps to Warner again on the back foot, this time defending to mid-off once more.
I thought there was going to be a great search with the WG sweater. Do you have any teddies?
That was put to bed quite quickly, wasn't it, Barney?
Yeah.
I did when I was younger.
Did you?
Yeah.
What do you have?
Tiger.
Tigger the character?
No, just a Bengal tiger.
Snoopy. Remember Snoopy?
Oh, did you? Yeah.
And Peanut.
As Warner tucks it off his hip to mid-wicket. Vacant position there as Archer at mid-on runs around to his left to collect the ball and throw it in. Warner to 6 then, 7-0 loss.
Not as much seam movement that we saw from Australia with that new ball. We saw some ball seam. So far there's not been a huge amount of seam movement for England. Certainly that kind of slow nature off the surface where it's kind of grabbing in and not coming onto the bat, which is a good sign for the England team. Aaron Finch has just had a look to the leg side.
He crouches inside edge onto the pad. There's a half appeal from behind the stumps, given not out by Michael Goff.
It looked to me like Aaron Finch kind of raised his bat a little bit there. It's an area where you don't want to do that because you want the opposition to review.
Yeah.
Kind of natural instinct is to kind of give the umpire a little bit of a helping hand every now and again. You shouldn't, but you know you kind of do in the heat of the battle. But you've got to be a poker player, haven't you? These days, and try and bluff the opposing team into a review.
Finch advances, drives back past the bowler. Jofra Archer diving to his left to stop the ball. He does well as they come through for 1. Finch to 2, 8-0 loss then. So when did you stop sleeping with Snoopy?
No, I still do.
Oh yeah.
No, many years ago. Many years ago.
I thought that might be the answer.
Yes. I think it's, they're amazing teddies. You do tend to keep them, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. My 16-year-old daughter has a Tigger. It's very worn and jaggled now, but she's still got that.
Yeah, I used to love my cuddly toys as Wokes. It's full, Warner drives to extra, no run. So powerful as he plays the shot. That's the end of the over. 8-0 loss after 3 overs.
Australia seem to have played a lot more shots for their 8 runs. Okay, that's just an indication of the pitch. There's a lot of quite hard shots that are going nowhere. It's a difficult pitch to time the ball on. You really do need to have to buy for a bit of time out in the middle. I saw that from Tom Curran, Adil Rashid, Owen Morgan, just buying a bit of time, getting used to it, and then all of a sudden it didn't look so difficult to bat on.
Just having a look at the balcony, Marnus Labuschagne has got his pads on. Mitchell Marsh had a brilliant game last time out as Archer is away from us to Finch. He's pushing back past the bowler to mid-off, no run. Warner crouches at the non-striker's end. Just a little stretch before tapping his bat down and rehearsing and visualising. Adil Rashid. It's going to be incredibly important in the second innings. Speaking to Jimmy off air, just towards the end of that first innings, he said 220, Adil Rashid comes into the game. There's Archer, through, ball short, misses it, does Aaron Finch, looking to pull it away to the leg side. That was a hostile delivery.
I think anything over 200, and seeing the way that it played, it's going to take a couple of very strong innings from Australia. The one thing that Australia have in their favour is the run rate's never going to get beyond them. It's never going to get to a stage where you wouldn't have thought it gets to 10s or 12s. So if worst case scenario, if then they lose, they could just play the test match game for a while and just kind of bed themselves in.
Archer bowls, Finch off the hips down to fine leg. Just angled in on the leg stump on that occasion. Jofra Archer, upper length. As Australia moved to 9 for no loss. Finch to 3. Yeah, it's one of those where England will want to obviously continue to try and build pressure. This is where Owen Morgan comes into it.
Well, Aaron Finch was excellent, wasn't he? He put the squeeze on for the majority of the innings. He kept all the fielders up for many of it. To Adam Zampa.
Warner edges through to the keeper, and he's given. Jofra Archer gets him again, a 91-mile-an-hour delivery. He was just looking to fiddle at it outside the off stump. Not entirely sure what shot he was trying to play, but that is David Warner gone, and an early wicket for England.
Well, 4th time that he's had Warner on this tour. It's just the extra bounce. Second slip had just been taken out, and he just looked like he's trying to run that down to third man. And the ball just bounced too steeply for him, and it was quick. A bit too quick for him as well. Perfect start for England. Warner on his way back. And now I'm sure they'll send out Stoinis. Stoinis will come out trying to play a few shots. This is... it's got the makings of being a real good game.
Yeah, absolutely. 43 from 34 for Stoinis in the last match. He did look good out in the middle, but he gives himself time. And that shot from Warner, it was as if he was just trying to guide it down, but also leave it in the process. And he definitely played the poker face, because I don't think Jofra Archer was that interested until Joss went up. Thankfully, Martin Saggers also thought it was out. So he raised the finger, and Marcus Stoinis is out in the middle now. Well-built man, batting at number 3. No Steve Smith, of course. They didn't want to bring him in for this game, just precautionary measures.
I was surprised by that. I guess the fact that Australia won so well on Friday probably didn't really want to think about changing the team. A player like Steve Smith, I mean, it's precautionary, and there's obviously a little doubt, and been hitting the nets. But if Steve Smith's anywhere near fit to play, I'm playing him in any team. Wonderful batsman.
Well, it's Marcus Stoinis out in the middle now. Taps his bat down. Crouches ever so slightly as Archer approaches. Bowls back of a length. Stoinis defends to the offside. Points sprinting in. Jason Roy in that position. Lots of energy in the field now for England. They know how crucial these next few overs are.
England side, I mean, whatever the format, they just seem to find a way. Go back to that test here against Pakistan. They were completely out of the game. And then that partnership, Butler and Chris Wokes, go back to Headingley last year, the World Cup final. They just seem to find a way of getting in the contest.
Stoinis up on his toes, tucks it away to deep backward square for 1. And comes through for the end of the over. It's 10 for 1 after 4 overs. Stoinis on 1, Finch on 3 then. Archer, a brilliant start for him. 1 for 5 from his 2. A good sequence of deliveries there. What Owen Morgan wants is pressure from both ends. These two, if we remember back to the semi-final last year, they needed to come back strong after not bowling with great disciplines at Lord's, Wokes and Archer. And they did exactly that. They picked up early wickets. They bowled with good control. Didn't allow Australia a sniff in those first few overs. And here we are again, 10 for 1 after 4. Stoinis kicks away some debris before having a quick scan of the leg side field. Man down at fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. Slip in position on the offside as Woke sets off. Bowls, Stoinis pushes to mid-off, no run. And Morgan running around to his left to collect the ball and throw it in.
Yeah, 149 for 8 England. I wouldn't say they're favourites at this stage, but another quick wicket now. Australia 10 for 2. Particularly if Aaron Finch is that second wicket, do you feel that England would push themselves into being favourites in this game?
Stoinis works it to mid-wicket. Misfield through to Archer. They don't take the single.
I'd like to say that the outfield's horrific and it's bobbling all over the place, but the outfield's like a billiard table top.
Yeah. Yeah, Johnny Bairstow just snatching at that one at mid-wicket as Joe Root comes over from the leg side to plug that gap at extra cover.
Every time that Aaron Finch bats here, they always show on the television that 6 that he hit in the Roses T20 game here a few years ago.
Over to the point.
Yeah, he hit the top of the point roof.
As Wokes bowls, Stoinis strikes it straight as an arrow back down the ground. Well, that was an imposing shot, and it's gone all the way for 6.
Yeah, that's class. It's just assessing what Wokes is trying to do and realising he's just trying to hit that length, so he thought, I'll come closer to it, and he just check drives it. It's also a reminder, East, when they show it, of crowds. The excitement of people's faces when they see shots like that. And they probably got a well, because there weren't many Australians in, but I'm sure the crowd would have appreciated that shot from Marcus Stoinis. Hell of a strike.
A lot of authority in that one as he stays in his crease this time and drives to mid-off. A good length delivery around that off stump. Similar sort of length, really.
Yeah, he's a bit all or nothing, isn't he, Stoinis?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
It's like he does it boundaries, but in between the boundaries, there's plenty of dot balls.
Yeah. It's that ability to rotate the strike. He's on 7, 16 for 1 Australia. Into the 5th over here. There's Wokes past the stumps, bowls. Stoinis on the back foot, defending back down the pitch to the bowler. Lovely atmosphere here in Manchester. Can't see a cloud in the sky. Blue skies above as the lights are coming on. People having a lazy Sunday. Love to know what people have been up to today. Is Wokes goes to Stoinis, another good leg delivery on leg stump this time as he defends back past the bowler once more. We've had an email from Graham and Maggie. We're halfway through our summer holiday camper vanning in Scotland. That is the end of the over, 16 for 1 after 5. It's been raining pretty much non-stop, but a big ray of sunshine has been the TMS commentary. Glad you're enjoying it. Graham and Maggie, any chance of joining your bubble for the second week? With table tennis, music nights and darts competitions, it sounds like you are having lots of fun. Thanks in anticipation.
Has someone not told me so? It says the second week. Have we got to stay?
Yeah, I know.
Have we got to stay on?
Yes.
So that's going to be announced on Wednesday that we're staying just to stay.
I feel like I need to prepare myself for getting out of the bubble, Michael, because Archer bowls back of a length to Finch, who works it to mid-wicket.
Well, we could stay, actually. Yorkshire play here on Thursday night. Could all stay and sit on the balcony, cheer the Yorkies on. Sure you'd be in the Yorkie camp, Isha, wouldn't
I'm
you?
all right, thanks.
You'd go for Lancs, would you?
Oh, I don't know, actually.
Rosie's Clash, where are you going?
It's a tough one. Tough one.
Sit on your balcony, have a nice bottle or two and sing a few songs.
Yeah. I think I might try and get home, if I'm honest.
Yeah, that's sensible.
Finch carves his pass point Little bit of width from Archer, back of a length, and he's cut it away to the boundary. It's a fast outfield here in Manchester. And Australia moves to 20 for 1. Finch to 7.
Yeah, it's exactly like I said, it's just the width. And then it hits a wicket end and bounces over the diving Jason Roy at backward point. And the outfield's so fast. Don't have to get too much on it to get to the boundary.
Finch back and across, clips it to mid-wicket, no run. Slightly straighter on that occasion. Jofra, Andy?
Marcus Stoinis only the 6th batsman to hit Chris Woakes for a 6 inside the first 5 overs of an ODI. KL Rahul, Colin Munro, Imral Kayes and Imam Haq have all done so once. Chris Gale 9 times. So Stoinis has added himself to that list.
Universe boss, he's been playing in the IPL, wasn't he, again?
Yeah,
back in
Kings
this
11.
year?
Yep. Oh, he hits it hard. There's Archibald short. It's gone high up in the air as Finch looks to pull it, and it's one bounce into the rope behind Jos Buttler. Well, it's the miscue. In fact, I think it hits his helmet.
That can't come straight off his helmet and gone that far. Surely there's a bit of bat involved as well.
Oh, no, it has. It has.
How far's that travelled?
He nearly headed it for 6.
I've never seen that before, where the ball just flicks the top of the helmet and it's gone one bounce before the doctor will have to come out and just give Aaron Finch a quick concussion test. He'll need a new helmet as well. The protocols of this era, but I've never seen a ball fly that far. Usually you see the top 8 comes off the bat and it goes that far. Just have a hard head.
Hard head and helmet. 24 for 1 then Australia in the 6th over here. Finch on 7, Stoinis on 7.
I think that's the next innovation. The Aussies are ahead of the game. They've got something on those helmets
bit of
that's a bit
metal.
springy.
Bit of extra metal.
You go miles.
Yeah.
This is always awkward though when you change your helmet, because you just don't take a second helmet. So that helmet that's being charged out there will be a helmet out of the kit bag. It never feels the same on the head. It's not comfortable. It'll be a bit uncomfortable for a while. Aaron Finch.
A few more words from you then, Michael.
That's gone miles.
And in will come Charles Dagnall.
He's bowling quickly, Jofra Archer. And just a glance has taken it, I'm guessing 50, 60 yards, maybe a bit further than that. Australia now 24 for 1 inside the 6th over. A target of 232. And they'll know that just one really strong partnership anything over 80 to 100 is going to pretty much secure the game. And they've got to continue to pick wickets up.
Well, here's Archer. And bowling back of a length, defending out into the offside is Aaron Finch. That went mild. I mean, a proper glancing header.
Like a Mark Haitley header, wasn't it?
Oh, there's a blast from the past. Mark Haitley.
Lee Chapman.
Crikey.
Not it. Duncan Ferguson.
Yeah,
Joe
Haitley.
Jordan.
Paul Mariner, what are you getting there?
Yeah,
Glancer. Jofra Archer, 1 for 9.
Terry Butcher.
That headband in Italy. Oof. Here comes Archer again. Bowls flicked away by Aaron Finch this time. Just off the hip, he'll get a single out to deep backwards square, and it concludes the 6th over then. Or in fact, it's a leg-by signal. I thought it sounded a bit woody from Aaron Finch. But Australia, after 6 overs, 25 for 1. Stoinis is 7, Finch is 8. Saw a stat here. And we did a little bit about it in the first one-day international, actually, with Andy, about the problems Warner has with Jofra Archer. 73 balls. Jofra Archer has bowled at David Warner, 54 runs, 7 wickets. 57 runs, 7 wickets.
Well, that's why you go to the Ashes next winter. And England have always had problems bowling to Warner in Australian conditions. He's got an incredible record. Well, if you can arrive with someone like Jofra Archer, and he'll know that his record against him is such a poor one, it has a huge advantage for the team.
It's just sowing those seeds isn't it,
yeah,
early?
it is a game that's played pretty much in the top 6 inches.
Finch, 7 not out. Bowls, does Wokes and carves him through the offside for 4. Wonderful shot. No real foot movement. There was width offered from Chris Wokes, and Aaron Finch just used that power and strength of his to muscle it through the offside and 4 runs.
I don't think he's moved his feet at all. He has a little trigger and his feet just did not move. He just kind of got into this wide base, and if there's a ball that he wants, it's that ball. Right, a yard outside off stump, length, and he just knows he can just throw his hands at the ball.
Wokes tosses the ball in the left hand, transfers it to the right and approaches again. Bowles advancing his Aaron Finch. Wants a quick single, will have to be quick. Jofra Archer has to scuttle round from mid-on to his left-hand side and throw the ball into Joss Butler. So an easy single in the end for Australia. Finch to 12, Australia 30 for 1. Simon Mosley has emailed. We're asking what people are up to this Sunday afternoon. He says there can't be much better Sunday afternoon than fishing on a chalk stream with a few trout nibbling, listening to TMS on his earbuds. Bliss, says Simon. A chalk stream.
Bit of fishing.
Oh, yes.
Trout fishing.
Are you a fisher?
Nah.
Oh. That nips that one in the bud then, doesn't it? Here's 30 for 1 Australia as Stoinis defends the next
There's a kid,
delivery.
Right? He lives in my village, and he was telling me, a lovely guy called Simon, he was telling me the other week how he goes fishing and he goes through the night and he just sits there and he waits and he waits. He's been doing it throughout lockdown. It's been kind of his getaway, clear his head. And this is 3 or 4 months worth. I said, have you caught many? He goes, 2. 2 all summer. I mean,
through the night. Here's Wokes again, wide of the crease this time, and Stoinis covers up comfortably, stands up right and defends out into the onside, where Johnny Bairstow is patrolling the mid-wicket region.
Yeah, he gets...
Go through the night.
Yeah,
fishing.
yeah, tent on the obviously the river or wherever he's fishing, and has a little fire going. Reads books.
In the night?
Yeah, you get a lamp and he reads his books and then he falls asleep and then he fishes and doesn't catch so many, but seems to enjoy it.
Wokes and bowls back of a length and trying to force it away off the back foot. On his tiptoes is Marcus Stoinis, but can't find a way through the infield on the offside and remains 30 for 1.
You know what my advice was to him? I just said, have you ever thought about just changing the bait? Might just be the bait that's not quite working. Yeah, they like it, don't they, some people? It's just relaxing. Sitting there watching the water, watching the rod do nothing.
Until that little tug of the...
It's always like, some kind of little bit of weed from in the water. It's never a fish, is it? Salmon fishing, that's the one, isn't it?
What is it?
Up in Scotland, yeah.
They leap, don't they? You have to catch them. Here comes Wokes again. Forward comes Stoinis. Wants a quick single, and it goes out to Jofra Archer at mid-on again. And the throw is awry. They might come back for a second. No. As Sam Curran is hurtling in from the third-man boundary, and there is no run. 31 for 1 at the conclusion of the 7th over. Well, commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online, and via the BBC Sounds app. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. So, 7 overs gone. 31 for 1. As Australia trying to close in, trying to chase down this modest total from
Henry
England.
Moran has tweeted, he's got some stats.
Oh, go on.
He's tweeted, this summer and last, David Warner has batted 14 times in England. He averages 11.77 and has reached double figures just 3 times. David Warner's not enjoying batting in English conditions, is he?
So after the World Cup. Since the World Cup.
Should I tell Henry that?
Here's Archer again as a slip is in place, and we're making Stoinis leap onto his tiptoes, playing a defensive shot in mid-air almost. He turns it to square leg, and there is a single taken. 31 for 1.
I like that, Andy.
Captain.
Don't you? As a stat, he jumps over any stats, don't you?
No.
You notice
Someone
that?
else comes up with the stats. He's...
I don't mind that, I just like them to be accurate.
Yes. Well, sometimes yours are a little bit near enough, aren't they?
Fighting talk there.
Every now and again. Just make it up.
32 for 1. 4 in the offside ring. A slip. Mid-on and mid-wicket as Archer approaches. Oh, the leading edge is just going short of that man at third man. which is Adil Rashid, and Archer thought he was in there. So did England as well. And Finch survives. He's causing problems, is Jofra Archer, just off the shoulder of the bat.
And just see the way that Finch is playing that. He's jumping in the air. Going quickly. Just a little bit of extra bounce.
Got him hopping around, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, yeah.
His rhythm, you mentioned it. His rhythm looks excellent at the moment, Archer. And he turns at the top of his mark. Oozes away from us. Short delivery pulled firmly by Finch, and it's a nice piece of timing, but a poor piece of fielding in the end. It was a tough chance down at the deep backward square, but you would expect a fielder such as Johnny Bairstow to latch on to that. He had probably 5 or 6 yards to go to his right-hand side, and he pulled out the dive, but then just the ball scooted underneath him, and yeah, he should have done better. Goes away for 4, and Australia moved to 36 for 1.
There's some kind of disease out there that's affecting all fielders. It's been consistent throughout the whole day. We've seen so many, and these are high-class fielders. I mean, Johnny Bairstow is good a mover in the outfield. I don't remember seeing him do something like that for a long, long time. Pat Cummins in that second over of the day.
Unusual that both of them have been guilty for a little slip. Archer, away from us, past umpire Saggers, defending out into the offside and taking a quick single. Excellent running from this pair, and then might come back for a second again. No, as the shy at the stumps at the batsman's end goes through to Tom Curran, who's rushing in from Fine Lake to do the backing up. So they'll stay at 1, and Australia 37 for 1 after 7.4 overs. Finch is 17, Stoinis is 9. The only wicket to fall was that of David Warner, who was caught behind off a beauty from Jofra Archer. England so desperate to remove the Australian captain Aaron Finch, no doubt. Get Adil Rashid on post the power play. Welcome back to our Radio 4 long wave listeners. You haven't missed much. It's 37 for 1. Australia in this glorious Manchester sunshine. The shadows starting to lengthen with every minute that ticks past on this lovely Sunday afternoon. Goodness knows why the floodlights are on. Beaming down they are, and we have not a cloud in the sky. The most perfect light. But they are on nonetheless. All 4 stanchions. Granted, soon enough they'll take over, but now Stoinis is ready with a short leg in place now as Archer bowls a short delivery. It's gone high on the bat. It should be caught by Butler, and is. And that's brilliant bowling from Jofra Archer. He has caused Australia problems with his pace, his extra bounce, 90 miles an hour, and Marcus Stoinis had no answer to the ferocity of Jofra Archer. Up about the maker's name it was, and another Australian wicket falls, and how uncomfortable he was in playing that. Butler a simple chance. Australia 37 for 2 after 7.5 overs. Just the start that England wanted to make to get into this middle order by the time that Adil Rashid takes the ball. So Stoinis drags himself off the field towards the Australian dressing room. He made 9 from 14 deliveries, but Archer has been a real handful for this Australian top order, and England come together in their huddle, refresh themselves with drinks, and await the next Australian man to come out of the dressing room, who is Marnus Labuschagne, who does a couple of quick-footed movements to get the legs and the blood pumping through them as he goes out to meet his partner Aaron Finch, the Australian captain. A reminder that you can see that dismissal, and I tell you, it's well worth doing. See that dismissal and the other highlights of the day so far on the BBC Sport website and app. And the BBC 2 highlights are on at 11:50 p.m, 10 to 12 this evening, or available to watch at your leisure on the iPlayer for 30 days. And it is worth for that delivery alone. It was a snorter, horrible delivery for Marcus Stoinis to try and negotiate. Interesting, they did put that short leg fielder in just for that ball, but it was actually Butler who took the catch. The short leg staying in, and Marnus Labuschagne will have to deal with a fired-up Jofra Archer bowling 90 miles an hour on a pitch that's offering him that bounce. Joe Root goes in at a first slip. Third man is on the 30-yard circle. Be tempted to bring him up actually into a catching position, but he's going to stay where he is. There's a point, a cover point, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and that man in at short leg. Third man's actually now going back. So there is a fine leg and a third man. Lots of noise from the England players towards the main strike bowler, Jofra Archer. 2 for 15. It's the captain who's in at short leg as well, Owen Morgan. Here's Archer for Labuschagne's first ball. It's a ripper, absolute ripper. 89 miles an hour that goes past his chest, and swaying out of the way in the last minute was Marnus Labuschagne. As it goes through to the keeper, this is high-class fast bowling from Jofra Archer. And at the end of the 8th over, 37 for 2 Australia. Here on 5 Live Sports Extra and Radio 4 Long Wave. The sun slowly setting over towards our left-hand side as we look out from the Statham end. Andy Saltzman, you have something for us?
Second time in Jofra Archer's one-day career. He's taken 2 wickets inside the opening 10-over power play. I think a 10-hour power play is what we used to have for days of timeless tests. He did so in the World Cup opener against South Africa at the Oval last year.
Thank you, Andy. And it's Chris Wokes to continue from the James Anderson end. Slightly angled run as he goes past umpire Goff, bowls, and Aaron Finch just fends this away, playing away from his body a little bit, and goes out to Jason Roy at backward point. If you are just joining us, happy Sunday evening to you. England making 231 for 9, Jason Roy with 21, Joe Root 39, Owen Morgan 42, Chris Wokes 26, and real good partnership over 50 by Tom Curran and Adil Rashid. Curran making 37, Rashid 35 not out to get England to that total of 231 for 9. And Australia are 37 for 2 in the 9th. Wokes again, top of his mark. Kicks his heels as he runs towards us, and Finch defends. Again, just hopping up as he plays it straight back up the pitch, and Joe Root comes into field. And speaking of the James Anderson end, the man himself comes in alongside me, and what a great delivery and a great spell this is from Jofra Archer. He's got England right back in it.
He has, yeah. It's been hostile, hasn't it? Flying through. Don't often see a short legging in one-day cricket, but he's bowled brilliantly so far.
Wokes again. Infield closes. Trying to crowd Finch, who defends resolutely outside of the off stump, and Wokes picks it up in his follow through. It's just what you want when you're talking about the rhythm of Jofra Archer, and you know, they knew it was coming. Short leg in place. It's actually having to deal with that kind of ferocity.
Yeah, I think when you look at the Stoinis dismissal, it's actually the line that he bowls it as well. It's sort of on his left ear. It's just so hard to get out of the way of.
Wokes again, hair flopping around as he runs in. And once again, Aaron Finch is leaping as he defends. This tells you a little bit perhaps about the bounce in this Old Trafford pitch. No run again. 37 for 2.
Yeah, that dismissal is just... He gets himself in an awkward position. He sort of triggers across the stumps to try and get in behind the line, but it just makes it then so awkward to... Ends up just fending it off his nose, really. Not playing the aggressive pull shot, which a lot of the Australians would do.
Wokes towards us he comes, driving his Aaron Finch, but smartly fielded at short extra cover by Joe Root, parrying it as he dives to his right-hand side. Picked up by Johnny Bairstow, who's coming in. Kevin Liz Roby emailed where people are following our commentary. We're listening, sat next to a fire outside our wooden cabin in a forest in Transylvania, Romania. TMS is our guilty secret of English life that our Romanian friends cannot understand. It is your duty to make them. Here comes Wokes, and this lifts off a length, and it's caught the splice again of Aaron Finch's bat, and it loops up towards backward point, but the momentum definitely with England at this moment in time. 9 overs gone, 37 for 2.
Dracula was a cricket fan. He was a scorer. That's why they called him the Count. That's a fact. Up there all week.
Nope, unfortunately, in the security of the bio bubble, that is actually the truth. We can't get away from things like that. Very good, Andy. Transylvania. Little cabin. Romanian friends don't understand. Do we go? Oh,
don't understand
listening in Romania.
They not speak English. Is that why they can't understand it?
Well, it's their duty then to pass on the good things TMS gives them. It's an interesting place. Moving to Transylvania. You thought about the south of France? No, Transylvania. Nothing untoward happens there. First slip, short leg in place as Archer comes in again, bowls, and Labuschagne tries to cut it away, but he's not got much behind it. Just fends it really to backward point, and there is no run. 37 for 2.
Back to the cricket. Owen Morgan at short leg. It's been an interesting one. Not often you find the captain at short leg. It's a position that usually the junior in the team gets the job, but he's taken it on himself.
Who else could go in there? Just looking around the outfield, Archer runs away from us, bowls, cut away. This time he does force it away. Much more confident looking shot from Marnus Labuschagne. He finds the gap at square of the wicket on the offside, and away it goes to the boundary, and 4 onto Australia's total. He is off the mark with a boundary, and Australia 41 for 2. Just a bit of width.
Just the width, yeah. It's just not where you want to be bowling on this pitch. We've seen when he's straight, whether the length's short or full, straight is hard to hit. That width there, just exactly what the batsman wants.
Just wonder if Archer's going to be targeting that body of Labuschagne. Slip still in place as he bowls a full-length delivery, and Marnus Labuschagne tentatively comes forward. Just defends up the pitch. 2 for 19 of 4.3 overs. Yeah, just looking. Joe Root.
Well, he started in there, didn't he? But he's already took a blow to the knee today, so I think that's why he's moved out of there.
Jason Roy is another one that could theoretically go under the...
Billings and Bairstow, maybe?
But now Billings. That would be my selection. Morgan 2 pitches away in short leg, bowls short bowled as Archer, and a quick single is taken. Roy it is who picks up with his left, throws with his right on the spin, but not before Aaron Finch manages to make his ground. Again, good pace from Archer, just shy of 90 miles an hour. 42 for 2, and Labuschagne non-strikers in now, 5 not out. Finch is 17. This is compulsive stuff, this. Jerry from Rochdale emails. He says he very much enjoyed the scorer joke. Don't encourage him, Jerry. I've got one. Andrew Sampson and Andy Saltzman both own a snake. Any idea what kind? An adder. Well, thanks, Jerry. Keep them coming in. Certain Sunday evening lethargy about that humour.
I don't feel you need to email in if you've...
Archer bowls, and defending his Finch. A quick single is taken. A shot at the stumps on. It's Billings, and he misses. How close that would have been for Marnus Labuschagne, trying to make his ground at the batsman's end. Billings, you would expect to strike. He had probably 2 stumps to aim at, maybe even more, and he would have been gone by about a foot or so had the ball connected with the stumps. He was stretching for his ground, Marnus Labuschagne. A few risks being taken there with the running of the Australians.
Almost a carbon copy of the Jason Roy run out. Stoinis picking it one-handed and throwing down the stumps. There, Sam Billings picks it up cleanly one-handed. Can't hit the target. It would have been gone if he'd have hit. Those are the sort of moments, especially when you're defending a modest total, you've got to take those opportunities.
And it also filters through the dressing room as well. You sort of shoulders slump a little bit. Oh, run out. Enough ways to get out than that. Last ball of the 10th over as Archer, 22 on his back, bowls and guided down towards third man comfortably by Marnus Labuschagne, who moves to 6 not out, steals the strike at the end of the over, and the power play overs are done. So Australia 44 for 2 after 10. Labuschagne is 6 not out. Aaron Finch is 18 not out. Wokes and Archer have bowled 5 overs apiece, costing Wokes 17 and Archer 2 for 22. So more from you, James Anderson, and hopefully little from Jerry from Rochdale, and then it'll be Adam Collins.
Yeah, end of the power play. I think England will be relatively pleased with that. 44 for 2. 2 wickets, crucial. Good aggressive bowling from Archer. We're going to see Tom Curran into the attack.
So a little more on Tom Curran's partnership with Rashid. It ended up as England's 3rd highest for the 9th wicket in ODI cricket, also the 3rd highest against Australia in one-day international cricket. Regarding the ball that hit Finch on the head and landed a couple of yards inside the rope, it wouldn't have been 6 leg byes. To hit a 6, you have to have hit the ball with your bat or gloves. It would have counted as 4. leg
I
light.
never knew that.
Interesting. Nor did I till
I did not know that either. Thank you, Andy Zoltzman. More than just a scorer.
And there was a ball that Archer bowled in the World Cup in Cardiff, I think. And he bowled out Sumya Sarkar of Bangladesh, and the ball cleared the boundary rope behind the stumps.
He's hit the bails and it's gone for 6 as well, Archer, hasn't he? Not that affects the scoring, but into the power play. We're into the middle overs. Australia are 44 for 2. England were 32 for 2 at the corresponding moment of their innings. How this game has changed since the 40th over of England's innings. Curran bowling here. His first ball turned around the corner by Labuschagne. Takes one. They look for a second momentarily. The throw from Rashid's a good one. 45 for 2. Labuschagne is 7. When we were on air before, Jimmy, at the 40 over mark, or 40.1 overs, I should say, was when England were 149 for 8. If you're just joining the broadcast, there was a fantastic partnership between Curran and Rashid. They put on 76 in 57 balls to take England to the finish line. Curran again from the pavilion end to Finch, who pushes to cover. No run. And now Jofra Archer, the way he's bowling, I suppose that the question now for Owen Morgan is how do you manage the Archer situation? This is a phenomenal spell of bowling from him coming from the Statham end.
Yeah, I potentially give him one more over to take him up to 6. That leaves 4 in the tank for later on. Just one more wicket here, you think, especially the wicket of Finch getting the captain, who's looking like he's settling in to try and bat through the innings.
Here is Curran bowling to the captain Finch, who pushes to mid-wicket. Can't beat Chris Wokes, another dot ball, so 45 for 2. We're 3 balls into the 11th over. Archer's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 22, picking up David Warner when the score was 9, and then Marcus Stoinis with a snorter. Quite the bouncer when the score was 36. But as you say, Jimmy, one more wicket here. They're getting a look at that middle order. Yes, they did well the other night, but over the last couple of years, that's been Australia's weak point. And I'm sure they'll be telling them all about it. As Curran reaches the crease and bowls and Finch pushes again to mid-wicket, no run. I wonder how they'll configure the batting lineup as well, Australia. I mean, next listed to come in is Mitchell Marsh, then Alex Carey, then Glenn Maxwell, but they've got a degree of flexibility there.
They have, but I think the way it worked, it worked well for them, didn't it, in the first game, so I think they'll probably just keep it the same. The only sort of option would be if these two build a partnership and then the spinners are on, or Rashid, and in the middle overs, Carey then comes more into play.
So Curran again to the crease to Finch, who drives, but only as far as point. There's no run there either. 3 dots on the bounce for Curran. Yeah, since the World Cup last year, where Carey did so wonderfully, making 375 runs at 63, since that moment in time, he's made 90 runs at 13 with a high score of 35. He was dropped from the T20 side on Tuesday, and of course there are a couple of other glovemen in this Australian team, or in the squad anyway, at the moment, with Josh Philippe, albeit uncapped, and of course Matthew Wade. So under a little bit of pressure, but a good opportunity here tonight when he does walk into bat, whenever it is. Curran has a fine leg in a deep square, bowls to Finch, who again picks out point on the edge of the circle, no run again. So the end of the Curran over, just 1 run coming from it, 11 gone. Australia 45 for 2, the target's 232. England have been looking for, well, they need to essentially replace Plunkett, don't they, as the middle overs operator, the box-to-box type, and Curran has been given that opportunity since the World Cup periodically, but he has a chance again tonight to make life as difficult as possible in the middle overs for Australia and stake a claim on that spot long term.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great opportunity for him and Sam Curran in that respect as well. You can see Adil Rashid for the first time today now. So he's holding back Sam Curran, going for an early spin option. But yeah, it is a good opportunity for those guys. Plunkett was such a pivotal part of England's success over the last 4 years, in particular. They do need to try and find that wicket-taking option in the middle overs, and I think when you've got Wood and Archer in the team, then one of those two can become that. It's a great opportunity for Tom and Sam Curran. Yeah,
speaking of middle overs and wickets, Adil Rashid's taken plenty of them in recent times. He's taking them at 22 and going at 4.5 runs an over since last year's World Cup. Starts his spell here from the Statham end. First ball cutting hard is Labuschagne out to the sweeper at deep point. So he rotates the strike from the first ball of the over again. He moves to 8. Australia are 46 for 2. Rashid trusted to be the principal spinner in this England side over the course of the last 4 years or so. The shadows lengthening across the field here now. Gorgeous evening in Manchester. Rashid delivers to Finch. Goes straight back over his head. That's gone. All the way for 6, right beneath us here. Had to check for the umpire signal there, but yes, it did clear the ropes, and we've seen over the years as Australia bring up their 50, 52 for 2 with that big Finch blow that the captain against spin does love going long and straight. We see him practicing it with range hitting all the time in T20 cricket.
Yeah, absolutely, and showing his intentions early here against Adil Rashid. He's not just going to look to work him around. If he does get some width, which he did there, he's going to try and punish it.
There's a long off, but no long on, so that's where he'll be targeting. Mid on inside the circle. Rashid again to Finch, who gets on the back foot and takes this down to Archer at long off, running in off the rope. 53 for 2. Finch is now 25 from 36 balls. Leader of this side, just done such a good job in bringing them together, really, when they were sort of drifting towards last year's World Cup. They were neither here nor there in terms of team selection, but they galvanised around Finch and made the final 4 before England bounced them out of the tournament. Labuschagne on strike here to Rashid. It's full, driving, but straight to extra cover. Well stopped there by Jason Roy, well inside the circle. That stung his right hand as well, getting up a little bit gingerly. But another dot ball. Plenty of them inside the power play. So keeping 5 Archer overs in the tank. Rashid bowling with a slip. A fraction shorter. That's the wrong one. Labuschagne picks it this time, though. Out to mid-wicket, gets a single, 55 for 2. But out the back of the hand, wrong, and has been a big problem for Australia, especially against Rashid, both in 20-over cricket and 50-over cricket in recent times.
Yeah, they really struggled to pick him. And Labuschagne picked him well there. Played it comfortably, but yeah, they struggled the other night in particular.
Yeah, he fell to him. First of his couple of wickets there. Rashid bowls here. Finch pushing to point, but again, no run on offer. Playing with nice soft hands. He's frustrated though, he wasn't able to get it through the field. 12 overs gone. Australia 54 for 2. The target's 232. The captain Finch 25. Labuschagne on 9. Since that World Cup, not a bad reference point. Australia have played a fair bit of cricket since then. Finch has made 339 runs at 48. Of course, he made a fabulous century at Mumbai back in January, where David Warner and Finch chased down 232 on their own for a thumping 10-wicket victory. But over 500 runs in the World Cup last year as well. Picked up a couple of centuries, one against England at Lords and against Sri Lanka at the Oval. Certainly knows his way around a chase. Been around for a long time. And Tom Curran to continue. Labuschagne, the man on strike. Fine leg, deep square, the 2 men who are out. Third man as well on the approach from the Anderson end is Curran. Bowls to Labuschagne. He picks off a single to deep backward square. They want 2, but in off the rope is Bairstow. They only take the 1, so 55 for 2 is the score. 2-3-2 the target. Marnus Labuschagne, another player who was quite a long way away from white ball selection for Australia, but got there via the test route. He became an irresistible force last summer, both in England and Australia. Curran in his second over. Bowls to Finch, who pushes straight to extra cover. No run there. The captain Morgan, sorry, I should say Joe Root, cutting it off him there. What did you, as a bowling group, make of Labuschagne before the Ashes series when he was a member of the squad, the last man picked for the squad? Did you expect to see him play in the Ashes?
Probably not.
Yeah.
And to be honest, there is a chance he wouldn't have if Steve Smith hadn't been hit on the head. But yeah, he's done fantastically well, and certainly in that first game you saw he's got the mental aptitude for international cricket.
Curran to Finch, bowls here, gets down the track by a couple of paces, but pushes it straight to Wokes at mid-wicket, no run. So Finch just frustratingly picking out the fielders on the circle at the moment. Curran started well, just 2 runs conceded from his first 9 deliveries. Yeah, you're right, that sort of sliding doors moment really, isn't it? If Labuschagne doesn't become the super sub, if you like, in that scenario, maybe he is sitting on the bench for the 3rd and 4th test matches, which is where the series was won.
Absolutely.
Or where the Ashes were retained, I shouldn't say won. I'm sure Zoltz will pick me up on that. Curran to the crease, to Finch, who again picks out Roy on the edge of the circle, running in from backward point. So 3 deliveries in a row. Finch has made good contact, but straight to fielders. It stays at 55 for 2.
And Tom Curran's bowled 8 dot balls in a row to Finch.
Thank you, Andy Zeltzman. This is where the pressure builds. We know that a sequence of dots like this, often an opportunity will follow. But Finch will be mindful of that as well. He's on 25 facing Curran, who bowls, and Finch does get off strike, pushing to the left of the deep mid-wicket. They're happy with a single, so Finch at last moves to 26. It's taken him a while. Australia 56 for 2. We've got 1 ball to come in the 13th over. Labuschagne not far away from being a 3 format player. He made a century in the T20 warm-up game off 51 balls a couple of weeks ago. But he was overlooked last week, taking his opportunity in 50-over cricket at the end of last summer, making a century in South Africa. Essentially picking up where he left off in Test cricket, where he made 4 centuries last year. Curran bowls, and Labuschagne here is tucking off his hip. Gets 1. He'll have to be satisfied with that. Again, good running in off the rope there by Johnny Bairstow, the sweeper. 13 overs gone. Australia 57 for 2. They're after 2-3-2 for a series victory against England in England, which would be quite something, considering the form of the world champions, especially against Australia in the last 4 years. Labuschagne 11, Finch 26, Adam Collins and James Anderson with you on the call. England made 231 for 9. They were saved by Tom Curran and Adil Rashid, that brilliant partnership. As I mentioned when you joined me, Jimmy, when we were sitting here watching that last couple of overs before the final 10, it was drifting terribly. Curran didn't score a run for his first 13 deliveries, I think it was.
No, he didn't. But I think, you know what? The England batsman could actually learn a thing or two from that. You know, getting into the innings first, getting used to the pace of the pitch rather than trying to hit from ball 1, which it seemed like a lot of the top order were trying to do. So yeah, a lot of credit to Tom Curran. Brilliant knock.
Yeah, hit the ball long and straight and well. Here's Rashid starting his second over. A leg break left through to the keeper by Labuschagne. So he's bowling with a slip. Men out at deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, and a deep point. Rashid away from us at the Statham end, bowls outside the off stump, carved nicely there by Labuschagne, but straight to the sweeper. Along the ground for a single. He's 12. Australia 58 for 2. We're a couple of balls into the 14th over. Australia haven't beaten England in consecutive one-day internationals since 2015. And of course haven't won a series against the old enemy since that series here in that year as well. Winning it here on this day 5 years ago. Rashid bowls and Finch takes the easiest of singles down the ground to Wokes. He moved to 27. It's 59 for 2. England haven't lost 3 one-dayers in a row since 2016 as well, which would also, of course, they lost to Ireland in the 3rd game at Southampton back in August. So a good test for them here today, the world champions. Rashid bowls and Labuschagne turns into the onside. 2's the call from Finch. Labuschagne says no. So again, good work on the ropes there. They're getting a workout, the sweepers, aren't they? Each time that they place a ball towards them, they're calling to, and the pressure transfers onto the fielders, and they're stepping up to the plate and making sure the returns are hard and flat.
Yeah, something England again I think could have done slightly better in the first 2 games is running between the wickets, put a bit more pressure on the outfielders.
Australia 60 for 2. Rashid bowls. And a big swing here from Finch across the line. Ends up going out towards deep backward square for 4. Well, it didn't go where he wanted it to go necessarily, but a boundary added. Finch moves into the 30s. He's 31. Australia 64 for 2 with 1 ball to come in the 14th.
It's also a no ball. Only 4 fielders inside the circle.
Ooh.
Which Aaron Finch was quick to point out. As he hit it, he turned straight to square leg to tell Michael Gough that there was only 4 fielders in the circle, so it's going to be a free hit.
That's great game awareness from the Australian captain. So he struck the boundary. Again, not the most attractive strike, but out there towards deep backward square. Gets a free hit. Last ball of the 14th over. Or should I say 2 to come, due to the free hit. Here we go. Let's see what he does with it. He dances and goes straight down to long on. Doesn't get all of it, doesn't get much of it. Just takes a single. Finch 32. Now 1 ball to come.
I just wonder whether
6 for 2.
Sorry, I just wonder whether Aaron Finch knew. He obviously knew that there was only 4 in the circle. That's why he played that sort of agricultural shot to mid-wicket, or ended up going behind square leg, but he was aiming for sort of cow corner. But he obviously knew it was going to be a no ball, so he almost played that like a free hit as well.
So Rashid to complete his over, bowling to Labuschagne on 13, who plays with soft hands just out into the offside. No run there, so 14 overs gone. Australia 66 for 2. They need 232, so no real concern as far as the run rate is concerned, rather. So they're going at 4.77 runs an over. They need 4.58 from here. That's the one advantage of having restricted England to 231. That'll never get out of hand in terms of that required rate.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what these two guys are thinking out there. The way they're rotating the strike, Marnus Labuschagne is almost just trying to get one when he's on strike to get Finch as much strike as possible, because he's the in-batsman on 32 not out. So, yeah, they know if they just rotate the strike, take no undue risks for the foreseeable future, they're going to get themselves Australia into a good position.
He'll have to force Morgan's hand at some stage as to how he uses Archer. There'll be a lot of focus on that spell when he does return. It's Curran bowling his third here, starting off to Finch, who pushes to cover no run. Curran's conceded only 4 runs from his 13 balls so far.
It'd be interesting to see how he uses Sam Curran as well, the left armour. And yes, I think as Rashid bowled 2 there, 2 overs for 18. Does he bring him out of the attack early on and save Rashid for a bit later, and see if Sam Curran can do a bit more damage with the ball?
So Curran turns, racing in here towards Aaron Finch on 32. He bowls and Finch defends. And he's Oldsman.
Yeah, the Finch-Rashid head-to-head in ODIs has been an interesting contest. This is the 11th innings in which Rashid has bowled at Finch. 145 runs from 137 balls, but he's got him out 4 times. Finch has hit 9 sixes, so Finch averaging 36 against Rashid, but scoring over a run a ball.
Thank you, Andy. Stunning night here at Old Trafford. Not a cloud in the sky. After so much focus on the weather here during the Test series, Jimmy, we've got a belter tonight. The lights are on, and they've been on since the chase has started for reasons best explained by others. As Curran reaches the crease and bowls to Finch, who pushes to mid-off, knows the call. It stays at 66 for 2. We're halfway through the 15th over. That is a quirk, isn't it? That in the middle of a one-day international where it's declared a day-nighter, even when it starts at 1 p.m, on go all the lights.
Yeah, it's an unusual one, and I mean, it's not as if the players need the extra light. If anything, for the fielders, it's a hindrance having the, if the white ball goes into those bright white lights, it does sort of hinder them. So it's on a beautiful night like this, maybe they could just leave them off for a little bit longer.
That'd be some common sense. We'll push for that. Curran pushing to the crease and bowls to Finch and through him. Not far away at all from that off stump. Finch opened up his stance. Tried to steer it, but didn't make contact. Not far away at all from skittling the Australian captain.
Yeah, Finch just trying to give himself some room to hit through the offside. All the fielders, apart from third man on the offside, are in the circle. So you can see what he's trying to do, hit through the circle there. But it's just nipped back a little bit and missed off stump by a really fractional margin.
Yeah, Curran will be encouraged by that. A premeditated effort, that from Finch. As we say goodbye to Jimmy Anderson for the time being. Catch him later on. Curran bowls and Finch defends out to mid-wicket. No run there either. So Finch has really been pinned down by Curran. He's bowled 2.5 overs and conceded just 4 runs so far. 1 ball to come in this, the 15th. We have a fine leg, deep square, a deep point, and a third man outside the circle. Inside the ring, backward point, a conventional cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket about 15 metres from the bat. Curran from the Anderson end bowls again to the captain Finch, who drives straight to mid-off. There's going to be no run there. So the end of 15 overs, Australia needing 232 to win. A 66 for 2 with the captain Finch on 32, Labuschagne on 13. I'll throw to Andy Zaltzman for a stat. while I unplug and hand over to Jonathan Agnew.
Just 76 runs in the 2 power plays today. 44 by Australia. England only made 32. On Friday, we had just 68 runs in the 2 power plays. And we've seen in recent years, particularly since the 2015 World Cup, very attacking cricket play, particularly in matches involving England. And there's only been 1 match in that time played in this country in ODI cricket in which fewer than the 68 runs scored on Friday have been made inside the opening power play. That was on this ground in the World Cup semi-final, India v New Zealand last year, and India were 3 wickets down very early on. Their top 3 all out for 1 in that game. So these 2 games, the World Cup final also in the list of lowest scores in power plays in recent years. So in recent one-days in this country, that fast scoring slightly slowed down.
Now in goes Rashid and bowls a leg spinner, which is flicked away by Labuschagne into the leg side. So against the spin, but it picks up 1 there out to deep square leg, who's squinting now into the lowering sun, not quite setting sun, but certainly lowering. It's a reminder of what it used to be like when the square was the other way around, as it used to be, of course, for much of, or most of Old Trafford's life. You'd be squinting into it now if you're batting at the right-hand end, as we look at it, and likewise when you're bowling into it too. Here's Rashid bowling, very full, driven hard. It goes bursts through Morgan's fingers there as Roy's actually at cover.
Ouch.
He was looking at them there. That was hit hard.
He's had a couple of them off of Finch, and when he hits it, it stays it, Aaron Finch. Better field for me, though, John, for Adil Rashid. England have got to try and make something happen. They're not going to be able to restrict them, really, with this low total. You've got to make them play the big shot.
Yeah. No, you've got to bowl them out.
Yeah.
Mid-on and mid-offer up.
Yeah.
Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Rashid's on his way, bowling a little short of a length, and that's worked away by Labuschagne again, just to the outside of the circle. Square leg. So thrown in on the bounce by Sam Curran. So the target for Australia is 232. Bear in mind, England were 143 for 7, 149. Hang on a second, here's the next one, hit away over Archer's head and down to the long off boundary for 4 runs. They have got the men up, saying to Finch, go on, hit it, and he did. 37 not out. That's the 6th boundary in the innings. So England were 225 for 9. They were, I'll get this right in a minute, they were 149 for 8 when Wokes was out, and really looked like they were going absolutely nowhere at that stage. Then a stand of 76 with Rashid and Tom Curran posted something to defend. Rashid again with a slip still, bowls short, clubbed off the back foot by Finch. Moves to 38, looking a little bit quizzically at his bat there, but it seemed to go off all right to me. 74 for 2, target 232, and of course Australia looking to win the series with 1 game still to play. That will break England's winning sequence of 13 on the trot. 74 for 2. The last ball of the 16th over is floated up onto the leg stump, but again can be easily worked into the leg side. He's got his eye on 2 here, but the fielder's coming very quickly from deep square leg and throws it on the bounce. And that's Tom Curran doing well in the field. 75 for 2, 16 overs gone. The target 232. And there's going to be a drinks break here, so the ground staff coming on at various speeds. And David Milne to see down there, walking on slowly, the 4th umpire bearing drinks for his colleagues who are standing in the middle. And there's some rather nice mellow music, Tuffers, for a drinks break on a very pleasant Sunday evening. It's a really beautiful end to the day up here. Not a cloud in the sky, and that's the forecast for many of us tomorrow. So I hope you'll get the chance to enjoy something in the sunshine. Tom Curran's walking off. A bit of a break of some sort. Just well set up. As England need a wicket, and that's reflected, I think, by that DLS score, which is 62. Whereas, in fact, Australia are 75 at the break, so they're ahead of the game at the moment.
Yeah, they are indeed.
The ball will get softer, though.
Yeah, and it is a bit tricky, and you just feel that Adil Rashid holds the key, and he hasn't quite found his lengths for me.
He's going for 10 and over, or 9 and over.
That's right, and I think Aaron Finch has made a bit of a beeline for him to try and whack him out the attack. Yeah, and he's done it pretty well. Anything that's just slightly floated up, he's decided to hit across the line or hit straight back over his head. And then you just naturally, as a spin bowler, a little bit sort of don't fancy tossing too many up. You just drag short, and then you can get on the cut and the pull, and he's messed him about nicely. Aaron Finch playing a captain's knock at the moment. 13 on the spin. It's good for the win bonus, isn't it, John?
Yes.
13 series on the spin.
2 of those series were drawn, so it's at 13 unbeaten. 11 wins.
Yes.
Well, you still get a little bit of your win bonus if it's a draw.
Yes.
No wonder they're all smiling.
Well, one Curran returned, but one's still off the field, I think, at the moment.
He has no bowl yet, has he, sir?
No, he hasn't. But, maybe they can wait till the ball really gets soft before he gets a go. Saw some lively stuff from Joffa Archer again.
Yeah, might be worth bringing him back, John, I reckon.
Well, they definitely do need
something.
Now, there were 59 sixes struck in the T20s against Pakistan and Australia, but there's a vote going on the BBC Sport website for your favourite. How do you vote for a favourite 6 out of 59? Tom Banton's ramp off Harris Ralph. Hyder Ali's second ball international cricket. There's Joss Butler's match-winning straight 6. Tom Banton's reverse sweep. Tom Curran's swat.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Over extra cover. And Matthew Wade's pick up off Jofra.
I'll tell you what I'm going for now. I'm going for Hyder Ali's second ball.
Are you?
Yes, that was a good shot. Comes to the wicket, second ball in international cricket. Have some of that.
Saw that one. Anyway, it's on the sports website, BBC Sport website. Go and have a bit of fun voting for that. I suspect. Can you see them all on there? They're all 59. They are all there. So you can really. The short list is there apparently. So you can certainly see quite a number of them. What music that was? Do you have any idea?
I do vaguely remember it. Why, do you fancy replicating it or something with the
I
band?
don't know. It sounded a bit sort of soothing.
I do remember that.
Quite soothing. It's rather nice. But, anyway, it got the players through their drinks break, which it's now been finished with. The ground staff have done their bit, and they can go off and sit down and wait for the end of the game. No, they've got one more, of course, drinks break to come. But for the now, they can have a bit of a breather over there. They're in the shadows to the left-hand side, where that enormous temporary stand is normally in position, and that would be rocking now. England, Australia on a Sunday night on an evening like this.
Yeah.
What a shame. It's interesting talking at the break to the 2 administrators. Of course, Daniel Gidney from Herod Bransgrove from Hampshire. The job that the 2 clubs have done.
Excellent
to
work.
put this together. Yeah. In their different ways, they've both been different. Tom Curran from the far end comes in bowls, and that rather startles Labuschagne. They're looking to run the ball to third man. One of those that just stuck in the pitch a bit. He ran the fingers over it and just stood up on Labuschagne a little bit. He gets a single. He goes to 17. We ought to vote for our favourite COVID tester. We ought to vote for that on the BBC Sport website and app.
Yeah, you can go through technique and
all sorts of ways. There are lots of ways
style.
of judging. Lots of ways of judging.
Nose tickleability.
Yeah. Gagging reflex. All of that stuff. 76 for 2. In comes Tom Curran. Bowls on off stumps. Pushed away firmly by Finch off the front foot. To Root, who's fielding there at cover. We'll have our personal favourites, don't we?
Yes. Who was yours? I think you like the...
Hannah was my favourite.
Yes, Hannah, yes.
She was very gentle, very nice.
Yeah,
and,
just coaxed it.
Yeah,
coaxed it
little gentle tickle.
Yeah.
Tickle of the tonsils.
Song was Cheerleader by...
Oh, Me. Of course.
Yeah. I was going to say OMI there.
Well, so was I. But, fortunately, the pronunciation was put up on the screen as well. In comes Curran, bowls, and Finch walks down the pitch. Peel for leg before wicket. He wants that as well. He's really shouting at the umpire, who remains completely unmoved. Through his lips moved, saying not out, but that was all. Umpire Gough, who's had a terrific summer, actually.
He has, hasn't he?
He really has been excellent.
First class.
Quite a serious runner. You know, when I'm having a stroll around the ground here
It's a big unit.
in the morning,
well.
he runs fast.
Yeah, he's a big lad.
Yeah.
And they all wear these sort of like shin pad stockings. Saw a couple of us. Saw Richard Illingworth in a pair.
Really?
Yesterday evening, running round in sort of like that.
Things with varicose veins or anything.
Yes,
Here
I
comes
think it
Curran,
is.
bowls, turned away by Finch for a single to square leg, running in quickly. Be careful here. Butler shielding his eyes. You've got to throw him very low.
I think it's the things, like deep vein thrombosis or things when you have operate. It must be something to do with the circulation or something.
Yeah.
Makes it good to jog in or something.
Right. Perhaps he likes wearing stockings. No. 77 for 2. Labuschagne's on 17. I don't know. But no, but umpire Goff, he does.
He's always got them on.
He rushes. Well, there you go.
Well, I suppose. Well, they're standing up all day, aren't they? I suppose.
Yeah, well,
keeps the old blood pumping round the legs.
77 for 2. In goes Curran, bowls, and that's forced off the back foot. Lovely shot from Labuschagne. That'll be 4. Classy stroke.
Yeah, very good.
And no chance of anyone stopping that. And he's blown himself a bubble with his. He's got bubble gum, and he blew himself a huge pink bubble.
And it got stuck on the inside of his grill.
How very nasty.
Oh.
Well, I wonder if they'll show a replay. They're showing a replay of the shot. I want to see the bubble gum blowing because it was a huge bubble. Let's see if we can see it.
That was slightly
lovely shot.
That was slightly annoying me.
I've got blowing a bubble.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit sort of like, you know, I've even got all the time in the world I can even blow a bubble.
There's Curran, bowls on, well, pretty straight. I was going to say off stump, perhaps middle and off, but it's turned out towards deep mid-wicket where Bairstow throws it back again. Another run, 82 for 2. Come on, TV, show us the bubble replay.
Thought so.
It's a pink nose. He's blowing another one.
Oh, look.
He's just blowing bubbles.
Oh, that would.
I've never seen a batsman do that. Have you?
That'd get my going.
Would it?
Yeah. I think he's a confident chap, Marnus Labuschagne.
Well, I think we're seeing a replay now.
Yeah.
We are seeing a replay of the bubble blowing.
West Ham fan, apparently.
Do you know, serve him right.
Oh.
If serve him right, if it exploded all over his nose, wouldn't it? That is a big bubble, and he's holding it there for a long time, and then it just finally collapses around his lips. But no, that would serve it. You sort of run up and prick it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be my cup of tea.
You ever seen a batsman do that before?
Never. Oh, well, you know, loads of people.
Chewing gum.
Well, Viv, of course, used to knock it out. You know, used to
chew his gum.
Yeah, and then when he got out, he used to knock it off. But yeah,
not blowing bubbles.
No, that's a big.
Yeah. David Steele used to he didn't used to knock it away. He'd get out there and bat, and he might be batting for 3 or 4 hours, get dismissed, go back to the dressing room, stick it under his chair, and pick it up tomorrow.
Oh no, really?
Carry on.
People still do. Stick it on the end of your bat handle.
Well, he used to stick it under his chair for another go the next day. He never spent much money, Steely.
No, don't.
He used to smoke 20 a day, never bought a packet of fags in his life.
Oh, no. Oh, well, good work.
And he used to reuse his chewing gum. 82 for 2. Curran is in the attack now, as is Sam, of course. And the first ball was played back at him by Labuschagne. Fairly full and straight, and Curran field. So 82 for 2.
They just haven't quite got, apart from Archer, haven't quite got that same kick out of the pitch as the Australians. Perhaps bigger, taller, a little bit quicker.
Well, they were hoping. The reason they left Moeen out was because they want sort of fiddly, pace off the ball sort of stuff.
Right. Backhanded, slower balls. Now, I think Tom Curran's bowled pretty well. Bowled straight. Bowled nice and straight.
It's interesting, though, from a captain's perspective, isn't it? That you have your plans and so on. Here's Sam Curran bowling on the leg stump, and Labuschagne will pick up a single out to deep square leg. He wouldn't have had in his plan taking Rashid off after 3 overs.
Well, no. Well, I think it was job done by Aaron Finch.
Yeah,
wasn't it? I mean, did a real sort of like a number on him.
He would have, I think, thought he could bowl all the way through.
Yeah.
Bowl is 10.
Well, let's be fair. Adil Rashid, excuse me, gets 3 or 4 wickets.
Yeah.
England in the game.
Yeah.
But not allowed to by Finch.
No.
Smacked him.
So definitely an enforced change here. Curran goes scurrying in, bowls left arm over, pushed away into the offside. Oh, he wanted a single there, and actually he was right, Finch. And Labuschagne said no, but
playing bubbles.
Finch is probably was. Finch looking and saying, "Come on," and there was a run there.
Can't see bubbles.
Well, 83 for 2. What was a new thing? I'd asked Jimmy whether he was blowing bubbles during the Ashes last year. .83 for 2. 18th over, Curran bowls short, it's pulled hard, and the field there with wicket got some hand to it, but it's still gone for 4. He can't bowl that length.
No, not the Finch. And he's looking for anything short, and he has absolutely clattered that at Joe Root, who's sort of managed to get a hand on it, but he looks like he's got the bit between his teeth here. Aaron Finch, the skipper.
Definitely. Root's had one of those days.
Yeah.
He hit all over the body when he batted. He's got another one there that's got him ringing his right hand.
Yeah, the ball follows you around sometimes, doesn't it?
87 for 2. Finch now on 43. Curran bowls to him again, just short of a length. again, looking to run the ball towards third man, but a bit of extra bounce there. 87 for 2. The ball to go in the 18th over. Curran's first game since the first Test match of the summer.
England just, I don't know, do they look a little bit bubble-lifed out?
Think how many balls is bowled in the nets.
Oh, wow.
And here he is in a one-day international, a must-win one-day international for England.
Just looks slightly off the pace.
In he goes, bowls on Midland leg and it's patted away by Finch and fielded by Root to end the over. 87 for 2, a target 232. Apparently Kane Williamson's also a bubble blower.
Is he?
But there you go. We've got a change here with Charles Dagnall coming in, but Andy's got something important to say, and then Charlie's coming in here.
Bubble stats.
No bubble stats. I believe the record for biggest bubble is still held by Arthur Shrewsbury in 1884. The 4 by Finch in that over brought up the 50 partnership in 9.5 overs. Interesting looking at how they've done it. Labuschagne is playing superbly well and scoring off a lot of balls. He talks about the dot balls in this game, how difficult Root found it. Even Morgan, players we're used to seeing scoring off a lot of balls. Finch in this innings, he's hit some good boundaries. But in this partnership, Labuschagne's faced 24 balls. He's scored off 17 of them, just 7 dot balls. Finch has scored off 12 of 38 balls, 26 dot balls. That shows how well, in the context of this game, that Labuschagne has been able to work the ball into gaps for singles.
Yeah, that's his game. Can put the bad ball away.
Hello, Phil.
There's Daggers.
Oh, sorry, don't make you jump. Here's Tom Curran. 0 for 11 off 4, comes towards us, bowls, and this is carved away by Labuschagne. Didn't quite get all of it. It finds its way to cover point, and there is no run. 87 for 2. England needs something here. They need a little breakthrough, a touch of magic from someone, because this partnership is starting to develop very nicely for Australia.
Well, it's almost sort of getting to the stage when it's going to be sort of like the last throw of the dice with Adil Rashid. It's going to be, they're going to slog one up in the air who's going to get 2 or 3 for.
Curran pumps his arms, he comes towards us, bowls a good line. He's bowled very tidily, has Tom Curran.
Yeah, it's bowled a nice line, hasn't it?
Yes.
Especially to Aaron Finch, that just sort of tailing in line to him.
And he's been disciplined. Australia have not managed to get him away. 18.2 overs gone. As the sun comes into view to our left-hand side, a sort of watery sun. No, don't look at it, Daggers.
It's summer's drawing to a close, isn't it?
It is. Feels that way.
It does, doesn't it?
Curran towards us, bowls, and is worked away by Labuschagne off his pads down to deep square.
That just reiterates what Andy said about that lovely way to rotate the strike. Bit risky, he's playing around that front pad, isn't he? I mean, if he does manage to scoot one onto it, he's going to be pretty adjacent, but hit a lot through that sort of mid-wicket square leg area off the seamers.
He's a little shuffler as well.
Yeah, he's a shuffler.
Crosses stumps. Finch batting all around leg stump, quite an open stance, just outside of his crease.
Just looks to give it a whack, doesn't he? I like Aaron Finch.
I do.
Just stands there.
He can be brutal.
Yeah, he can.
Just flexes the knees as Curran approaches and he just dabs down on this very softly, but the ball firmly hits a pitch and bobbles up, but he places it into a gap in the offside, and again the running is good between this pair. 89 for 2.
Well, I think that was a little bit of a symptom of Jason Roy getting run out early, wasn't it? When you have that a run out early, just gets the other batsman slightly reluctant to start looking for those quick singles.
Yeah.
I think they've done it well, these two.
3 in the offside ring, 2 in the leg side. It's deep square, fine leg, third man deep point. Very orthodox type of field for Curran. Again, shuffling across his Labuschagne, but he connects true enough out to deep square, and Johnny Bairstow does the fielding. The ball comes in from where the sun is just dipping towards Jos Buttler. Keep it low. It's Mikey Card, by the way. The third one-day international is on Wednesday. We're on air at 12:45. On 5 Live Sports Extra tomorrow, we'll have a double-header. Hampshire versus Kent in the afternoon, and then the evening, the best of the action from the London Derby and the Roses match as well in the Vitality T20 Blast. So, lots to look forward to tomorrow. As Curran bowls, tickled away by Finch, down towards fine leg. Rashid is in hot pursuit, slips as he takes the ball, and allows Australia to come through for a second. I think they would have got 2 anyway. Such was the placement of the ball, and Australia closed the 19th over on 92 for 2. Labuschagne is 25 from 28 deliveries. Finch 46 from 62. I've done a good thing today, I think.
Well done.
Let me tell you.
Go on.
Well, after
A good deed.
I think I've done a good deed, because after our prowess with the guitars and the like in the Red Rose Suite, of which you were a keen listener when you were awake.
You've taken all the plugs off the amps.
I've made sure there's no electricity running to the Red Rose Suite. No, I think I've planted the seed in Jonathan's mind to buy a big boy guitar.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, can he handle that?
Well, I don't know. He's got that little instrument he plays on, and I think, he's ready for a big boy guitar now.
Ready to step up a level.
I think he is. He's just planted the seed. He's intrigued now.
Oh, okay.
Here's Sam Curran round the wicket with his left arm skidding type of deliveries. A beauty to Marnus. Labuschagne beats him outside the off stump, just luring Labuschagne forward. I just fancy there was a bit of a drift away. Yes.
Reverse from round the wicket.
Cross seamer it was, so it seems a little too early to try and start reversing, but it just held its line a bit, and Labuschagne pushed, tentatively wafted outside of the off stump.
I can't see him as a lead guitarist, perhaps, though, John.
Yeah, never know. Here's a crunching drive through the covers from wide full delivery from Curran. Labuschagne deals with it very comfortably. A single is taken, 93 for 2 out to deep point. No, I don't see him as a sort of
Slash.
No, don't see him that.
From Guns N' Roses.
More of a sort of Don McLean.
Yeah. Val Doonigan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Comfy Cardi by the fire.
Yes. A little acoustic.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
He was trying to get me to listen to some Seekers last night.
Right.
Yes. As Curran approaches, back of a length, defended by Aaron Finch, and he would have told you himself there's no run there, and Australia remain 93 for 2. Who's outside my room?
I know.
Playing some Seekers.
Yeah. Well,
didn't really entice me to come out and join him, really.
Bubble life is slightly getting to everyone now, I suppose, isn't it? Yeah, I heard that.
No disrespect to the Seekers, though. Of
Well,
course,
no,
but, the Carpenters.
No, it's a very, very fine music.
As Curran bowls once more, back of a length, and a quick single is taken. Shy at the stumps comes by the way of the England captain Owen Morgan at the non-striker's end. Sorry, it's Jason Roy who throws that, but Australia comfortably home for a single, 94 for 2. So whenever the mood takes him, it is.
Yes.
It seems to be around about 9:30. He brings a speaker in.
Yes, just
entertain us all in the corridor as we're trying to get on with other things.
That's right. Yeah, a bit like a bat sort of going to roost.
Yeah, something like that. Curran, 58 on his back, wanders away from us and turned easily by Labuschagne into the onside. Another run is taken, 95 for 2. It's all looking a little comfortable for Australia here.
They've hit the gaps nicely, haven't they? It was either a big shot out or dot when England played.
Yeah, you're right. They did start in a very wild manner against a very strong attack in Stark and Hazelwood, who bowled excellently again. Curran scuds in and hurls it down. That little skiddy type of bowler that he is, forces a defensive shot out of Labuschagne and concludes the over. Sorry, Finch, and concludes the over. 20 overs gone, 95 for 2. Are you smiling?
Nothing, I'm just smiling.
Oh, good. Isn't good that you're in a good mood.
Well,
we all are.
We're all in a good mood.
Sunday evening?
Yes, England versus Australia, just for ourselves to look at.
Well, that's right.
They've all turned up just for us.
It's quite nice.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be brilliant? I mean, I know.
No, don't, Charles, no. No, don't go there.
Imagine 20.
No, don't do it.
Hopefully soon, Philip.
It's been all right. Now, this is going to be key.
It's Rashid.
Yeah.
Again, he's been expensive at his 3 overs. Australia took to him. He's going to have a change of ends.
Why not?
Adil Rashid. 3 overs for 27. He's going to come on from the pavilion end, and you just fancy that the next 5 or 6 overs will dictate this game.
Yeah.
If he can make a breakthrough. They've struggled so far playing Adil Rashid. And just wonder if a change of ends will bring a change of luck for him.
think it might.
See, Jofra Archer is
why not?
loosening up
No,
as well, and
like
that's like that too from
Yeah.
Morgan. He's going to go to his two most likely wicket-taking bowlers.
Well, if he
it
doesn't do
seems.
it, if he doesn't do it soon, it could be done. Daggers.
Slip in place. That's Joe Root. And Rashid comes into Labuschagne. His first delivery, he defends watchfully. Bat in front of pad, getting it out to Morgan at mid-wicket.
Better field as well, mid-wicket, mid-on, extra cover, a man just behind point, all saving one. Trying to make them push out at the delivery, can't just deflect it and rotate the strike.
There's a long off and a deep point, deep backward square, and a long leg as Rashid quicker delivery onto the back foot, and Rashid tumbles as he fields off his own bowling, and Marnus Labuschagne practices a very extravagant shot. Floodlights now starting to take a little bit of effect as the sun gets ever lower down to our left-hand side. The flanks are limp on the poles at the top of the pavilion. Lovely colours crossing the sky. Deep blue's gone to a pastel one. There's pinks and purples as Rashid bowls and flicked away by Labuschagne down towards fine leg. Chris Wokes, it is, doing the fielding. Just a little bit of bat on that, perhaps. Labuschagne onto 28 not out, and Australia 96 for 2. Field remains exactly the same for Aaron Finch. Maybe deep mid-wicket more than a deep backwards, than a deep square now. Rashid twirls his arms, fires it down the leg side. I think Finch has got a little bit of bat on that, and he's just helped it very fine, almost like where a long stop would be. And it goes directly behind Butler. There's nothing he could have done about that whatsoever. It was loose from Rashid after such a tidy over the 3 balls before that, and it allows the ball to go down to the boundary for 4. It also brings up the 100 for Australia and just gifting runs. And Aaron Finch moves on to his half-century as well. So 51 not out from 66 deliveries. Rashid bowls again, and a little bit of turn as Finch cuts, kicks his heels as he tries to go for the first. They think about a second, but not. Well, Tom Curran is patrolling the deep cover boundary. 101 for 2.
Finch's 50, you say 66 balls, a 6, and that was his 7th 4. He has a great record against England. That's his 12th 50-plus score against England.
Rashid again. Close to the stumps this time, tosses it up, and Labuschagne just punches this. Tries to squeeze it past short extra cover, fails to do so, and a dot ball to complete the over. So 101 for 2, Andy?
He has 700s amongst those 12 50-plus scores against England. No one else has scored more centuries against England in one international cricket. In all, that was it's his 43rd 50-plus score in ODI cricket, 16 of which he has converted to centuries.
I think he also passed 1,000 one-day international runs against England.
It was in England.
In England.
Yep.
Shows you what record he does have here, and he's been hugely consistent, Australia's captain. And he's found a willing partner in Marnus Labuschagne. So as Queen blares out over the speakers here at Old Trafford. Saw Queen, you know. 1986 in Manchester, Main Road. Oh, heady days. He was 10 years old. Here's Sam Curran. Round the wicket he comes, and a quick single is thought about and sent back is Labuschagne to the non-striker's end. He was hurtling down the pitch, but Finch called early. I think he was backing up a little bit too far, was Labuschagne. Good piece of fielding by Jason Roy coming in from backward point. There is no run by 1 for 2. Glorious conditions we've got for one-day international cricket, but England need a breakthrough somewhere. Be too long, I'm sure, before we see Archer again as a drive off the back foot from Aaron Finch finds its way out to deep cover, and a single is taken. 102 for 2. Crane in the distance with his jib pointed skywards. A new high-rise block that's going up in Manchester over behind the hotel as we look out from the Statham end. And Ishiguro has rejoined us. Hello, Ish.
Hello. How are you, Charles?
Very well.
Australia fully in control at the moment, aren't they?
They certainly are. And I'm just keeping my eye on Archer. See that that's possibly the most likely outcome of a wicket or a breakthrough anyway. Here's Curran, and next delivery from round the wicket is defended by Marnus Labuschagne. He's quite fidgety at the creases, Labuschagne.
He is. but I think he's one of the best players to watch in world cricket at the moment. Marnus Labuschagne. It's been an incredible rise to the global stage, but he hasn't looked back really. Test cricket, one-day cricket, even in T20 cricket, I've seen him in the Big Bash, and he looks like one of those players who can play all formats.
Fabulous 2 years or so as the next Curran delivery gets driven from a good length out through the offside. Again, only a single, but Bairstow fields. Quite content just to keep this scoreboard moving.
Yeah.
Rotating strike. Nothing too urgent.
Yeah.
Nothing too wild, just playing proper cricket shots, and they're accumulating.
But I think a key phase was Aaron Finch hitting Adil Rashid out of the attack initially from the Brian Statham end. Morgan decided to try him at the other end.
Curran, yet again, guided down to third man, just outside of off stump from a good length. And Finch collects another single. It's all very routine at the moment.
And I agree with you. I think Jofra, who's about to take the ball now, might be the only chance of getting the breakthrough here at the moment.
Just looking round, it's the most likely. Use a bit of Joe Root, perhaps. He could take a look at his finger spin as Curran bowls into the pads of Marnus Labuschagne. I think he sold his captain down the river a little bit there as he said yes and then immediately no, and Aaron Finch had to turn on his heels and get back to the non-striker's end, but all safe for Australia as another over ticks by. 22 gone, 104 for 2. Labuschagne is 29. Aaron Finch, 54. So Australia quite content with the position they find themselves. 128 more runs to win. Plenty of time in which to do it. And no worries.
Absolutely no worries whatsoever. They don't need to take any unnecessary risks. They've got on top of Adil Rashid, who's going to continue from the James Anderson end. Aaron Finch, the captain, wants to be ruthless here. It's a series on the line, a chance to win the series against England, having had a poor record against them in the last couple of years.
Well, Rashid continues and tosses this one up a little bit short and easily crunched away by Aaron Finch through the offside just for another single to deep cover. Those World Cup points available as well. This three-match series part of the World Cup Super League in qualification for the next World Cup in 2023. So England got 20 points from their 2-1 win over Ireland, yet to register here as a good delivery, spinning past the outside edge of Marnus Labuschagne. It's the first one I've seen really bite from Adil Rashid.
Yeah, lovely revs on the ball. Just the length of it as well, drawing Labuschagne forwards and straight beats the edge.
Give him some confidence, that will, Rashid. And this one's a late cut attempted by Labuschagne. Only finds its way to Curran at backward point.
Labuschagne is a good player of spin, but the more balls he can bowl at him at the moment, the better, I think.
Rashid trots his way close to the stumps, and this flicked away riskily by Labuschagne. Might think about a second run here. It's just gone beyond the 30-yard circle, but the placement was such that it allowed them to come through for a comfortable second. Bairstow and Wokes were converging, but bisecting them perfectly. It's all about placement there. A good run too. 107 for 2.
Bairstow looks angry. Just caught a glimpse of his facial expressions after that.
Well, I've got to be honest, I think he's being a little harsh on himself.
Yeah.
He's had to run about 40 yards or so.
I think it's just been one of those days in the field for England. There have been a couple of misfields.
Rashid spins the ball from hand to hand. Balls to Labuschagne, and again he's turned him once more. Now Bairstow might get there to deny them the second, and he does. But this one was a little bit more square. And Bairstow had the advantage, being in the position that he could stop to there, but it was a comfortable single in the end. Labuschagne to 32 brings Finch back on strike. I don't think Finch needs to play the aggressor role here against Rashid. Such is the position that Australia find themselves in on 108 for 2. Rashid, with his next delivery, just tickled away, and they canter through for another single. All very easy for Australia. Finch is 55-56 not out and will keep the strike at the end of the over. 23 overs gone, 109 for 2. Andy Saltzman.
Very interesting tweet just put up by CrickViz about Aaron Finch against leg spinners. Up until the end of 2017, he'd averaged 29 against leg spinners with a strike rate of 86 per 100 balls. Since 2018, averaging 52 against a leg spin with a strike rate of 110. And they picked up that one of the key differences is that he's started playing googlies very well. He'd averaged 15 against googlies until 2017. Since the start of 2018, he's yet to be dismissed by googly and has scored at 150 per 100 balls against googly. So it's a transformation in the Finch's batting against leg spin, which Rashid is bearing the brunt of today.
Thank you, Andy. No Archer just yet. As the TV camera pans towards Jofra Archer, it's still to be Sam Curran. His left arm round and manages a stifled appeal, as he thought it might have been a little bit of pad first against Aaron Finch from a straight delivery in and around middle and off stump. But defended comfortably.
Well, that'll be the question on Owen Morgan's mind. When do I use Archer? He's got to think about the whole innings scenario, but at this stage, the partnership being broken is the most crucial moment of this innings.
Curran again into the thigh pad of Aaron Finch. Can't quite get it away. It dribbles out to mid-wicket. He's got 5 overs left, Jofra Archer.
The good thing at the moment is that Sam Curran is keeping it relatively tight. 11 into his 4th over, so if he can just squeeze out a few more dots, make this quite a quiet over, then he's been able to use another over of one of his bowlers.
Finch waits, slightly flexed knees as he bowls, does Curran, and a thickish outside edge goes whistling down towards third man, where Rashid will field. Yet another single taken, 110 for 2. Brings Labuschagne back on strike. Lots of encouragement from the England players, but so far it's borne them no fruit whatsoever.
It certainly doesn't look as tricky as it did in the first innings. That might be because these two are playing it extremely well. They're not taking any unnecessary risks, but
Curran hair bobbing around all over the place as he sprints in. It's turned off the toes of Marnus Labuschagne. Once again, he'll be able to collect a couple of runs as Sam's brother Tom fields coming in from the fine leg boundary, 112 for 2.
you just felt like it beat the edge a bit more in the first innings. Whether that's bowling it into the surface a bit more, Australia were, or if it has just changed ever so slightly with the cooler air, the lights coming on, whether it's just getting on a bit more.
Maybe a little bit more pace.
Yeah.
You know, Stark and Hazelwood.
Yeah.
Pat Cummins as well.
But they are banging into the pitch sort of bowlers, aren't they?
Yeah, totally. There's Curran. Bowls on and around that 4th stump line, defended by Labuschagne, who holds an arm out to say, do you fancy a single? And Finch steadfastly at the non-striker's end refuses.
Whereas you look at Chris Wokes, kind of kisses the surface, Sam Curran as well.
No, I agree. Hefty bowling lineup, that Australian one. Conducive on a surface such as Old Trafford. How dearly, I'm sure England would love a Mark Wood, though, to turn to. But a bouncer is attempted by Sam Curran. It's very short and very high and signalled wide by umpire Martin Saggers. And so another one ticks on to the total of 113 for 2. And what Morgan's got up his sleeve. I think he might have just given the nod to his big fast bowler. Really needs him to come to the fore, or for Rashid to make some kind of breakthrough.
Yeah.
Curran again, moving over to one side as he comes in, bowls, quick single taken, excellent running from Australia. It's really good cricket from them at the moment as he just dabs it into the offside and both batsmen set off as though there's telepathy between them, and that single completes the 24th over. So Australia 114 for 2. Labuschagne is 35. Finch is 57 not out. Some more from you, Isha Gua. And I'm sure a very happy Australian, Adam Collins, is coming in to replace me.
Yeah, just looking at the worm at the moment, Australia just ahead at the same stage, but the key for them is wickets in hand. They've got 8 wickets in hand, and we know their middle order have got them out of trouble in the past. Mitchell Marsh and Glenn Maxwell doing it in the last game. So they will definitely feel in control here, but you just never know if if Rashid or someone can just extract a wicket.
Not wrong. Someone's got to get hot for England here. Rashid starts a fresh over to Labuschagne, who takes a single out to deep point, moving himself to 36 Australia, 116 for 2. I do wonder whether it will be the next over where they pull the trigger with Archer.
Yeah.
They can't let this drift much further, can they? Each of the first 4 bowlers have bowled 5 overs each. This is Rashid's 6th. Sam Curran sent 4 down, but it'll count for little if they don't take a wicket soon. Finch steering just behind point. Another easy single. Do they come back for a second? No. Conservatism at this stage of the chase. So Finch now moves to 58, 116 for 2. It won't mean an awful lot if they've got flexibility at the end of the chase, if Australia have all these wickets in hand, especially with big hitters like Maxwell, Marsh, Carey and so on. So a race against time for Morgan. Rashid, such an important wicket taker in recent times. Bowls here. Lunging forward is Labuschagne, quick single. Finch up to the task. The throw, underarm throw from Morgan to the non-striker's end isn't on target, so they get through. I'm not sure whether it would have mattered anyway. Looks like he was well and truly in his ground, 117 for 2.
The other thing is, if you bring Archer in and he manages to get a wicket, then you still have 4 overs from Rashid to bowl at new batters at the crease.
Finch on strike now to Rashid. He tries to again steer beyond point, but Curran on the circle ensures that it's a dot ball. The sun just setting to the west,
nice,
to our left, and
gorgeous.
the reflection on the hotel there where we're staying, beaming back down onto the ground. A lovely evening. Rashid bouncing in and bowls, and Finch straight back at him. Maybe that was a chance. In any case, it's gone to the rope. 4 runs for Finch, moving to 62, 1-2-1 for 2. It'll make for an interesting replay, Ishigua.
Well, it was struck powerfully, and I just wonder if it bounced before it went through Rashid. He's absolutely slammed it. It was an opportunity. He has missed that. It's gone between his left hand and his left knee. That almost blew his kneecap off, actually.
Exactly. It would have just needed to have stuck. Had it stuck, then he obviously didn't have a chance to adjust where his hands were in the follow-through. So Finch again against Rashid. Big swing and a miss. That wasn't far away. So we're 25 overs into the Australian chase of 2-3-2. They're 1-2-1 for 2. So they're ahead of a run rate and certainly ahead of the game. But just with those last 2 balls, yes, Finch nailed the penultimate delivery for a boundary, but it was through just about the hands of Rashid, and that last ball, a swing and a miss. Finch 62, Labuschagne 37.
Just offered a couple of opportunities there, actually, Aaron Finch, who is so much in control of this chase. And just having a look now, it is, yes, Jofra Archer will come into the attack. I think it's the right move from Morgan. He has to break this. He has to do something. Australia 14 runs ahead at the same stage, and England were 3 down, which is interesting.
Yeah, Australia from here with Labuschagne, well, it's systematic the way that he bats, isn't it? Just finding those sweepers whenever he sees fit and defending the good balls. Andy went through before just how efficient he's been at rotating the strike. And Finch, on the other hand, he struck 8 boundaries and won 6, so he's doing it more with brawn rather than anything else. But he's 62. He's a man of vast experience in run chases. And as a consequence, this next little period of play could determine who is the winner here. If it can be Archer getting on top and they can expose Australia's middle order, well, then we'll have a game. If he can't, then they'll cruise to victory, I'm sure.
Well, he's picked up 2 wickets already in this innings, Jofra Archer, with hostile deliveries. One that was too close to play for David Warner, looking to guide it down to third man. Bit of lift off the surface through to the keeper. Then a rising delivery to Marcus Stoinis, caught the top edge and fell safely in the hands of Jos Buttler.
So Archer initially to Labuschagne, bowls here, finding the outside edge.
Yeah.
High on the blade. It ends up spilling down to short third man for a single. Labuschagne 38, Australia 122 for 2. But encouraging early signs there. First ball of the spell draws a false strike. Andy Zaltzman.
Signalled leg by that ball. Talking about the ways these two players have batted differently. Before that ball, they're both going at 78 per 100 ball strike rate. Labuschagne 37 from 47. Only 8 of his runs in boundaries. Finch 62 off 79, scored 38 of his runs in boundaries.
An exercise in contrast, yes, watching that replay back. It looks like it hit the shoulder of the bat, but it was his back thigh. So an extra bounce, Isha Guha.
Yeah, squared him up. But this is a pitch for a bowler like Archer, that pace, but also the way he just hits it, jams the ball into it.
He has a slip now on the way bowling to Finch and leaving outside the off stump, but not far outside the off stump. Generous amount of movement back towards the right-hander.
That was close. That was very, very close.
Yes, and you can tell Archer's facial expression after getting to the end of his follow-through. Maybe a word or two, just to let Finch know that he might want to use the bat next time when he's in that channel.
Good leave.
In the end, a good lead. Only two types, good and bad, as they say. Archer to Finch on 62. Inside portion of the bat, it spills out to Wokes at mid-on, but again, not in control of the stroke. So we're halfway through the 26th over. Australia 1-2, 2 for 2.
And Charles Dagnall said it earlier, what they would give to have someone like Mark Wood in the side as well on this surface. Whether it's something that Tom Curran can do, just bang it into the pitch a bit more. We're used to seeing him bowl his slower balls quite a bit.
Yeah, different roles they play, aren't they? So Archer bowls here to Finch, who clips him round the corner past the square leg umpire. They get one and they return for 2. That's better from the Aussie captain. He moves to 64. Australia 1-2, 4 for 2. So Curran with all the variations, the back of the hand slower ball, of course, banging it into the pitch. Wood, of course, far better at finding the outside edge. That extra pace we saw him pick up 2 Australian wickets caught behind on Friday. Bowling up over 90 mile an hour. But they went the other way today with Wood pulling up sore after Friday. So Archer is the one man in this England lineup who can bowl at serious pace. He reaches the crease and delivers. It's full to Finch, who pushes to Wokes at mid-on, no run.
It's also a good time to bring him on because of twilight. The sun disappearing behind the building over to our left. And it's this sort of phase that can be a little bit tricky when your eyes are adjusting to something new. The dimming light, the lights on here at Old Trafford, and a ball being sent down at you at 90 miles an hour.
Last ball of the Archer over, 3 out, 2 on the leg side and a deep point. He bowls here, and Finch drives nicely. Straight back to Archer, who collects it in his follow-through. Archer stands there with his hands on his hips in frustration that he wasn't able to make that all-important breakthrough in his first over. Back into the attack. Archer's bowled 6 overs, 2 for 24. Australia 1-2, 4 for 2 after 26 overs. They need 232 runs to win and take victory in this series. We've got some news from other cricket action today. Captain Georgia Adams struck an unbeaten 154 as the Southern Vipers reached the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final with a game to spare, Isha. So good news there. The Northern Diamonds remain favourites to join them in the decider, but suffered their first defeat by 6 wickets to the Central Sparks. Elsewhere, there were victories for the South East Stars and the Thunder. You can read more about today's games on the BBC Sport website. And a reminder, we'll have commentary of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint final on September the 27th. That's the day after our live England-West Indies T20 on BBC TV.
Yeah. Congratulations to Georgia Adams, daughter of Chris Adams, of course. And, she's been good in domestic cricket in the last couple of years, very much on England's radar, no question of that.
I saw Alice Capsey was in the runs again today. Isha, another very promising player coming through. As Chris Wokes starts a fresh spell as well. He's bowled 5 overs earlier today. Labuschagne defends back to the bowler in his follow-through.
Yeah, looking forward to that live women's game, 26th of September. It'll be live on the BBC up at Derby. And the West Indies, it'll be their 3rd game by then, having had a long layoff. And we know that they can smoke it when they get going. But England as well, they've got some quality players in their lineup. It should be a fascinating watch and listen. Yeah,
starting their international season deep into September, but needs must. Wokes on the way, bowls to Labuschagne, who uses his hands quite softly to deflect to third man. Good batting in these middle overs from Labuschagne. He moves to 38 from 49 balls. Australia 125 for 2.
So Owen Morgan deciding to change things up. He wants to hold Rashid back 4 overs, just in case Jofra can break through. What he wants from Wokes here is a bit of control. Doesn't want these two to get the ball away too easily. and just stay within the rate.
Yeah, let's go through the plan after this ball. How are they setting up? Who have they got back and why have they got them back? As Wokes reaches the crease and bowls to Finch and beats him outside the off stump. That's not a bad plan. You can hit the seam, even at this stage with the twilight, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, and that might be another reason as well. He's gone with another seamer from the James Anderson end. And automatically that seam up, we see it just leaving Aaron Finch, who is well in and set. But even there, he didn't look in control. So very good move from Owen Morgan.
Yeah, it's a classic Chris Wokes delivery, isn't it? On off stump and seaming away. He reaches the crease again to Finch and bowls, and Finch pushes to mid-wicket. No runs the call. 2 left in the 27th over. Australia 1-2-5 for 2. So Wokes has got a deep fine leg, deep backward square, deep point, and a third man outside the circle. A backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. So a conventional ring field inside the circle.
I do find it fascinating. I love the chase, and Owen Morgan especially, just how he manoeuvres his pieces, even when there aren't that many runs to play with.
Wokes at the crease and bowls, and Finch pushes the backward point, takes on the fielder at backward point. Jason Roy takes a ping, so they get a follow through as a consequence because it wasn't on target, but it was worth a punt at this stage of the innings. Finch moving to 66 with 1 ball to come in this 27th over. Australia 1-2-7 for 2.
You know what? I think he would have been gone. He swoops in, Jason Roy, turn and throw.
Oh, yeah.
We had him about 3 yards out, Marnus Labuschagne.
More than worth a punt, as you say. That was long gone. The third run out that England have missed today. Finch could have been run out in the first over. Labuschagne could have been run out on 6, and now Labuschagne on 38 was the lucky man. Finch back on strike on 66. Wokes bowls to him. It's on his thigh pad. He just manages to work it into the onside, but not for a run. A dot ball to complete the 27th over. Australia 1-2-7 for 2. 2-3-2 is the target. Finch 66, Labuschagne 38. This pair have put on 90.
Could be the difference. You look at the way Marcus Stoinis came in and created that opportunity. Was it Jason Roy who had looked to be quite positive and attacking in the middle? He was dismissed, and then Joe Root proceeded to struggle to work the ball and rotate the strike. Him and Owen Morgan out in the middle, and there was that period of 10 overs where the run rate was really low, and that was a crucial moment in the game in that first innings. Here, an opportunity presents itself, can't get the breakthrough, and you just wonder how many lives, how many misses will cost England.
So Archer running away from us at the Statham end, starting his 7th over here to Labuschagne, who's happy to defend a ball that's right on the money on off stump. But yes, those 3 run out opportunities. The contrast there to that Jason Roy dismissal early on, just as he was going through the gears in the power play, roughly a run a ball or thereabouts, struck 4 boundaries, and Marcus Stoinis takes a half opportunity. Well, there have been 3, I would call them better than half opportunities. All of them they've had a chance to set. On all 3 occasions, the batsman would have been out by 2 or 3 yards. So Archer turns, has a slip when bowling to Labuschagne, delivers here. They take on backward point again, but this time it's comfortable. Labuschagne soft hands. He moves to 39, 1-2-8 for 2.
And Australia at the moment, they have the benefit of knowing what they need to chase down, so they can calculate in their minds that the high risk options, the low risk options, that from Labuschagne, very low risk. He just waits on the ball, plays it under his eyes, guides it to third man, and he knows immediately there's a single on offer, and that's all they really need to do. You know, they don't need to play the big shot at all. What's the rate required? Probably about
4.5.
4s at the moment, so
4.59.
yeah, I mean that's 8 wickets in hand.
They just need to see off Archer here, don't they? Get through this spell. Archer bowls and Finch leads. Oh, that's hit him. No run, he says. Not sure where it clipped him, but Archer goes straight up to collect the ball. Finch is going to take his gloves off and just pause between deliveries, but the short ball got banged in and Finch did get hit on the shoulder, the front shoulder, squared up. Wasn't far away from his grill. That stings. That hurts.
That's a well-directed delivery. Really well-directed. It's not too short. And he shapes up to play it to the leg side, Aaron Finch, and then just gets himself into a bit of a tangle, just the two-pace nature of this surface.
Sure enough, Finch straight back in his starts and goes again. We're halfway through this over. Archer to the captain, who turns him into the onside for 1. He wants 2, so does Labuschagne. He's weighted it well enough. They'll get back pretty comfortably in the end. The throw coming to Labuschagne's end, non-striker's end. 130 for 2. Generous applause from beneath us on the Australian balcony. They like that kind of running.
I said falls and over, but there is still enough in this pitch to try and create something. And you just sense that there might be something coming at some stage in this over with Jofra Archer bowling. Good gas as well.
Mid on a fraction straighter as Finch waits for Archer, who bowls here. He defends the cover, no run again. So Australia need 103 runs from here. They've got 22.1 overs to acquire them, so the run rate required isn't an issue. It's all about whether England can have a look at Mitchell Marsh. Perhaps Glenn Maxwell might have some memories of what happened in that T20 chase week before last. Then Alex Carey, badly out of form, averaging 13 since the last World Cup with the bat. There'll be a show, but they need this breakthrough. Archer here to finish his over, clipping off his hip, Finch. An easy single to retain the strike. He's 69. Australia 131 for 2. The target's 232 and Labuschagne's 39.
Have you enjoyed your time in the bubble, Adam?
I have found it a most interesting experience, actually. So I've been in the other bubble, the press bubble, at different points through the summer, and I've been watching all of you with your pictures of the ground from your hotel rooms and your table tennis and your playing darts or whatever it is. But actually coming in for this spurt at the back of the summer has been quite eye-opening as far as the way it's all played out. I've got Jonathan Agnew, who's going to replace me. My time is up for now. 28 overs gone. I repeat the score with Australia 131 for 2, with Finch 69 and Labuschagne 39.
Well, I'm going to be heading out of the bubble in a few days' time or so. I don't think I'm going to know what to do with myself. As Jonathan Agnew comes in, here comes Chris Woakes then on an angle. Bowls to Finch, who misses one outside the off stump. Another delivery that just leaves off the seam. Goes through to Joss Butler.
Yes, hello, Joe. Still stinging a little bit, isn't it? But Australia at the moment is so well sat, and England are desperate for wickets here. 131 for 2. So 101 needed from 131 balls, and the comparative score, the DLS score, if you like, which is always a pretty good indicator, shows 100 up on the board, and there are 131, so that just demonstrates how far ahead of the game they are. In comes Woakes and bowls, and Finch drives him. It's in the air, so a bit of excitement out there. One or two shouts of catch it and that sort of a thing. But it bounces at least 3 times before reaching Tom Curran at mid-off. Beautiful sunset here, by the way. It really was. Watching the sun go down to our left over in the west is just a perfect orange sky. Really very dreamy, Michael. Lovely.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah.
Lovely, isn't it?
Still a glow over there at the moment.
It's a regular occurrence around these parts.
I'll take your word for that. 131 for 2. And in comes Woakes again, hair flopping, and he bowls, and Finch is picking up a single. They're pushing into the offside. Roy thought about throwing it, but got a bit of a telling off in Woakes' last over. But I thought he did the right thing, actually. He had to shy at the stumps because the batsman was so far out. But he missed and gave away an overthrow, and Woakes looked a bit disappointed with that.
I think he was probably having a go because he went to the wrong end. He felt that he had 3 stumps to aim for at the far end, which Finch was running towards, and he went for the 1 stump, which Labuschagne was running towards.
A difficult one. 132 for 2, halfway through the 29th over. Here's Woakes. Bowls, and Labuschagne's played out really well. He stepped away to the offside. Woakes has bowled straight, and he's just flicked that away. And if there are any doubts about Labuschagne making it up to one-day international level, he's just dispelling all those doubts, really. He scored 100 early on, and shots like that, tremendous improvisation, but not risky either. He just seems such a well-organised batsman.
He's high class. He can play any format, no question. He's just got the game, rotate the strike. He's got the boundary options. I would say that this looks like you might be on that ukulele sooner than you probably expected today, Jonathan.
Oh, it might be. I feel sorry for the residents down there just outside the ground, if that's the case. In comes Woakes again. Bowls, and Labuschagne made to go in that direction again. And so Woakes once again went full and straight. This time it's only 1. Turned away out to deep square leg. That's 137 for 2 in the 29th over. Labuschagne 44 from 54 balls. And there's the 100 partnership up between these two.
Well, we must apologise, Angus, because we did say that the earth walking, with the bare feet that the Australians participated in at Edgbaston didn't work. Well, it obviously worked yesterday.
Seemed to.
50-50, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems to have done. They're romping this one. 100 partnership up. And in comes Wokes. Bowls to Finch. Lets that go through. It goes very low. That might have hit Butler on the knee. It went down there to just block it. It didn't carry at all. 137 for 2. England got to try and conjure something up here. They've thrown the ball to Archer, which was the right thing to do. Try and get a breakthrough.
Don't you get a feeling with England and the body language and the way that they've played the last couple of games? It's almost like the novelty of the bubble's kind of worn off for the England team. And the Aussies have arrived and they played those 3 T20 games, found a bit of form in the last one. And they're still very kind of excited in a way of being around playing cricket. I know there'll be many listening going, the professional players, but when some of these players have been inside this bubble for weeks and weeks and weeks, we've got to just not be too critical of the mindset which we're seeing.
No, I was thinking who's Archer, Wokes, Butler, Root.
I remember the one-day team, down in Southampton for many, many weeks before the Irish series. And they haven't had too many weeks away.
Archer's on his way. He's bowling to Labuschagne, who's on 44. He bowls short of a length. And Labuschagne, I think he did that on purpose. And for moments, he was just trying to leave that, but then played it so late, running the ball down to third man.
That's a fact, I guess, for the one-day players. You could argue it's probably been harder because they just haven't had as many days playing.
Yeah.
And there's been days off in between, lots of preparation, build-up. I think they were in the bubble for 2 or 3 weeks before they played against Ireland, getting ready for, obviously, that series.
138 for 2. Finch on 70. Archer cruises in, bowls to him with a nice shot there off the front foot, driving it square. Finds, I think it's Johnny Bairstow out there, over to the left-hand side, the west side of the ground.
Yeah, and just one thing, an observation that, Australia, if you go back to when England were batting, cover point was pretty much in the circle throughout the whole innings. Very rarely did they put the fielders back on the boundary. I know they were getting wickets, and someone like Joe Root wasn't quite timing it and hitting it as hard as Aaron Finch, but England pretty much have always had cover point back on the boundary, so there has been that single option.
It's a slip now, and Archer responds with an in-swinger into Labuschagne's boots that he plays away down to mid-on where Wokes field. So, well, again, evidence of Morgan absolutely desperate for wickets here. Root wasn't there a moment ago, but he's now been put into first slip. And Root, I think he's saying, should I go a little bit wider here? So he's there more for that run towards third man by the look of it. He's standing at about where fourth slip would be. 139 for 2. Archer runs in, bowls, and there's that little late dab again of Labuschagne's. They're looking for 2. They might get it as well because it's Adil Rashid, who's not got a strong throw, and sure enough, very, very, very good running indeed. Because Root, I think, got a bit of hand to that, but Labuschagne had his eye on 2 all the way through, 47 not out. But he's playing that shot, he's playing this run down to third man, but he's almost taking the bat away as he plays it, so it's an incredibly deft shot.
Yeah, so the ball just hits the bat with no kind of momentum on it, just kind of dead batting it down into that gap. It's another fun ball. It's an area again of concern for me for the white ball team and the test team, the fielding. It's just not quite up to top-notch standard.
Labuschagne on 47, he gets a short one and now he ramps that over Root and down to third man. Again, play with really soft hands, so he made sure it didn't carry as a catch down to Adil Rashid. And Labuschagne's really ticking now. He's chewing on that bubble gum like a man possessed.
Yeah, sometimes you play in conditions, in the when there's a lot of flies everywhere. I think he's got to be if he starts blowing big bubbles in the subcontinent with those flies around, he might end up with a mouthful.
He might well do. I was rather hoping it would explode over his nose, actually, but 142 for 2. In goes Archer. He's there, he bowls, and Finch works him around the corner. Down towards fine leg it goes, thinking about the second. They won't get it this time, though. Curran's throw's far too good coming in from the deep. 143 for 2. They're really trying to finish it off now. 20 overs to go. And they're racing between overs, being really busy, piling the pressure on England. 89 required from 120 balls. And the DLS pass score 108 compared to the actual score of 143. So, obviously, wickets needed, desperate by England, or they're going to lose this series.
Well, the body language tells the whole story from an England perspective, that you kind of look around and generally when a team's busy and active and feeling that they've got a sniff of winning the game, there's little conversations going on. Well, there's just one conversation at the minute, and that's Owen Morgan with the bowler.
Saying, what should we do?
He's thinking, oh, it's Wokes, he's still, he's like, have you got any magic? Have you got anything we could try? Still only 5 fielders in the circle. I just think Owen's got to just go, right, I've got to bring a fielder or two in and hope that they make mistakes trying to play the big shots. You know, with these kind of fields, unless they get bored, they're just going to rotate the strike, wait for that one ball that they feel they can hit.
Here's Wokes then. He's had that conversation and he bowls short of a length to Finch, who plays the ball back at him.
Because the only way they're going to win is to bowl Australia out. You're not going to restrict them. So it's almost like they just throw the dice to try and force the wickets.
Moeen deep in conversation with Mark Wood there on the boundary edge. The two who are left out today. Wood not considered fit enough. And Moeen was a tactical change. And now Wokes over the wicket, moves in, bowls for Australia's captain Aaron Finch, who's on the back foot there, forcing it out to Jason Roy. You know well from his Surrey days, of course. Roy fields and there's no run. Cameraman down below us here is transfixed by his tablet, which has got the NFL going. Charlie Dagnall would enjoy that. So he's got it propped up on a chair and he's watching that going on. It's confusing enough a game to watch absolutely with 100% concentration for me, but to be filming cricket at the same time. He's doing very well. In comes Wokes, bowls, and Finch defends, playing out towards mid-off. It's intercepted by Root.
Now, do you think under his headsets that he's got on for the cricket, he's got some kind of special...
A bit of a commentary feed.
Kind of a set of earphones underneath that he's been able to listen. He's not interested in the cricket, is he?
I think like the rest of us, he's got a fair idea what the result is. He's got quite a key position, though. But anyway, there's something going on. It's the Patriots playing somebody else down there.
It's a bit late there, didn't it?
In comes Wokes there, and he bowls, and it's pushed away by Finch into the offside again. There's nothing that Root could do to stop that. I'm not allowed to mention the score because apparently Daggers is recording it for later on. But
watch him here, Daggers.
I can't see it anyway. It's too small on the screen. And I wouldn't understand what it was anyway.
Now watch him here. He's watching the game. He's watching the NFL. Yeah. He's got to be quicker now. The cricket's about to start. And then he's back in.
Well, no, he's been very professional about it, but there's plenty of time between balls. If Rashid was bowling, he would be a bit frustrated, I think. 144 for 2. In comes Wokes. Bowls, and there's him on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. England like that. The umpire's saying no.
He's reviewed it straight away.
They are going to review it. Well, I guess they've actually got to. It's the first time the ball's beaten the bat for ages.
TV umpire to director. We've got a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out.
Wokes says it's
salmon. Fair delivery,
salmon
so on to front on, please.
Yeah, Wokes is confident about this. But he was certainly on the back-ish foot. I don't think he's nicked it.
It doesn't look like there's any bat there, but if we can have a look at Ultra Edge, please.
Umpire's call.
Well, umpire Goff has had such a great summer. I'll be surprised if he got this one wrong. But he is trapped on the crease.
Just playing for Ultra Edge.
Ultra
okay,
Edge.
We've got a flat line. Balls. Rock it back, please, when the ball's next to the bat.
Nothing there.
Okay, roll it through, all the way through to the pad. Got a flat line until the ball hits the pad, so we can go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Here we go. Where's this going to go? It's going straight, surely.
We've got pitching outside.
That's out. It's hitting middle stumps.
We go back to Michael on field.
Well, I say
need
all umpires make mistakes. Umpire Goff has just had such a brilliant summer. I'm amazed you hadn't given that out. Anyway, it is the wicket, or a wicket, that England needed, and Labuschagne is out. LBW to Wokes. He's missed a straight ball there. That would have gone on to hit halfway up middle stump.
Well, I just wondered if Michael Goff thought it was an inside tickle, because he's made very few mistakes. He's run off, actually, Michael Goff. He obviously needs a toilet. He's run to the far end. You can see him into the old pavilion. But also Chris Wokes, he reviewed it straight away. I don't think I've ever seen a bowler review an LBW so quickly. Chris Wokes is on his job. Very similar to Moeen Ali. I always trust Moeen Ali. When he decides to review, you always fancy that it's going to be out. Mitchell Marsh strides out there. He played nicely on Friday. 88 from 115 balls. Can England just throw the dice to Adil Rashid, to someone like Mitchell Marsh? Struggles against spin early in his innings in particular. Just never know, do you? Get Aaron Finch out in the next 10 runs,
yeah,
and this game could start to get a little bit tricky again for Australia.
No, you never know, that's for sure.
Didn't see Michael Goff, he ran straight off the pitch.
Did he?
Yeah.
He's probably got to change his glasses or something, but because he will, he'd be cross about that. But that was umpiring's tough, but that was just seems very regulation, didn't it? You're probably right. You probably did think he'd nicked it.
Labuschagne 48 from 59 balls, 3 fours, with a partnership 107 in 23 overs. Labuschagne scored from 36 of the 59 balls he faced, so 61% of his deliveries he scored from. We talked earlier about how effective he'd been at rotating the strike. There was no point in his innings when he faced more than 3 consecutive dot balls. And in fact, only had one sequence in which he even faced 3 dot balls in a row. By comparison, Finch has scored off just 39% of his balls. Morgan batting at 4 for England, 44%, and Root batting at 3 for England, scored off only 26% of his deliveries. So outstanding effort from the Australian number 4.
Yeah, no, he's a terrific player, isn't he? Umpire Goff's return is having a drink. It was he quickly darted off there. I think he's sharing a bit of a conversation there with Chris Wokes. Maybe pulling his leg, saying, "How did you not give that one out?" But, anyway, these things happen. He's had a drink, being delivered by David Milnes, who stood here in the first of the matches. Milnes is heading off in an interesting direction. He's heading off towards the gazebos to the right-hand side there, sort of a shortest way off, I think.
That's not where the 4th umpire lives, is it?
No, I think he's taking the short option. He's trotting off. There's 2 black gazebos there and a green one, olive green. That one's got an empty front, open if you like, so David Milnes got a friend in there or not, but he's heading off in that direction, and play can continue with the new batsman Mitch Marsh waiting for Wokes, who comes in and bowls to him, and he's off the mark straight away, playing that pass cover off the front foot. Nothing more than a gentle stroke, and picks up 1 deep into the offside, so he'll keep the strike. Australia did 87 more from 114 balls, but at least Wokes there has broken through and added a bit of interest to proceedings. And that DLS pass score, well, it's still comfortable as far as Australia are concerned, but of course it has risen as a result of that wicket, showing 120 to the current score of 145 for the loss of 3 wickets. And Archer's going to continue, so can England strike and particularly get Finch out? That really would make it an interesting game then. But Archer, well, this is the last throw of the dice for us he is concerned. He's only got 2 overs left, so it doesn't seem conceivable really that he'll bowl 1 and then come back for 1 over. We've got to try and bowl him out here and just try and get a wicket. Wokes has also got 2 overs left. He's taken 1 for 28, and Archer 2 for 34. And he's going to bowl to Marsh, who's 1 not out. In he goes, bowls short of a length, and Marsh is playing himself in. He's got plenty of time just to have a bit of a sighter or 2 here.
Well, he's renowned, Mitchell Marsh, for playing quick bowling really well. That's what his major strength is. Brought up in Perth at the Wacker. Bouncing ball.
Very distinct shadows at the feet of the fielders now. Floodlights have taken full effect. It's still a lovely orangey glow to the left, though, as Marsh is shaping to come forward to the next ball. Once again, he plays down to Roy at backward point. No, it's lovely over there. There's the dome of a mosque I can see between 2 buildings there, just glowing. The final traces of the sunset. 145 for 3. Archer runs away from us, bowls on the off stump. Marsh again, not hurried at all, plays into the offside.
The clock that was glowing the other evening on Friday, it's not on.
For Sunday.
Not turn the clock on a Sunday.
Probably no one there to turn it on, I suppose. But you're right, it's not saying anything. Flag's barely moving now.
No one need to know the time on a Sunday.
It's a relaxed evening. There's an aeroplane up there. I don't see any of those around the skies at the moment. In goes Archer. Bowls a slower in-swinger. Marsh plays it nicely, crisply down to Roy at backward point, and again there's no run. The skies are often empty, aren't they? It was fantastic. Can't find out who that is.
Can you find out who it is, can you, on your little app?
Oh, yeah, lots of little
really?
things, aren't there? Yeah.
Oh.
Let's have a look.
Sure, it's a commercial plane, isn't it?
Oh, I'll tell you who that is. Off goes Archer. Bowls. Oh, he's bowled him! A ball that might have kept rather low. Certainly Marsh has given the impression that it has, and it's crept through there between bat and pad. Marsh has bowled for one. And is there life in this game still? It's the 4th wicket, with still 87 needed. He was on the back foot. Let's see if that did keep low, or whether he just misjudged it. He certainly got a bottom edge on it, and the body language suggests that he was completely burgled. But perhaps it kept a little bit low.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, I mentioned the extra bounce that Mitchell Marsh is used to in Perth at the Wacker and the new stadium, the Perth Stadium. Well, that one just skidded on. It didn't keep as low as I think he kind of played it as. He was just a little bit circumspect, played it from the crease, and the inside edge went back onto the stumps. Now, if England can get Aaron Finch out now, there's a game on.
There is.
Glenn Maxwell in next, and then you've got the bowlers. That's the problem with this Australian one-day side. They're so top-heavy with the batting, high class at the top of the order, some quality in the middle, but if you can get them 5 or 6 down, and you get into the likes of Cummins and co. With Rashid, what's Rashid got left? 4 or 5? 4 overs left for Rashid. If you can leave a couple, I know he's not had a great night with the ball. He's been dispatched by Aaron Finch, but that tail end won't fancy facing a leg spinner.
No, they won't. Carey's arrived. That aeroplane's come from Belfast.
Really?
It's on its way to Manchester. Not surprisingly, going round to the right at the moment. So Carey is left-handed. There's a slip, and well, there you go. That's the value of the fast bowler again. It did keep a bit low. But, Marsh got quite a healthy inside edge on it. Doesn't matter how you get him out. 145 for 4. Now that number's rising. DLS, it's 130. Archer round the wicket, moves in, bowls to Carey. He looks to turn that into the leg side. But the ball climbs and rolls away into the offside, and Archer gets it in the end. A lot of dribbling and juggling, but he got there, and he's done his job. 145 for 4. He's only got 1 over left. Australia need 87 more from 108 balls. Michael Vaughan will offer some thoughts, and then Charles Dagnall is coming.
Well, there's a little bit of laughing going on out there, because what Jofra Archer has done with that last ball, Harry Morgan was going to go and pick it up, and he's megsed him. He's kicked it through his legs. And it's a great movement for all the team. I think they have some kind of competition with the football about who can meg any of the other players. Too sure what it is, but certainly Harry Morgan's just been megged by Jofra. Good evening, Charlie.
Good evening, Michael. A different complexion on this game all of a sudden. England remove Finch, and it really does change things around. Here's Wokes to continue from the James Anderson end. Bowls, and Finch covers up. Just leaping up as he defends, as he's wont to do the majority of his innings. He's 73 not out. The ball goes back to the bowler, and there is no run. I'm just going to lean back a little bit here from the gentleman who's watching the NFL on his iPad, so I don't see any of the scores. Don't do it, Michael. 145 for 4.
Who's playing?
Everybody is playing. It's the first Sunday of the season.
They all play at the same time?
Well, pretty much, yeah. 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Here's Wokes. Bowls and driving as Aaron Finch. It goes into the hands of Joe Root at extra cover, just trotting around to do the fielding, and there is no run. Been waiting for the season for 9 months, Michael.
Hut, hut, hut. Is that what they still shout?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So it's my evening sorted once this game is done. Anyway.
So what will you do? You watch the live at 9, will you? Then go back to the 6 o'clock?
No. I'll watch it as live because I'm a geek.
So you watch the 6 o'clocker first?
Yes. Don't like to know the scores. Look away now. Here's Wokes. Past the umpire he comes, and he's bowled him. He's bowled Aaron Finch. England needed the breakthrough, and Wokes has provided it. And the Australian captain has gone, and this game has completely turned around in the space of the last 5 or 6 overs. Australia 145 for 5, kept a little low, and off stump and middle stump have been rattled back, and now there's broad grins on the faces of the England players. Finch goes, and Australia now in a completely different position, chasing down this target.
Well, I'm just waiting to see the replay from front on to see if the ball moved. I just wonder whether Finch has played down the wrong line here. Don't think it's done a great deal, but it's castled into the stumps. The Zinger bells flew in the air. 87 required from 105 balls, 5 wickets in hand. We have a game on.
Wow. Surely not. After that T20 that they were coasting, in that first T20 I think it was, and then they managed to collapse horribly, Australia are causing themselves, they were just coasting with Labuschagne and Finch, and now the captain's gone. They've got 2 players in the middle who are yet to get off the mark, and only Alex Carey has faced a ball. Glenn Maxwell it is, the show. Coming to the crease, batted beautifully in the first one-day international.
Yeah, the big show is, you still feel with Glenn Maxwell and Australian cricket that he's not an absolute shoo-in for every white ball team. He's a wonderfully talented player, but the way that he played on Friday, where he got them out of a tricky position, and this opportunity that he's got here, he can get his team over the line from this position. I'm sure that will buy him plenty of more opportunities going forward.
87 from 105. He made 77 off 59 deliveries, 4 4s and 4 6s in that first one-dayer. Here's Wokes to Maxwell. Hugely open stance, and goodness me, he's played around his front pad. His legs were going everywhere. Just moving across the crease, and he managed to jam the bat down at the last moment and play it out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, you just look at the field, Charlie. England have got 5 fielders in the circle. They can obviously have more and squeeze, but they're opting for cover point on the boundary, square leg on the boundary, third man and fine leg back, purely because they know that Glenn Maxwell's a boundary hitter.
You're totally right, by the way. He played just down the wrong line. Ball going down off stump, and he played down middle. Open stance again from Maxwell as Wokes approaches and defends, and it keeps a little low as well, and crab-like in his defence is Maxwell. He squeezes it out into the offside, and there is no run.
Well, Chris Wokes has got 7 more deliveries left in the game.
You're bowling Archer the next over, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm bowling Wokes the next one. This is the moment. He'll get a wicket now, and Australia require around 80 with Cummins coming out there.
Seems a long way that, doesn't it? As Wokes wide of the crease this time, Maxwell forward gets off the mark, so just a thickish outside edge, skews down towards third man, and a single is taken. So end of the over, a successful one, a really successful one for Chris Wokes. His figures look very good. Now 9 overs, 2 for 29. Australia 146 for 5, 86 from 102. Maxwell is 1 and Carey yet to get off the mark. Andy Saltzman.
3 wickets fell for 1 run in the space of 11 balls. Before that, delivery, Wokes had bowled 157 balls to Finch in ODI cricket and only dismissed him once. Finch's final figure, 73 from 105 balls with a 6 and 8 fours.
How many balls was that, Andy? 3 for 1 in?
11 balls.
11 balls.
Yeah, you look at Alex Carey as well, Charlie. He's in probably not even a stronger position as Glenn Maxwell. He's yet to really do it for Australia.
He's in a stinking run of form.
Yeah, he is.
Archer it is then, his last over. Away he goes. Maxwell waits. A short delivery, and goodness, he tries to pull it, and it got onto him very quickly indeed. 91 miles an hour from Jofra Archer, and he manages to sort of bunt it out to mid-wicket. But he took his eye off the ball completely, did Maxwell. He was lucky to connect at all. It could have gone anywhere.
That's so lucky. That could have just ballooned anywhere. He's renowned. This is the talk of the whole game around the world, that Glenn Maxwell struggles against pace.
He's got pure pace coming at him. Archer away from us from the Statham end. Defending is Maxwell solidly, resolutely out into the offside it goes. Into extra cover. The noise levels have been ramped up somewhat. The decibel level from the England players.
It was only about 3 overs ago that we were talking about the body language, and
absolutely,
the bubble has finally got to the England team.
Yep.
It's amazing what a wicket can do. That Labuschagne one was the key one.
Totally right. Completely different dimension to this game now. Fielders close in on the one in the ring. 5 of them close in on Maxwell as Archer approaches. A slightly slower delivery, just rolled the fingers over the side of the ball. Maxwell defends into the onside this time, 77 miles an hour. So I'm not sure about. Granted, the slow ball is a surprise, but just be thinking of everything you've got in the last couple of deliveries. Here, Joffrey's got 3 left. He's 3 for 34. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Shirt slightly untucked. Very straight run. Away from us. Ball's full of length, just trying to tail the ball into that leg stump, and he got it millimetres incorrectly. Hits the pad of Maxwell, and it trickles to short fine leg for a single. So now he gets Carey back on strike. Wanted to keep Maxwell there, no doubt. Now Winviz is just nudging England's way, 52%. Against Australia's 48. Australia 147 for 5. Leg bye signalled by umpire Saggers. 985 from 98. Archer. Round the wicket to Carey. Slip in place, bowls a full-length delivery, and solidly forward comes Carey.
It was a nice forward defensive, wasn't it?
Textbook. It was. Almost like he thought he was going to play that shot prior to the delivery bowled. Finally.
Premeditated the forward defence.
Yes. Usually you see that little lap sweep or a slog sweep or whatever it is, switch hit, premeditated. That one was a premeditated forward defence, I'm sure. Archer, last ball of his spell. What a spell it's been. Away from us he goes. Oh, and it just goes into the hip of Alex Carey. He's on his haunches, is Jofra Archer, with a big grin on his face, almost like he was setting it up. It didn't quite come off for him, but he's changed the game England's way, has Jofra Archer. 3 for 34 off his 10. He can be used no more by Owen Morgan. Australia 147 for 5. After 37 overs, 85 more runs required from 96 deliveries.
Yeah, Jofra Archer's been tremendous. Well, beautifully in the T20s and all with pace, movement. And he's really rattled Australia this evening. He seems to have got the wool over the eyes of David Warner. And he's got movement. Ball that he gets Stoinis with. I think Stoinis will look at it and kind of question his technique, but it was brutal. Short, sharp, fended off in front of his face. And Wokes' last over.
From the Anderson end he comes. Bowls. He bowled him straight through the gap of Glenn Maxwell. The celebration starts within the England camp. It's almost a carbon copy of the delivery that he did to remove Aaron Finch. And now it's Maxwell who tucks his bat under his arm, wanders forlornly towards the dressing room. And England well on top now. They've changed this game in the space of a matter of a couple of overs. And it's Wokes and it's Archer. 3 for a piece. And now 6 down Australia, 147 for 6.
I can only think it's the pressure, because that ball's not done a great deal. May have just done enough. But his technique and he's kind of just pushing at it. It's not a great shot from Glenn Maxwell. It's Chris Wokes that's done the damage in the last few overs. Australia have got 5 balls to face from him. And you feel it with Tom Curran. He'll bowl a similar style of deliveries to the Chris Wokes' spell that we're seeing. Who have we got out there now? Pat Cummins. Oh, what a turnaround.
Wow.
Those
80 runs look a long way away now. And the face of Aaron Finch we see on our television screen to our right-hand side, well, bottom lip is being bitten and the brow is being swept. A couple of beads of perspiration, no doubt, starting to appear on the forehead of the England captain. Michael Vaughan leaves us for the moment. And James Anderson is coming in alongside. And what a spell we've got now in a completely different game to whence you were on commentary last.
Indeed. Fantastic spell. Just a shame that this is Chris Wokes' last and Jofra's bowled out.
Well, it begs the question, which I'll come to you in a minute, but Pat Cummins is waiting with a slip in place as Wokes approaches, and he gets squared up a little bit, a thickish outside edge, just skews down again to third man, and a single is taken. 148 for 6. Where do you go next after Jofra Archer?
It's got to be Tom Curran for me. I think Sam Curran's got 6 overs left. I do wonder, Carey, his strength is spin. So do you just hold Adil Rashid back and try and get Carey out by using Tom or Sam Curran, I think, for a little bit. Seam's doing the damage. It's just a little bit of uneven bounce and a bit of seam movement, so I'd stick with the seamers for a little bit.
He's only used 5 bowlers. He's got Joe Root if he wants, as Owen Morgan. Wokes is going to go round the wicket to Carey. He approaches and Carey solidly comes forward, plays the ball on the up and through the gap to deep point. Johnny Bairstow patrolling the deep point boundary, does the fielding, and Australia 149 for 6, but those 83 runs required off 93 look a long way away now.
They do. 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. Pitch just showing signs of deterioration, which is really playing into the hands of the England bowlers.
It was 3 for 1 off 11 balls. Andy will tell us a moment how this spell has turned again as Wokes bowls. Forward comes Cummins, using those long levers to try and get as far forward as he can. And fans it out into the offside. Floodlights beaming down now, completely taken over from any natural light which is still out there. Maybe a glimmer here and there just off in the distance, but Manchester in darkness as floodlights, shadows splay 4 ways from the feet of the England fielders, the batsmen and the umpires, as Wokes following his tracks that he made in the first one-day international bowls, and an edge just falling short of Joe Root at first slip. Nicely bowled, it just kept a little bit low, and Cummins survives, but almost every single delivery that tension is rising and something, you feel something is happening.
Yeah, just got into a great rhythm here. Archer and Wokes in particular, threatening every ball, as you say, angling into off stump and just getting some seam movement away from the right-handed batsman.
It's up to the Curran brothers now to really sort of pick up the atmosphere that's been created, not release it in any way, bowl tidy. At the stumps, that's what seems to be working for England at this moment in time. Just channel that off stump and bowl disciplined areas.
Yeah, and the length just hitting the top of the stumps, not too short, not too full.
Wokes, again, bowls and flicked away by Cummins. Only get a single, though. A little bit of a flourish. He flicked that away off his pads and out to deep mid-wicket, and a single taken to finish the over. Australia 150 comes up. 150 for 6 at the end of the over. 35 gone. Wokes finishes his 10 overs with 3 for 32. Just a word on both of these bowlers, Archer and Wokes, who have turned this game England's way.
Yeah, they have. They've just showed their quality tonight. Started brilliantly with the ball, got some movement early wickets as well in the power play, and then when they've come back, obviously the game looked to be drifting away from England with Finch and Labuschagne at the crease, but they've done exactly what Owen Morgan wanted of them and got regular breakthroughs.
Shane Warne's just popped his head into the box and he's thrown his arm off as if to say, what's going on? What's going off out there? Frustrated Australian, no doubt. So Tom Curran has 5 overs left. Rashid has 4. He's been expensive tonight, but a completely different context for when he comes on now with these 2 new batsmen at the crease and fewer wickets remaining in the hutch. In fact, he is coming on now, so that's where Morgan's decided to go. Maybe try and fox a few with those googlies of his. Plenty of highlights to enjoy on the BBC Sport website and app. And the BBC 2 highlights also on at 10 to 12 this evening are available to watch at your leisure on the iPlayer for 30 days. So if you missed anything, I would suggest you go and have a look at that little spell that's been bowled. Now here's Rashid to back Cummins with the slip in place. His first one is a googly. It sharply darts back in, catches the inside edge of Cummins' bat, and it just trickles down towards long leg for a single. 151 for 6. Andy, what's that spell? I said it was. You did say it was 3 for 1 in 11 balls.
Then became 4 for 3 in 21 balls. Chris Wokes 3 for 1 in. Not 3 for 2 in 9 balls.
It's the spell that has completely changed the game. Australia just coasting, cantering to victory with Labuschagne and Finch at the crease.
Unassisted as well, LBW and 2 bowls. And Archer's second spell 1 for 12 and 5. Wokes' second spell 3 for 15 and 5.
Wow.
Started with that great review of Labuschagne as well. It was given not out, but Chris Wilkes was convinced, and rightly so.
Sure, that's the first. I mean, yeah, he wasn't he? And his follow through, he was even giving it the signal to Owen Morgan, his captain, who, for Chris Wilkes to do that, you know, that kind of character that he is.
Almost the opposite of Stuart Broad when it comes to reviews.
Here's Rashid to Carey, and a full tossed-up delivery is worked down the ground by Carey, just for a single. We'll move to 2 not out, 152 for 6, and England won't mind that. They'll not mind Rashid bowling to the right-handed Cummins. I wonder, when Stuart does do it, is there a little quizzical look from the team, sort of, really, Stu? Really? You're just letting your ego get the better of you a little bit, just a bit. Slipping places. Cummins hammers the bat into the turf as Rashid bowls a low full toss, which he cloths to mid-on.
The best bit about Stuart is when someone else uses a review and it's not out, so we lose a review, and he's like, that's one I could have used then for myself. Gets very frustrated with that.
Rashid tosses one a ball. Big swing and a miss from Cummins. Goodness me. Ball was spinning sharply, and he was playing down the Jubilee, and the ball was on the Northern. Rashid spins himself a catch. Comes close to the stumps this time, and this time more sedately defended by Cummins. He pushes it into a gap in the offside, and a single is taken. And then there's someone like Moeen Ali, who, when the review comes, it almost sort of suggests, well, I don't want to make a fuss. I don't want to make a fuss. Don't bother. No, it's fine. Almost apologetic when he has to use one. Carey, 2 not out. 153 for 6, Australia. Gets the sweep out, and as James Anderson said, he's a good player of spin. A little paddle sweep, which he works down towards fine leg. Deep backward square has to come round and do the fielding, and Carey picks himself up a couple of runs. So what a spell that has been for England. 4 for 3 in 21 balls, and his 10th out there. 77 required off 84 balls. Carey is 4, as is Pat Cummins. 155 for 6 with 14 overs remaining. Some more from you, James Anderson, and then a more pensive Australian will take over from me, Adam Collins.
Yeah, England well and truly back in this game. Fantastic spell of bowling from Archer and Wilkes. Now Tom Curran comes back into the attack. We'll be looking to do the same sort of job as Chris Wilkes, just keep hammering that good length, top of off stump, asking questions of the Australian batsmen, and England will feel confident now that they're into the bowlers. Pat Cummins can hold a bat, but he's not renowned as being an all-rounder by any stretch. And the bowlers to come, England will feel they've got a great chance here.
They do indeed, James Anderson. How things have changed since I last sat in this chair about 40 minutes ago. A collapse of 4 for 3 from 20 balls. And England well and truly back in this game. Tom Curran, Sam Curran, Adil Rashid, the 3 bowlers that Owen Morgan has at his disposal. The first of those, Tom Curran, starting a fresh spell from the Anderson end. Bowling here to Cummins on 4, turning him round the corner for a single. He moves to 5, Australia. 157 for 6. We're going to count it down. It's a leg by, actually. It came off the thigh pad. 77 needed from 84 balls. Chris Wilkes back into the attack, hitting the stumps, setting a fire underneath this England side at the perfect time, Jimmy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Owen Morgan will be looking to Tom Curran to do exactly the same job. Just try and hit the stumps as much as possible. Ask questions. There is a little bit of variable bounce, so, you know, as you'd expect, this wicket is starting to show a bit more, or deteriorate a little bit more.
Australia need Alex Carey tonight. He's been struggling. Curran to him, around the wicket. Carey playing into the onside, knows the call, collected at by the captain Morgan at mid-wicket, no run. So Curran's bowled 5.2 overs. He was tidy earlier, none for 16. But Carey's made just 90 runs in one-day cricket since last year's World Cup across 6 innings. Lost his spot in the T20 side last week to Matthew Wade. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders right now. Obviously a fine player. We saw that in the World Cup last year. No questions about his capacity. Can he steady things here? Curran to Carey. Beaten outside the off stump. That's hit the seam, Jimmy.
Yeah, I think it's seam movement. It might even be a little bit of reverse swing there. It's definitely gone up. The angle from round the wicket as well. It's quite a difficult skill to get that to go away from the left-hander. Tom Curran's done it brilliantly there. Really asking questions now. And you can see a few nerves as well with these batsmen. They need to just try and stay calm as they get themselves in.
So Curran to the crease to Carey, bowls here, and Carey plays again conservatively into the onside dot ball. 76 needed, 80 balls. Of course, Tom Curran has bowled Australia out and secured a one-day victory before at Perth a couple of years ago. You were there that day, Jimmy.
Yep.
So we know that he has that ability too. Two young men trying to forge their careers on the international stage up against each other here. Curran on the approach. He bowls here. Carey struck on the pad. Shout for leg before wicket. Umpire Goff turns it down. All eyes on Owen Morgan. There will be no review as the DRS timer ticks down, but Morgan doesn't even want to consult his bowler there.
Yeah, Tom Curran really fancied that. It was hit him on the thigh pad, so there's no chance of that being out. But Josh Butler behind the stumps was the key there, I think. He wasn't too excited about it. But good signs here. And as you say, Tom Curran does like the pressure situations, I feel. You know, every time he gets the opportunity to play for England, he does enjoy bowling in these situations.
Last ball of the 37th over. Curran to Carey. He bowls and Carey pushes to mid-off. End of another frugal over for England. A maiden indeed from Curran to Carey there, albeit after a leg bite has started off. So 76 needed, 78 balls. Both Carey and Cummins are on 4. Adil Rashid has 3 overs to go, and it wouldn't be overstating things to say that his last 3 overs will shape the final result here. We've seen how important he's been against Australia in recent times. I mean, how does Owen Morgan use him? Do you bowl him out? Do you trust the Curran brothers at the end? It's not an easy decision-making process.
Yeah, I can see his thinking bringing him back into the attack with Pat Cummins at the crease, who's, you know, he averages less than 10 in one-day international cricket. So we've seen throughout this summer that the lower order batsmen seem to struggle picking Adil Rashid. He is a wicket taker. He does close out innings as well in one-day cricket. So he's looking for that bit of mystery to get him some more wickets.
He's going to continue to Pat Cummins after the Buzzcocks finishes on the PA between overs. Owen Morgan continues to ring the changes. We have a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, deep point, long off. Rashid with a slip, bowls to Cummins. He gets well forward and defends to cover. You can hear the encouragement echoing around the empty stadium. Rashid to Cummins. Oh, beats him with the leg break. The previous ball came back towards Cummins. He got well forward and managed to blunt the spin, but that was the more conventional delivery. Just past the outside edge. Not far away at all.
Nervous prod that was, wasn't it? Trying to get off strike.
Rashid. Fuller. Cummins goes long and straight and big. Oh, that's huge. That's one way to negotiate the spin. Smacking the leg spinner straight back over his head. Over long on indeed. Cummins moving Australia on to 162 for 6. We know he can hit the long ball. We see it there. Right back towards where the Australians are on the balcony beneath us here. Just about on the balcony, actually, watching the replay back. What a strike. Did land up on there, on the ricochet. This time Cummins plays with soft hands to backward point. So 70 needed from 75 now, getting that equation in favour of the Australians again.
Yeah, it was a good shot. It was too full by Adil Rashid. He's not been at his best today. He has bowled a few too many loose deliveries. Australians have really pounced on them.
Rashid, 2 to come in the over to Cummins. That's the leg break, which Cummins is happy to defend just from the crease. Not a lot of footwork needed there. $162 for 6. But they've nearly seen off Rashid's 8th over, which will be important. Long on drops back for the final ball. Backward square leg inside the circle. Will he throw one up at Cummins? He bowls here. And Cummins, beating him outside the off stump again. Lunging forward. Rashid's over complete. the sixth, the only runs coming from it. So 162 for 6. Cummins is on 10 from 15 balls. Carey on 4 from 11, and it looks as though it will be the Curran brothers who have the responsibility on their shoulders as we work towards the finish line here. Andy Zaltzman.
Talked about how well Labuschagne had kept the strike rotating since he's been out. Just 10 scoring shots in 43 balls as the wickets have tumbled. That collapse of 4 for 3 is Australia's joint worst for the loss of their 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th wickets in ODI cricket. Also the joint worst against England. Bangladesh had a similar collapse in a game way back in 2003.
Thanks for that, Andy. Of course, we saw something very similar just last week at Southampton in the T20 International, where Australia's position was seemingly unassailable. But quick wickets, pressure built, and England were able to stick the landing. Can they do so again tonight? Tom Curran starting his 7th over on the way to Carey, who again is happy just to get on the front foot and push to cover. He's going to take this deep, it looks.
Yeah, he needs to run a ball at the minute. Well, 70 off 71 needed. They can't afford to take too many undue risks when they've only got 4 wickets left, so he will look to take it deep.
Well, they talk about Carey's leadership capacity. You certainly see he was the vice captain of this side until they not gave it to Pat Cummins, but they just changed the leadership structure. They didn't take it away from him in the sense that he was relegated or anything like that. He's seen as a potential future leader of this team as Curran bowls to Carey. Does he beat cover? He does. He'll get a single out to the sweeper running in off the rope. That's Johnny Bairstow. So Carey gets off strike. He's 5. Australia 163 for 6. Still 69 needed from 70 balls. We're seeing Sam Curran warm up. Whether he comes on next over and they keep Adil Rashid back for a couple. I'm sure this will be swirling around the head of Owen Morgan at the moment. How to best manipulate the situation.
Yeah, I think it'd be wise to keep 2 of Adil Rashid. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket and just leave the 2 Currans to finish off the innings with the last 10 overs.
Yeah, Sam Curran's got 6 to bowl as well, I should add. Tom Curran bowls here. Pat Cummins off the outside edge, albeit along the ground down to 3rd man for a single. Cummins 11. Australia 164 for 6.
Yeah, so he needs to bowl the next over.
Yeah, there's no way around it, yes. So Sam Curran's got a big job to do. We've seen he's up to the task in Test cricket time and again. Much like his brother, he enjoys the pressure cooker of international cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done it with bat and ball as well, more so in the Test form of the game. He does seem to like the pressure.
68 off 69. Carey on strike. Curran bowls to him here. Carey steers nicely with control to 3rd man. Again rotating the strike. He's 6. Australia 165 for 6. 67 needed off 68. England have won their last 13 series in this form of the game. If Australia can get over the line here, it wouldn't be for nothing. I know the World Cup's a long way away, but in terms of having a big scout to their name as they try and get themselves right back to the top of 50 over cricket, this will mean a tremendous amount to Aaron Finch and his Chargers. But they've got lots of work to do after that collapse that came from nowhere. Tom Curran bowls to Cummins. Oh, it's short. Off the shoulder of the bat into the onside. Of course, no bat pad at this stage of the game.
Almost looked like he didn't pick it up properly. Almost took his eye off it at the last minute. Just managed to get that hit. So he did. He was looking out towards cover point when the ball hit the bat.
But we did see a short leg for a little while when Jofra Archer was bowling his first spell. Owen Morgan was under the lid, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But naturally, not one there now. So Cummins survives. 67 from 67. Last ball of the Tom Curran over. Delivers here to Cummins, who forces off the front foot, but only as far as the man at mid-off. That's the end of the over. Another good one for England. Tom Curran's bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19. He's absolutely doing his job. It's the turn of his younger brother now, though. Sam Curran, who'll need to bowl all the way through to the death. Andy Zaltzman.
Wokes and Archer, again 3 for 32 for Wokes, 3 for 34 for Archer. It's only the second time in the last 9.5 years that both of England's opening bowlers have taken 3 for in a one-day international. The other occasion was Wokes and Wood against Pakistan at Lords in 2016. For Archer, it's the 7th time in 16 innings in his career so far that he's taken 3 wickets. He's yet to take a 4-fer, but that's the joint 5th most 3 or more wicket innings at the start of the player's career in their first 16 games. The previous best for England was just 5. And Chris Old way back in the 1970s. So a superb start to his one-day international career.
Yeah, no forfeits, but a good problem to have, taking 3 for over and over again in 50-over cricket, Jimmy.
Yeah, brilliant consistency. He really does seem to thrive on this form of the game. The white ball in his hand, he's been absolutely magnificent, and he's just got... you can see the sort of energy as well when he's running, sprinting in, bowled aggressively with the new ball, bowled short, hostile, and he's got the skills at the back end of an innings, the slow balls, and there's just all sorts of skills to be able to be a handful.
We'll see Sam Curran's skills on display here, running away from us. His first ball of a new spell to Alex Carey. It's cut off the back foot safely down to deep backward point where they take an easy single. Good fielding, running in off the rope to ensure that they don't even consider a single. His brother Tom doing the work down there. 166 for 6. 65 needed, 65 balls.
Yeah, a rare bit of good fielding, actually. That we've seen both sides be pretty average today in the field.
Well, that third run-out opportunity when Labuschagne's on 38 and Jason Roy has, well, really not all 3 stumps to look at, but plenty of time. Every reason to believe that's going to be the turning point in the match. The third time they had the chance to run out Finch or Labuschagne. But in the end, Chris Woakes did it on his own, didn't he? Hitting the stumps time and again. Curran around the wicket to Cummins, and he bowls him! Sam Curran does the job, stumps everywhere. Australia lose their 7th wicket with the score on 166. Cummins has gone for 11. Sam Curran into the attack and immediately doing the job for his captain.
Yeah, good bit of bowling. Rash shot from Pat Cummins. He's trying to pull a ball that's not there, not short enough to pull. Just gets an inside edge onto middle stump. He's got to go. 11 off 19 balls faced for Pat Cummins. Every bowler here stepping up to the plate for Owen Morgan.
Absolutely, and now that the game will change for Alex Carey because Mitchell Starc plays one way, and it isn't playing around the field taking on the sweepers either. It's trying to pop it on the moon, and he does so with great regularity as well. So he could break the back of this chase if he gets hot, but Carey will have to manage that situation as the senior player.
Yeah, but we've seen with this wicket that it's not just easy to smack it from ball one. You've got to try and get yourself in, and Pat Cummins, I thought he might just try and manoeuvre it around a bit more with Carey doing, they started building a pretty good partnership, but he just plays a big shot and falls to Sam Curran.
Some great shots on the screen. Aaron Finch, who looks a fraction disappointed, and Justin Langer, well, closer to furious would be our reading of his eyes at this stage.
Yeah, he's the angry face emoji with the expletives covering the mouth, I think.
So Sam Curran, how often have we seen it in Test cricket? Into the attack and immediately taking a wicket. He's got a real knack for it.
He has, yeah. And again, as we said, he loves the pressure situation, both Currans here. Again, we're seeing pictures of both of them celebrating that wicket. Big hugs all round for the Currans, and yeah, they're doing a brilliant job. It's just the same sort of stuff as well. They don't have to do anything out of the ordinary here. Just keep banging away at that length, top of off stump, make the batsman make a mistake, which in recent overs they've been making plenty of them.
So we've got mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. Interesting for Starc. No one at cow corner either. So if they throw it up there, we'll see if he swings. Curran to Starc. Edge gone! Sam Curran's on a hat-trick. Mitchell Starc's out first ball. Australia 166 for 8. The collapse continues, James Anderson.
Yeah, just incredible really to watch this collapse. So it's just a nothing ball really, outside off stump, a little bit short, very wide. Starc's gone after it straight away, and as we've seen throughout these 2 games here, it's not an easy pitch just to come in and whack it, and Starc pays the price, goes first ball. Now Australia in all sorts of trouble. If they were in massive strife before, they have lost 6 for 19, Australia. They were absolutely cruising with Aaron Finch and Marnus Labuschagne doing as they please through the middle portion of this chase. I wrote the first couple of lines of my match report, which said Australia cruised to victory by... I was ready to knock it off, sit in the chair, hit send when they hit the winning... Well, not to be. Not to be. Australia have 66 to make, 63 balls to get there.
and it's going to be down to Adam Zampa facing the hat-trick ball of Sam Curran. 2 wickets in 3 balls since coming back into the attack. Has the chance to be the match winner for England. Australia were in a commanding position with the ball when they had England 149 for 8. They nearly polished them off at the very start of the final 10, but thanks to Adil Rashid and Tom Curran, they stayed in this game, got to 231, set a credible target, and they have fought back manfully with the ball. And now Sam Curran has a hat-trick opportunity.
Yeah, and I'm quite surprised they've not got a slip in here. They're being pretty defensive with the field for his hat-trick ball.
So around the wicket on a hat-trick, Sam Curran bowls to Adam Zampa, who defends to mid-on, no run.
He's on the money. Nice ball. Zampa was up to the task, played it well. Forward defence.
66 needed, 62 balls, but England every opportunity to render that irrelevant, with Sam Curran lethal in his first over back into the attack. Cummins chopping on, Stark steering a catch into the gloves of Butler. 2 balls left in the over. Running away from us at the Statham end. Curran bowls and Zampa defends again to mid-off. We mentioned the importance of Alex Carey keeping his head. Well, again, the role changes. He's going to have to do this effectively on his own.
Pretty much, yeah. Zampa can hold a bat. He's no mug. But it's pretty much down to Carey now. He's going to have to manage this innings and try and face as many balls out of these last 61 as possible.
Deep square goes back. Fine leg, third man, deep point. Mid-on and mid-off inside the circle as Curran approaches Zampa, short of a length and defended to mid-off. Ending a fantastic over from the younger Curran. 2 wickets and 1 run. Australia 166 for 8. We've got 10 overs to go. Carey's on 7. Zampa's yet to score. They need 66 from 60 balls. Over to James Anderson. And after Jimmy, it'll be Jonathan Agnew to drive this chase, or indeed drive England's final burst to the finish.
Yeah, this has been really impressive. An impressive comeback by England. Australia were pretty much cruising with Finch and Labuschagne at the crease, but Archer and Woke started a brilliant passage of play for England. The last 10 overs, 6 wickets for just 23 runs. It's just really impressive bowling. All the bowlers doing exactly what Owen Morgan needed, asking questions of the Australian batsmen, and they've just not been up to the task.
Well, they haven't. And Australia will be surely scratching their heads and wonder what's happened here. 166 for 8. And it's Tom Curran from the far end, moving in and bowling to the left-handed Carey, who struck up on the thigh pad. And they'll pick up a single there. A leg bye, which is fielded by Butler. So 1 more. And that's 65 needed from 59 balls, but with only Josh Hazlewood to come. It's been a remarkable collapse. It really has. Some pretty ragged shots played. The ball doesn't seem to have done that much. One, 2 might have kept a little bit low, but Australia really have done their best to throw this one away. 167 for 8. Incredible collapse. This shows a bit of pressure on, doesn't it? And there was no need for it, but blown away. Tom Curran bowls to Zampa, who's right-handed, is forward. Or rolls away for Morgan to field at cover. Interesting options, isn't it? Because Sam Curran could bowl 6 on the trot, all from this end, which seems a lot to bowl in a normal end of a match situation. But
I think he's going to have to, though, isn't he?
Yeah, unless he gave Root a couple of overs, but
it's a bit of a risk.
It is.
Probably more of a risk than Sam bowling.
Yeah, especially 8 down. But I think if they were sort of 4 down or 5 down. Here comes Curran and bowls, and that's inside edge into pad. Runs away for Rashid to field. Below us, and he throws the ball back again. A tidy throw to Butler. And it's 65 needed, 64, correction, from 57 balls. So 168 for 8. Game absolutely turned on its head. They lost 4 for 3 and 20 balls at one stage, but more dramatic than that, they were 144 for 2. And now 168 for 8. Curran again, so he hunched forward as he runs in, bowls, and the left-handed Carey works that away into a gap on the leg side. England suddenly looked eager in the field. They looked a bit flat about 45 minutes or so ago. It looked as if Australia were going to just cruise home, but Now they're running around into positions. Chests are puffed out and heads held high again. 63 needed from 56 balls with 2 wickets left. And Zampa, Australia's number 10, is over his bat. He bowled very well earlier today. There's a lot to do with the bat now as Curran bowls to him rather crookedly. He defends this one outside the off stump, and Curran can bend down and pick it up. And there's no run. And now Morgan talks to Curran, who wanders back to his mark. Some conversations going on. Wokes has got the ball in his hand at the moment, but he can only polish it. He can't bowl anymore. He's taken 3 for 32. Archer 3 for 34. Sam Curran 2 for 17, but Tom Curran's been very economical. He's bowling the last ball, his 8th over. He's only conceded 21 so far. In he comes again and bowls. A little bit of bounce there. The ball hit high up on the bat. It's fielded a bit off by Wokes, and another very tidy over ends. He's really keeping the pressure on up at that end. 63 needed from 54 balls. And Australia are 169 for 8. I say absolutely turned on its head this game. England made 231 for 9. They were 149 for 8 at one stage. Took a stand of 76 between Tom Curran and Adil Rashid to get them up to 231 for 9 on a pitch that has not been blameless. It's a pretty tired pitch. And so the ball kept a little bit low. It's took the pace off it. It's quite hard to hit. There's been some spin as well. So 231 looked to be, I suppose, about a reasonable score in the circumstances. Certainly from 149 for 8 it was. And Australia seemed to be cruising home. 144 for 2. But now 169 for 8, and Sam Curran's on his way. He's bowling to Alex Carey. This is short and slashed away past the point fields, and they'll get 2 here. The ball runs into a big space out there at third man. Oh, they'll get 3 because the relay throw there didn't work at all. And I think it's Tom Curran on his knees there who tried to flick the ball away. Yes, it is, for the fieldsman to run in and collect, but he flicked it too hard. And so Billings is in no place to take that catch. It was a wild throw. It was like the scrum half thrown to the fly half, but way away from him. So they got 3 there. It's a bonus run. Rather sums up the fielding of both sides today. It's not been blameless at all. Don't have any drop catches though. I can't think of a drop catch, but certainly the ground fielding hasn't been very good. And Sam Curran goes in round the wicket, bowls. That's defended by Zampa. It's played carefully down to mid-on. And there's no run, fielded by Wokes. On 72 for 8. Well, stunned looking Aaron Finch I see there watching on. He thought the game was done and dusted not so long ago. And he was bowled by Wokes for 73. Justin Langer was looking wide-eyed at his laptop there. It doesn't get any better, I'm afraid, Justin. In goes Sam Curran, bowls very full. He's driven out to extra cover. It's a diving save from Morgan. Prevents a run. 172 for 8. Tough as his back.
Amazing.
What a game cricket can be.
Yes, and the pitch. The pitch just started playing a few tricks, doesn't it? And that spell by Archer and Wokes, just magnificent. What was it? What did they lose? 20 for 6 for 20 or something?
There's 4 for 3. I didn't get the 6.
Yeah. 6 for 22.
Yeah.
6 for 22.
Oh, it's a belter.
Here's the next one, and it's driven away into the offside, and they're all over the place now. Yeah. Shall we run, shall we not? Well, Morgan quickly got the ball and threw it to Butler. They decided not to. 60 from 50.
Yeah, I don't know quite how he's going to get them. Well, Carey's going to have to get them. Zampa's competent and can put a bat on it, but you don't see him particularly scoring boundaries. Josh can hang around, so it's going to be down to Carey here.
Yep.
England have roared back into this game, haven't they?
Really have. From nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely nowhere.
Mid-on drops back.
Never out of it, this England side, are they? You just feel that they never give up. Always see a way through.
Curran scuttles in, bowls, absolutely perfect length, straight. And the number 10 really could do no more than just block it back.
Yeah.
The limited shots, of course, down the bottom end of the order. What do you do? It's terribly hard. You're trying to play for them, the batsman at the other end. There's only 1 ball to go in the over.
Well, you do just get that feeling with this Australian side that they have got that sort of weakish middle order, don't you?
Yep.
Like some Maxwell can be hit and miss.
Well, I reckon they'll let him have a single here if he wants it.
Yeah.
Curran runs in, bowls short. He tries to flick that down the third man, but misses. It's a dot ball, and it means that Australia needs 60 from 48 balls, and they've got just 2 wickets in hand. I see a microphone being brandished behind me.
To illustrate what Tuffers was saying about Australia's middle and indeed their lower order, it's been a structural weakness in this Australian team for some years. Since the 2015 World Cup, batsmen 8 to 11 in one-day international cricket, the 12 teams who played 40 or more one-day internationals. England's is the best in terms of average and in terms of strike rate. England's 8 to 11 of average, 21 strike rate 97. We saw today how effective Rashid and Tom Curran were at the bottom of the order. Both of those players have played similar innings previously. Australia's, by comparison, averaged 12.4 with a strike rate of 85. That's the 9th best of the 12 teams, and the middle order, Australia's, I'll come to after this ball.
Okay. Tom Curran then from the far end bowls, and that's pushed away out to point by Carey. No run.
Australia's 4 to 7, average 32.8. England's 40.7. England is the best of the 12 teams in this sample. Australia's the 7th best. Top 3 for Australia, average 45.0, the third best. So we've seen that their top order be effective, their middle order struggling, their tail has been a real weakness.
Tom Curran's got a problem with his boots there. It's damp. He's got some mud really along the soles of his boots. So as usual, the umpire's got some sort of attachment for helping that out. It's like one of those stud keys, I think, that umpire Goff lent to Tom Curran. They've scraped all the mud out.
Where does he pick that up?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Might be a bit of a dew out there.
Perhaps that is what it is. 60 from 47 with 2 wickets left. Curran's from both end, and it's Tom at the moment coming towards us, bowling and with a grunt, and there'll only be a single there because Archer will field at mid-on. That brings Zampa down on strike, and the pressure on the number 10.
Who have we got the bowl? Who have we got the bowl left?
Rashid's got 2 left.
Yeah, lovely.
Otherwise it's Curran's all the way.
Oh, is it? Curran's all the way.
Yeah. Sam Curran can finish at this end.
Yeah.
And so I suspect, well, Tom Curran's got this over and 1 more to go. So maybe the Rashid bowls at the end.
Yeah.
Down there. Or do they can't take Tom Curran off and just bring him 1 over, can they? Well, perhaps they can. But
I think Rashid to bowl at the end, dry it right up with the seam bowlers, and then
leave them
leaving
some big ones.
Yeah, need off when they don't know which way it's spinning.
Yeah.
Could be the plury.
173 for 8, 59 needed from 46. Tom Curran moves in, bowls a horrible swipe there from Zampa, and that went straight over the stumps, hence that howl of anguish from Tom Curran, who's still looking for a wicket. He's bowled really well.
Yes.
Very, very tidy, but that went straight over the off stump. Right, real swipe. I'm not sure what Carey will make of that, because he's just got to get him on strike.
Yeah, Carey's the one who's going to have to play the big shots.
Yeah.
But us tail-enders, as you know, John, we do sort of sometimes fancy it.
Well, deep square leg goes out. 3 balls remain in the over. 59 needed from 45. Curran again, elbows jutting out. Comes in from the far end, bowls, and this is a defensive shot which will get 1. Punch down the ground for Archer to come and field. Rather wild return, but Butler's able to cut that off. 174 for 8. 58 from 44. And Carey now on strike and desperate for boundaries. A couple of boundaries that just try and take a bit of pressure off, but at the moment England have really got Australia where they want them.
Yeah, 31 balls since the last boundary.
Yeah, that DLS score, I quote it a lot, but it's now at 206, and the actual score is 174. Curran round the wicket, bowls, and there's only 1 here again. Zampa plays once more to mid-on and to Archer. 175 for 8, 57 from 43. Justin Langer getting he's got a pen in his hand, he's just tapping his desk with it.
Simmering.
Yep, I think so. I think if there was what were those rather nice chocolate eclairs there or something that he threw across, cream slices that he threw across your dressing room.
That's right. They might get a dose of that, this Australian side this evening.
They've thrown this game, really. Oh, absolutely. They were cruising.
Absolutely crazy.
175 for 8, 57 needed. In comes Curran, and he bowls, and he steps away a bit here, but can't do anything with it, Zampa. Horrible cross-batted shot finds Root fielding at mid-wicket. Another very tidy over. Curran's bowled 9 overs for 24 now.
Yeah, what do you do?
Well, he's got to get these 2 overs of Rashid's in somewhere.
Yeah. Do you do it now and risk Carey, perhaps getting a few away and relieving that pressure, a couple of 4s and a 6 or something? Or do you just keep plugging away with the seamers and keep him up your sleeve?
I think I'm plugging.
Yeah, keep plugging away.
I think I'm plugging.
With the seamers.
Yeah, and just hope that they can get plenty of Zampa on strike.
Yeah, get too far behind the rate.
Yeah, but there are those 2 overs that need to be bowled by Rashid. And I thought I heard Owen Morgan shout "Rash" there in my headphones, which might have been a cry to get loose, but maybe not. We'll see. I suspect you'll wait and see what happens to this over for a start.
Yes.
It's a big over, this. Carey's on strike at the start of it.
You feel something's going to happen here.
57 from 42. Sam Curran scurries in, bowls, and that's worked into the leg side only for a single. So he's lost the strike. Archer quickly grabs the ball. 56 from 41.
Can Big Josh give it a whack? Not really.
I think he might connect with 1 or 2, but I'm not sure.
You don't reckon he's got 56 in
I
it?
think you're expecting too much from the big fella.
No.
He's number 11 for a good reason, Tuffers.
Yes, as we know. And they're just having a little chat here, Carey and Zampa. Perhaps he might be thinking, I'm going to stay here and try and get the ones. Perhaps it's over to you, Zampa, to have a bit of a slog, and I'll wait till Josh comes in.
Oh, OK.
Perhaps they might be thinking that, yeah.
176 for 8, 56 needed. Zampa on strike, Curran bowls to him, down he comes, and there's appeal for catch behind. Didn't hear any noise, it's been given not out. But, Josh Butler's not interested, but he did try something slightly extravagant there. He came down the pitch and gave himself a little bit of room, but it was a bit of an optimistic swish, really. Curran saw him coming, followed him. 176 for 8. Pressure mounting on the number 10. Carey's had a word with him. And another tight over here really puts the pressure on. Zampa's on 2. Curran's there now, and he bowls very full, goes straight through him. Lovely Yorker. Another dot. 56 from 39. Well, we thought this was a big over.
Yeah.
To lose the strike to the first ball.
A couple of great deliveries there by Sam Curran.
Yeah.
Great wide Yorker.
Consider he's hardly played any cricket all summer.
As you say, he's been doing a lot of nets.
Yeah.
But it's never the same in match conditions when you're under the pump.
Certainly not.
They've turned it around wonderfully, England.
176 for 8. Australia need 56 from 39 balls to win the series. Curran's on his way, bowling to the right-handed Zampa. Swiping a toe end of a bat into the pad. And Morgan fields, and, well, you can feel Carey twitching from here. He set off for a run, but it was never on. And now they're in the situation where there's 2 balls to go.
Yeah.
And they simply can't afford, really, Zampa to get a single and keep the strike. They just desperately need Carey to see some of the bowling.
Yeah, he's got to have a bit of a dart here, Carey, I think. I mean, he's the batsman of the partnership.
Fielder's dropping to the edge of the circle at mid-wicket and a mid-off, so he can get one there, but they're looking just to cut off the boundary. Big shot coming up, you think. In comes Curran, bowls to him, and he's chipped it in the air up towards Archer, who'll come and take the catch from mid-off. And there's the 9th wicket. As well, he had to do something, Zampa, and the ball just lobbed up. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do, really, is chip it somewhere down the ground. Archer takes a very easy catch, and you feel that is now surely the end of things for Australia, unless Alex Carey can do something really remarkable.
Yeah, he's just sort of bunted it. I thought it was a slower ball, but it wasn't. He's just sort of run at him and just plinked it up in the air. Adam Zampa's got to go. 19 balls faced. It was a strange knock, really. 19 balls faced for 2, and Carey did nothing the other end with him. So, if anything, it was just chewing up deliveries and putting more pressure on him. So, really, now it is the last knock-ins. Alex Carey's really got to do something.
Carey faced just 7 balls out of 26 in that partnership with Zampa.
Very strange little partnership.
Well, they've just got so much wrong in these last 20 overs, haven't they?
Absolutely.
They really have.
It's really wheels bouncing down the road, isn't it? They're all off.
No, they've just completely lost it here. 144 for 2. What over was Labuschagne? I just want to look at this. Labuschagne was out in the 31st over. And they were just romping it at that stage.
Cruising.
Yeah.
Just one boundary in the last 15 overs. That was the 6 by Cummins off Rashid.
I think he's been a bit lucky as well, Owen. I think Owen's been a little bit lucky. I think he went to sleep a little bit, or it could have been just a cunning plan, I think. And then he realised that sort of, hold on a minute, I've got to get this moving again. And he brought Archer back on and brought Wokes back on and sort of like squeezed and got the wickets. He's done it beautifully since.
Well, the batsman crossed, so Carey's on strike. Hazelwood has arrived. He's down here at the non-strikers end. There's only 1 ball left in this over, so Carey has got to get a run here. In goes Curran, bowls to him, and he's going through for a quick single. They'll get there as well. Ball just dribbles out into the offside. Morgan's throw hits the stumps, so the bails are flashing all over the place. But that's the end of the over, and Sam Curran has just nipped in here now. With a very nice little 3 for 21 from 7 overs.
And he's that kind of fella, is he? He's a little scuttler, little nipper. He's done beautifully there. Come back in just when it needed and made a couple of great breakthroughs. Got 2 in 2, Cummins and Starr. Yeah, good all-round performance by England. The only disappointment slightly is Adil, but he could be just ideal to get this last wicket.
Yeah, but they're going to go Tom Curran.
That's fair enough.
Carey on strike, and again we said the last one was a big over. Well, it was actually, with just a couple of runs from it and the wicket. But if Australia are going to have any chance here,
this has got to go for 50.
Yeah, Carey's got to get a really big over here.
Yeah, 20 odd.
And Morgan knows that there are men disappearing all over the place. Archer's heading off into the distance.
It's been a strange knock by Carey, hasn't it? Has it been a bit of a strange? I don't think I've seen him sort of play a shot in anger.
15 from 23 balls.
Yeah, but all of them have just been sort of little clips off the hip or little pushes through the offside. I mean, it's 55 off 36 balls, action.
Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. There'll be a fine leg out of our view. Third man is up. Mid-off is up. There's a deep point. As Tom Curran from round the wicket comes into bowl to Alex Carey or Ugly Mo. They're going to have to try and get 2 here, but they're going to beat Archer, and they don't go for it. So again, he's got a single off the first ball of the over, which is disastrous really for Australia. He goes to 16, but it's 54 needed from 35, and the number 11's got to have a go now.
Sorry, did you hear me chuckling away there?
I did hear you chuckling. That's all right, we don't mind that.
Is that all right?
A little bit of levity this time on a Sunday evening.
Yes, there you
It's
go.
absolutely fine. It's 10 to 9. If you got a little chuckle at 10 to 9 on a Sunday evening, what's the world coming to?
But it's just all gone terribly wrong, hasn't it? From being all so right in the space of not very long.
144 for 2.
Yeah. Of course, sets it up nicely, though, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, lovely.
For Wednesday.
It does indeed.
1 o'clock is when that game starts. The decider. Well, it looks like being the decider. Mustn't count your chickens and all that, but if Hazelwood does something here, well, we'd be surprised. 54 needed from 35 balls, and the big left-hander looks around, sees a very tight, squeezed field, saying, you're not going to get a single, matey. You're going to have to go for the big shot. Tom Curran comes in, bowls, and Hazelwood does get it away into the leg side as well there. Curran will be disappointed that drifted into his pads. So he's got a single.
Nice little glance.
Yeah.
That's all he needs to do. Now, as you say, Alex Carey has got to do something a bit special. Can do it, though. Send him in the big bash, opening up for the strikers. And does a pretty good job. So he's got it in the locker. Pitch is difficult, though.
Yeah.
Pitch is difficult. Sort of stoppy, two-paced.
All the fielders on the edge of the circle, those that are within it. Anyway, as Curran comes in, bowls to left-hander Carey, who steps away, gets a slower ball, which he misses completely. It dribbles through to keeper Butler. And another ball is gone. 53 needed from 33. This could end at any moment. It's a lovely... That ball that...
back of the hand.
Yeah. Was taught earlier on this summer. I don't think I could bowl it. But give it a bit of a go.
Break your wrist.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. It's amazing. 179 for 9. Carey on strike. Curran's on his way. Is there any bowls to him? And he drives hard, but to the edge of the circle, where with a minimum of fuss, Morgan just fields the ball. And there's no run taken. Only one from the over so far.
Just chewing up deliveries here.
Sorry, there's two from the over, isn't there? The first ball and then the single for Hazelwood. So 2 runs from the over with 2 balls to go. And that'll end Curran's spell. No wicket for 26. And useful runs.
Yes, it just gave a bit of momentum, didn't it, to England? Because at one stage it was looking about 180, 190, just got them up to 230.
Curran comes in, bowls, and that's slogged away into the leg side. It'd only be 1 if Archer picks up cleanly, which he didn't actually first of all, but he recovered quickly. And, so only 1 run taken. There's 1 ball to go. 180 for 9, 52 needed from 31 balls. Justin Langer makes a note.
Yeah, they'll be ruining that, won't they, John? That Rashid-Curran partnership, was it 70-odd?
Yep.
Really did get England back in the game and just deflated the Aussies a little bit. Little things like that can just change games and momentum, can't it?
There's the last ball of the over.
Well, what does he do here? He's just got to hang around, hasn't he? Just got to block it.
Yeah, they're saying you can have one.
Yeah.
They're all hanging back. Hazelwood on 1. Curran comes into bowl. His last ball of the game. Is there any bowls? And that's turned by Hazelwood. If they've taken a single. I'm not sure about that, but they've taken a single. Hazelwood will be on strike. And it means that Australia need 51 to win from 30 balls. Everything's gone wrong, including that, where the number 11 has turned the ball into the leg side and taken a single to be on strike, with the overs ticking away, 5 left. And the one man you think could possibly win the game for Australia has again denied the strike. He's faced 27 balls for 17 runs. It's hardly a better shot in anger.
No, I think he realises after that over, though, that he did have a little bit of a dart at 2, and I think he's got to go now. He realises that. But I mean, there still is a bit of time. 5 overs left. Is it 5? Yeah, 5 overs.
51 needed.
Yeah, 10 and over. It's going to be... well, but you never know. A couple of big overs.
Well, what can Josh Hazelwood summon up here, I wonder?
Now, tight on the single.
He's facing Curran. They are tight on the single. And Sam Curran runs in, bowls to him. He works that nicely, but straight to the one fielder inside the circle on the leg side, Jason Roy. And so there's no run, and now Carey's twitching again. He's coming down the pitch, he's having a word. 51 from 29. And that DLS number is 221 compared to the actual score of 181. So that demonstrates England's position now, and of course Australia's too. 51 from 29 balls required. Then goes Sam Curran and bowls, and Hazelwood, well, the ball hits his body, going for a quick kick into the stumps there, Curran, which he managed to do actually. The bails are flashing, but Carey beat him to it. So he's scurried a leg by.
It's a foot race. Yeah.
Actually quite well there, Curran. The ball was stuck in one of the footholds, and he scuffed it into the stumps. But Carey was comfortably home. 182 for 9. 47 balls since the last boundary.
Oh, it's just their run rate just fell off an edge of a cliff, didn't it? Absolutely romping home with Finch and Labuschagne rotating the strike, hitting 4s and 6s, and all of a sudden lost a couple of wickets. It's just ground to a halt.
50 needed, and more conversations going on. Morgan talking to Sam Curran. This game should have ended 25 minutes ago, but over 8, certainly Australians were very slow when they were bowling today.
25 minutes ago.
50 needed, 182 for 9. Sam Curran runs in, bowls to Carey, who lines that up and tries to smear the ball away. Only gets 1 though, as the ball trickles out to the edge of the circle. Roy fields, only 1 run, and the noose is tightening. 49 from 27. Australia 183 for 9. Lovely evening, absolutely pitch black overhead. You see 1 or 2 lights twinkling. And now Hazelwood's on strike. And Sam Curran runs it, bowls to him. He plays quite an elegant stroke actually, just for a single, driving out long on, which is Archer territory. Not a bad shot that at all, but it is only 1 run. However, it does get Carey down on strike again, with 48 now needed from 26 balls. So 2 remain in this over. Lots of shouting. And there's general noise out there now amongst the England fielders. They feel they've got this. In goes Curran, bowls, he steps away, and Curran managed to field that off his own bowling. Hit it straight into the pitch, and Carey denied again. And Curran very calmly turns and walks back to his bowling mark again. On the conversation there between Hazelwood and Carey. They've got to run this one. They've got to get a single wherever it goes and get Carey down on strike. As Curran scuttles in, he's there and he bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side. They might get 2 here. No, they've only taken the 1. So Carey will remain on strike with 4 overs to go. And it's 47 required, 185 for 9. Feels like it's England's game, but, well, you never know. So thoughts on Phil Tufnell and then Charles Dagnall.
And we have a bit of spin. Adil Rashid coming on to bowl from the pavilion end, and he's going to be tricky. I think Alex Carey's going to have to do the bulk of this. And he's spinning, and he's got good googlies, good variation as well. So I think it's going to be all or nothing. Daggers?
Hello, Cat. This could be the shortest commentary stint in history. Could have just lost just 1 ball. 47 to win from 24, so almost to a ball. And it has to be astonishing from Carey from this point of view. What a change in the game. My maths worked it out as a spell of 6 for 22 in 53 deliveries. After Australia were 144 for 2, they're now 185 for 9. As Jonathan says, it sets it up beautifully for Wednesday. Yeah. Andy, quickly.
It's the first time in ODI history that England have had 3 bowlers take 3 wickets in an innings.
Oh, first time. Here's Rashid. 0 for 56 off his 8. He comes from the Anderson end, spins himself a catch and then twirls his arms, and Carey pulls him out towards deep square leg. Will just be a single. Fielded out in the deep by Chris Wokes. Gets it in on the 1 bounce, and 46 from 23 the equation now.
What does Hazelwood do here? Just try and get the single, I suppose.
Well, I suppose so. Especially with the set. But it's a strange one from Carey. Are we getting into the position of turning down singles? Yeah. So he's on strike, as he would shepherd the tail in a test match, perhaps. And I actually think we are.
Yeah.
I think, he's got to hit a couple of boundaries and over. Yep. He's got to be the one to do it.
Yeah.
Hazelwood, the left-hander, tall figure, waits for Rashid. Flatter delivery, and Hazelwood just bunts this into the leg side neatly. Nice. So that's a comfortable single taken out to deep mid-wicket. So 45 required from 22.
Looks like he's been having a net. Big Josh.
Yeah. Quite comfortably played. A little bit short from Rashid.
Yeah, he's been off on his legs tonight, hasn't he? Too full or too short, yeah.
They got after him immediately, Aaron Finch did. Carey on strike now. Stands upright as he waits, and now a reverse attempted by Carey. It got over the fielder. It has. Tom Curran, outstretched hands. Got it on the fingertips. It's gone beyond him and down towards the third man boundary. He'll pick up a couple of runs, but almost for England. Carey survives. Scary moment for Carey. And Australia 189 for 9. 43 to win from 21.
Just couldn't quite get the hang time, could he, Curran? Just managed to flip it over his head. Got a good paw on it, but it just burst through the fingers. Tricky catch.
Rashid once more. Flat delivery, pulled hard by Carey. Saw it early. I think it was the Google as well from Adil Rashid, so he would have wanted to try and bisect the field over around about Cow Corner, but he got it down to Archer at long on. So then just another single taken, 42 to win from 20. I've got my pad out, Phil. I write down the scores, leading 42 from 20. I don't believe.
Don't you?
I don't.
Just mistrust.
Just in case, I mistrust it. I've got it written down on my pad in front of me.
Do you knock them off, do you?
Well, just a little bit. 42 off 20,
right.
Want to be accurate.
We've got results for that.
Rashid bowls and again turned off the hip very comfortably by Hazelwood, just for another single though. England don't mind singles at this moment in time, but it brings Carey back on strike. He's 23 not out from 33. Morgan like a traffic policeman directing fielders hither and thither in the infield. There's only 4 in the ring. There's a long on, long off out, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and a deep point.
Arms very wavy.
As Rashid spins himself a catch again, comes in. This is a slog sweep and he's got it exactly where he wants to. I fancy Carey. Yes, just to the right-hand side of the onrushing Sam Billings at deep mid-wicket, and he hit it very, very cleanly indeed. He finds the boundary finally for Australia. They require 37 to win from 3 overs, but much more of that is needed, and it's got to be Carey. He's off strike for the start of the next over. 3 overs remain, 195 for 9.
Yes, at last. Alex Carey managed to find the boundary. First boundary scored in 57 deliveries. And that's where Australia have faltered. But it just goes to show the odd boundary, 37 now off of 18. You just get an over with 3 in it, 3 4s or a 6 and a couple of 4s. The pressure just slightly shifts, but you just think, required weight, 12 runs and over.
It's been a heck of a spell from Sam Curran as well. What's his?
Yeah, 3 for.
What is his spell in this?
This spell, 4 overs, 3 for 9. He'd only taken 2 in his ODI career before those wickets and successive balls. Only played 4 games. He bowled 23 overs with just 2 wickets and then 2 in 2.
That's a knack, doesn't he?
He does. Here he comes from the Statham end. His first delivery is angled in towards middle and leg stump, and Josh Hazlewood quite content just to lean on it and whip it through mid-wicket for a single. Moves him to 6. He's doing a good job here, Josh Hazlewood. 6 off 8. 196 for 9, so 36 from 17 deliveries. The equation for Australia.
Just note that down.
Well done. Thank you. I'm going to take the pen lid off.
Is that a fountain pen?
It is a fountain pen, yes. An old Parker Vector. You know, you have that bit of ink at the top that you flick to release a little extra if you run out. Here's Curran. Bowls close to the stumps and Carey can just hit it on the up, making room for himself, driving out to Owen Morgan, who's just trotting round from extra cover to do the fielding, not before Carey picks up a single. 35 from 16 deliveries. Other fountain pens are available. Trying to think of some fountain pen brands.
No, well, no, not at all. I know some very nice ones, but I wouldn't dream of saying it.
I think you're a cut above the Parker Vector. Here's Curran bowls outside of the off stump, and just toe ends it does Josh Hazlewood out through the gap at cover point to the deep for another single. 34-15.
Never got on with it myself, being a lefty, you see, always smudged.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, of course,
had a big hook, had to have a big hook, but then you got it all over your sleeve.
Or you could just change things around and right from right to left instead. 198 for 9.
Would be tricky.
Might be. 13 runs and over.
Something's got to go here.
Mid-off is up inside the circle. Maybe Carey's looking there. Maybe through extra. Here's Curran bowls. He's batted in for 4. That's exactly where he was looking.
Here we go.
And so it was a good length delivery. All Carey had to do was just lean back and slap it straight over the top of mid-off. And then Morgan is just having a word with Sam Curran. And in my opinion, it's not a great delivery. He's got 4 men on the leg side boundary. He's bowled a foot outside of off stump on a length, and Carey's going to latch onto that all day. 30 required from 14 deliveries.
And of course, Butler bowled out now, Curran bowled out, and Tom Curran. Wokes bowled out. He wouldn't have bowled too much at the death.
Carey's 32. Got a bit of IPL experience.
Got to go Yorkers. Got to go Yorkers and me.
32 not out from 36. Australia 202 for 9. Short delivery. Tries to club it away again, does Carey. And they get a turn for the second run. Hazlewood's going to have to be quick. Archer a little slow onto it from long on. And so a couple of runs collected. And Carey moves Australia to within 28 required. And 13 deliveries remain.
That could have gone as well.
It really could.
That was right in the slot.
So, now what does Carey do here? Does he stick a twist on this particular delivery, or does he steal the strike for the start of the next over? Still mid-off and extra cover up inside the circle.
Steal the strike for me.
Curran bowls, and that's exactly what he does. He just tucks it off the hip very gently. Josh Butler comes round from his keeping position to do the fielding. A single to finish, and I think you can hear some applause from the Australian balcony down below us. That's what they were probably thinking as well. So with 2 overs remaining, 12 balls, 27 required.
There you go.
Sweet Caroline belts out around Old Trafford.
Just be thinking one big over. Yeah, they're all out on the balcony now. The Aussies watching this one.
Little superstitions, not moving from their spot.
No.
Whilst these two are at the crease. 2:05 for 9.
A couple of sixes will make it interesting.
It would. Well, Rashid it is to bowl the penultimate over. Can't think of many occasions when he'd be on recently at this sort of time.
Well, he usually does his work in the middle overs, doesn't he?
That run rate required 13.5 still, so Carey. Now, lots of fielders moving. I'll bring you the field as soon as everybody is in situ. One thing I can tell you, there's a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket. Johnny Bairstow is having to run from deep backward point to wide long on. That's a trot of around about 150 metres or so. So, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep point is where Archer is. There's one fielder inside the circle, inside the in front of square, which is an extra cover. Rashid comes in, bowls to Carey, a slog sweep attempted, he mistimes it, he just gets it off the toe end, and Sam Curran hurries round from short fine leg to do the fielding. A single is taken, 26 to win from 11.
Perfect for England, that, just getting the single and getting Carey off strike. I think Joss now, he's got to have a swing, hasn't he? Got to swing now.
I don't know.
Can't just knock it for one now, surely.
Well,
you need 26, but he's a big lad if he connects.
You'd imagine that the Hazelwood arc is around about mid-wicket through to mid-on. So Rashid comes in, bowls on a leg stump line. He just skews a little single taken. Might be a leg by, might have got a bit of bat on it. In fact, it is signalled leg by, but another one taken by Australia, 25 to win. 10 balls remain, so Rashid has gone for 2 singles so far this over. Just thinking now, we know that Alex Carey has that little reverse sweep, and a full-blooded one at that, and he's got a man at short fine leg and backward point.
Yeah, good shout. He's
and that's where Jofra Archer is now moving.
Daggers. It's the skipper in you.
And Jofra Archer on the boundary at point has just gone a little bit finer.
This has got to go.
What's Carey thinking? Here's Rashid, a flat delivery, a googly, completely misjudges it, swing and a miss, tries to hoik it over towards the leg side, a valuable dot ball, another ball ticks by and it's 25 off 9.
Went back to the googly, spinning away from the left-hander and bounced as well.
I think Carey's got to think that that's what's coming.
Yes, of course.
And that little reverse that he played earlier on.
Or switch it, almost turn around, switch the bat handle in the bat in your hands and go go right-handed at it.
Rashid, 3 balls remaining in his over. Bowls down the pitch and stumps by Miles, and that's it for England. Carey had to try something, and it didn't come off, and it was the googly again from Adil Rashid, and Jos Buttler whips the bails off in a flash, and Australia are 207 all out, and England win this second one-day international by 24 runs, a game that they had no right to win when Australia were 144 for 2, coasting to victory. Yet again, this England side, led by Owen Morgan, conjures something from nowhere, and they have dismissed Australia for 207. It's 1-1 in the series, with the decider to play on Wednesday. It is a shocking collapse from Australia in this second one-day international as the players shake hands and fist bump out in the middle with their opposition numbers. Australia will be wondering how they let this one get away. Wonderful performance from Jofra Archer, from Chris Wokes and the Curran brothers as well in those middle overs when it seemed as though nothing was happening for them. England win by 24 runs.
Well, they looked absolutely dead and buried, didn't they? When Finch was just cruising it with Labuschagne, and then Owen Morgan decided to go back to Jofra Archer and Chris Wokes, and what a spell. Got England right back into the game. They've got 2 days off now, and they'll be absolutely delighted with that. They never know when they're beat, this England side. They really don't. They always think that they can drag it out of the fire, and they've done so tonight. Australia absolutely devastated.
What is interesting, before I hand over to Jonathan Agnew, what is interesting is that from the captain's point of view, from Owen Morgan's point of view, he knew he had to get rid of Archer's overs. He knew he had to get rid of Wokes' overs and then depend on different people, perhaps, to bowl at the death, and in the back end of knowing that was the gamble he had to take. He did so, and it paid off. Jonathan's coming in for me.
Yeah, without a doubt. And the two Currans, as you said, they came up with the goods towards the end. Little Sam scuttled in and got a very valuable 3 through, and Tom as well bowled beautifully. Great lines early on. Yeah, just a wonderful performance, and sets it up wonderfully now for a couple of days' time. Really looking forward to that. It's going to be a great game. John. Wow.
Yeah, it just shows you can. I don't know how many hundreds of one-day internationals we've seen between us, but you just never know with them, do you? A little bit of pressure, a silly shot, and it can spark all sorts of things, and a collapse in Australia's case. They lost 8 for 63, I think. I'm right, rather hurried arithmetic there, but I think that sounds about right.
Pitch played its part.
Yes.
Yeah, just in the back of the mind, isn't it? When you have the first come in, if it's not coming onto the back, it's difficult to start, and then all of a sudden you get a little bit behind the rate, and the old jitters set in.
Yeah, lovely wrong in there at the end. I mean, it was he had to go, didn't he? And it had to be a Google, and it was just perfect. And it really was a lovely little passage of play there to finish it off. As Carey had a go, he had to. But anyway, well bowled Adil Rashid, who I thought was rather expensive, 1 for 67. But Wokes 3 wickets, Archer 3 wickets. Sam Curran also 3, and he plugged away well down at this end. The situation left that he had to bowl 6 overs on the trot. But anyway, England won by 24 runs. So we can start our review of this game. It can be downloaded as a podcast later on at your leisure, of course. Well, some bowling figures. Thank you, Andy, very much indeed. So England had beaten Australia by 24 runs. Australia was set 232 to win this second one-day international, and with it, of course, the series. They bowled out for 207, but having been 144 for 2 in the 31st over, Labuschagne and Finch going really well. They lost 6 for 22. Well, first of all, 4 for 3 in 20 balls, 6 for 22, 8 for 63 in all, as they threw away a game that really looked to be theirs. Finch was out for 73, Labuschagne 48, but then that collapse at the end as Owen Morgan had to juggle the bowling around. He brought Jofra Archer back, he brought Chris Wokes back, and that worked. Left him a little bit exposed at the end, but the Curran brothers restored to the side, did a terrific job, and Adil Rashid took the last wicket. England were also in trouble. At one stage they were 140 for 6, they were 149 for 8. When Wokes was out, they got to 231 for 9, thanks to a stand of 76 between Tom Curran and Adil Rashid. Tom Curran made 37, Adil Rashid 35 not out, and gave those bowlers just enough to bowl at. So a terrific game of cricket it was. Worth, I think, just going through his bowling figures once again. For Wokes, 3 for 32, Archer 3 for 34, Curran, that's Sam, 3 for 35. Tom Curran, though, 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 28. And to go with those runs, 37 not out. He was actually out, sorry, 37 out. It's not often, I don't think, that a bowler might be considered man of the match for getting no wickets. But he's got to be in the frame, Michael Vaughan.
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's something about this England side, and it has been the case for a year or two, that they just never stop believing. You know, they just win games of cricket and change the momentum of games with pure belief and wonderful skill. Australia, what can I say about them, but that was done.
Yes.
You know, the pitch wasn't an easy one, but, you know, some of the shots, and you go, Glenn Maxwell just misses a straight one. The captain himself, he's set, he's in, all right, did a little bit, Chris Wokes' delivery, but you shouldn't be getting out to that kind of delivery when you're in controlling the game. Australia in that dressing room, they know they should have won the series tonight. I mean, it was an easy game for them to win. But this England side, you give them a little bit of a sniff, you know, you give them a little bit of hope of winning, and very rarely do they miss out. You know, you go back to that 149 for 8 in that first innings when England are batting, and all of a sudden, Adil Rashid, when was the last time he batted? You know, he suddenly finds a way of getting a few runs. You've got Tom Curran, who always believes and has got a great mentality towards the game. And they get to a score of 231, and we all thought it was competitive, but then Labuschagne and Finch played with so much control and skill, particularly the way that they attacked Adil Rashid. I think we all felt that once Adil Rashid had been hit, it was going to be very difficult for England to win the game, to get the amount of wickets. But You know, Chris Wokes found a way. Jofra Archer I thought was magnificent with the new ball.
Man of the match, it's been confirmed. Yeah,
he was magnificent. He bowled with great pace. I'm surprised he's man of the match with what Chris Wokes did with his 26 runs as well. But, you know, all of that pack of seam bowlers, Tom Curran just bowling the length, didn't get the wicket. Sammy's brother did. But Australia, that's the second time now in the space of a week or so that they've collapsed from a winning position, and that's a real area of concern for Justin Langer and Aaron Finch. I'll say, and I said it during the day, that how Steve Smith doesn't get in this side, another saying it's precautionary, how Steve Smith cannot get into that one-day team, I will never know.
Well, he'll be playing on Wednesday,
without
surely.
any question.
Yes.
He's got a bat at 3. Stoinis has got to be removed from the side. They're trying a few things. Steve Smith is just too good a player not to be playing in the 50-over team. And I know he got hit on the head and they're saying it's precautionary, but they'll say also they won on Friday. I'm sorry Steve Smith gets into any white ball team for me for Australia.
Absolutely. I was just looking at the screen to our right here. It's showing lots of sort of shaking of heads and forlorn faces in the Australian dressing room as the wickets fell. And it's going through the wickets that fell, and I think it was particularly Maxwell's. A lot of them, you could see the replay, the reaction in the dressing room. It was just a straight ball, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, straight ball.
Yeah.
You look at Pat Cummins.
Yeah.
You know, he played a nice shot off Al Rashid. Suddenly he plays an almighty hack off Sam Curran when you've got a batsman in Alex Carey at the other end. Mitchell Stark comes out first ball and plays a huge shot when you've got Alex Carey at the other end. So the actual thought process about the chase, particularly when the pressure was on for Australia, didn't look quite right for me. But England, brilliant. You know, they just have this knack. We were talking on commentary. They just looked like a team that had too many weeks in the bubble.
Yeah, so they did.
And
actually.
they did look like that.
Yeah.
And I don't think Owen had a great night as a captain. I don't think he was absolutely on his game.
Yeah.
His bowlers got him out of a little bit of a hole. But they just find a way. And as I say, this England side, it's a great mentality to have, that when you get a sniff, that you really enjoy it. And you can see they enjoy the tight situations, and they just know how to win. They've won so many tight games. They've won so many key moments, whether it's been in Test match cricket, T20 cricket, 50-over cricket. They've got a group of experienced players now that played a lot of white ball cricket, that they just know how to win games of cricket.
It's interesting though, because it wasn't through noise and enthusiasm in the field. It wasn't tigerish in the field. They actually, their heads had dropped a bit. And you're right, we were saying they looked as if maybe they've gone a game too far.
Maybe they really, we talk about this belief, but maybe realistically they thought, we've got no chance here. We'll just have we'll have a bit of a go and see where it takes us. I think the wicket of Finch, Labuschagne, of course, Finch is still out there, and all of a sudden you get Mitchell Marsh. The wicket of Finch, you could see, gave them a massive boost.
Go hear from Chris Wokes any moment now. I think I can see him down there, about to talk to Alison Mitchell when he gets the go-ahead. Be interesting to hear what he has to say about how England came back, and it was that spell of his along with Jofra Archer that had turned things around. So I can see the television light there, lighting him up, shining down on him. Of course, it's absolutely pitch black here. And let's join them now, Alison Mitchell and Chris Wokes.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I don't know, on those sort of wickets, I think we just always felt we needed to get up to a score, but I think you always probably feel that you're a little bit short. But I think we always believed, actually, with the ball. I think especially the way we started, we always felt like it was going to get harder and harder. And, we just stuck to the task, tried to execute the skills of hitting a good length for as long as possible. And we always felt that if we picked up a couple of wickets at a key time, then we would put them under some pressure, and thankfully we did that.
It was a brilliant second spell. How do you sense that you and Jofra Archer complement each other when bowling at opposite ends?
Yeah, he bowls a lot quicker than I do. I think I'm doing my thing at my end, and and he clearly does his thing. But it's great to have someone like Jofra in your team, because when you're a little bit up against it, you can give him the ball and you get that little bit of X factor from him, which is brilliant. But obviously just me trying to do my other thing at the other end, try and keep it as tight as possible, and pick up the occasional wicket and put them under pressure. But we got the ball moving a little bit, which helped, and we execute our skills.
Did you feel that was going to be the key, just finding a little bit of movement off the surface at that stage?
Yeah, I think so. I think we pretty much from the start we decided to go cross seam to try and rough the ball up. Get one side rough and then see if we get any reverse, and thankfully at some point we did. That's when me and Jofra came back and we got a little bit of sideways movement, and that's when you try and cash in, and we did.
What impact did the 9th wicket stand have at that stage? England looked like struggled to get up to 200.
Yeah, definitely. I think when I got out, I was disappointed. I felt like I could have built a partnership with Tom. And at that point I was probably thinking if we can get up to 200 we've got something to bowl at. So to get to 235, I think it was in the end,
was brilliant. Both Adil and Tom, a fantastic partnership, and effectively has won us that game, really.
What does it say about the belief of the side to win from any position?
Yeah, I think we've got great character in that dressing room. I think we never, it's the reason why we obviously did so well in that 4-year lead up to the World Cup. And obviously at the World Cup as well, we've got that belief that we can win from any position with both bat and ball. And we showed we can do it with the ball today. Where at one point probably we looked a bit dead and buried. So, great character in that dressing room for sure.
Congratulations tonight, Chris. Well done.
Thanks, Ali.
There we go. That's Chris Woakes with Alison Mitchell. Confidence is so much in all cricket, isn't it? But especially one-day cricket. And if you're not used to winning, you lose games like that. And if you are used to winning, you win games when it all seems lost.
Yeah, and Australia have struggled really in one-day cricket for a while now. They've won so many World Cups. You go back to 2015, they were fantastic. But you've always felt they've been a bit scratchy for 2 or 3 years. I think there'll be a lot of England cricket fans out there wishing there was a Justin Langer kick in the bin gif that they could put on social media. If anyone that's seen the test, the documentary that followed the Australian team where he kicks the bin at Headingley after the defeat, you can only imagine what Justin Langer's thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, seeing what he's just seen, because he drives a very, very determined ship. I was walking around the ground and you could see the players this morning kind of practicing hard. It's exactly what he demands.
I think Owen Morgan might hear from any second now. He's got into that interview slot down there on the boundary edge, so he'll be talking to Alison Mitchell any moment now when she gets the go-ahead. We're still simultaneously doing it. Here's Alison with Owen Morgan.
Outstanding win from not from nowhere, but having the bowlers to execute plans as well as we did, particularly when Australia started to gain momentum in that strong partnership between Labuschagne and Finch, having Archer and Woakes, very accurate, consistent bowlers that can use reverse swing or potentially cross-seam deliveries to try and dry up runs and create chances. They did that perfectly well today. And once we sort of broke into partnerships, I think it was very difficult for batsmen to come in and get going. Certainly the case when we batted. So our bowlers, I think, have made us look good today. Still, our batters need to learn to groove in innings on a wicket like this. It is the weakest side of our game. It's the reason that we want to play on slow wickets. So hopefully we'll continue to learn in that regard, but we're thankful that our lower order batting group and a few of the bowlers contributed with runs today, because it really did make a huge difference towards the end.
You had some important choices to make in terms of when to bring Archer and Woakes back. What was it that just made you say, this is the moment?
Well, the game was running away from us, and I sort of felt that it's no use having Jofra having 2 or 3 overs left and Woakesy having 2 or 3 overs left if Australia are going to chase it down in the 42nd over. So sort of went all in, and hopefully the plan was to try and bowl Australia out. It didn't work as quickly as we thought it would have, or Australia would have won the game. But it was nice for everybody to contribute in the bowling department.
Testament to the skills of your bowlers, but you're also in a way surprised that we've seen 2 very dramatic Australian collapses.
Yeah, I think they can only answer what went wrong. From our side, I give huge credit to our bowlers. They're a very strong side, Australia, and to create opportunities like we did and make inroads in that middle order is really outstanding. We saw in the previous game where their middle order was actually really strong. We found it difficult to create opportunities, but today was completely different.
What do you still want to see from the batting, though? Because notable again, the power play, a bit of a struggle on this surface.
Yeah, it's been extremely challenging. It's obviously a new surface in a few days' time, but we're hoping that it's slow and hopefully subcontinental-like in order to try and expose ourselves and gain a little bit of rhythm, because we've only been playing T20 cricket on the shortest form recently, and you almost need to go back to gaining a little bit of rhythm and facing more balls out in the middle and establishing an innings as opposed to a bit of a crash bang wallop innings.
And you'll have played in games where you've lost from winning positions. What sort of psychological impact could this have on the Australian dressing room?
Here again, I've played in sides that sort of haven't had the rub of the green or continue to lose games that go tight. I certainly know that winning them builds confidence within a change room and builds belief. So it'll do that in our changing room.
Congratulations, Owen. Well done.
Thanks, Ali. Thank you.
Owen Morgan, and let's hear then from the Australian captain, Aaron Finch.
Well, Chris, big day today. Well done on.
We'll get there in a second. We'll hear from Aaron Finch. Just get the reaction from the Australian captain, I should think he's pretty disappointed with how that went, to put it mildly, because it really was an extraordinary collapse. 6 for 22, and the game really seemed to be home and hosed as far as they were concerned. Labuschagne then was dismissed. We can go to Aaron Finch now.
When collapses happen like that, concentration out in the middle?
Yeah, potentially. I'm sure guys had their plans, and I thought guys stuck to their plans. They were just beaten, which is never ideal. But at the end of the day, England were too good.
Were you happy with your bowling effort, though? And there was the ninth wicket stand, which pushed England above 200 in the end.
Yeah, I think it was 1 for 81 in the last 10 overs, which wasn't ideal. On a wicket that we felt, if we executed really basic skills, it was going to be a tough wicket to score boundaries on, and we probably just went away from that a little bit in the second half. In that last 10, sorry.
How much of a concern is the middle and the lower order, I guess, given what happened in the T20 as well?
Oh, the lower order, their job's to bowl well. Our job as batters is to get the runs, and we didn't do that.
How do you reckon you'll be able to turn it around for the third game?
Yeah, we'll be good. We'll be ready to go.
We look forward to it. Thanks, Aaron.
Cheers, thanks.
Yeah, well, I think that probably summed up the mood of the Australian captain there. Pretty tight-lipped, wasn't he? Let's have a stat attack. It's been that sort of game.
Yeah, great win for England. It's the third time in the last 4 occasions that they've tried to defend a target between 200 and 260 that they've managed to win. They'd only done so in 1 of 12 before that. So that's 3 times in 4 since 2018. 6 wickets between overs 31 and 40 inclusive. The first time England have taken 6 in overs 31 to 40. The first time Australia have lost 6, which is about the weakness of Australia's middle order and tail exposed once again. Joint worst collapse for Australia for their 3rd to 6th wickets, going for just 3 runs. Tom Curran, here's a nice little one, scored 30 and went for less than 30 in his 10 overs, the first England player to do that since Graham Swan back in 2007. Before that, you've got to go back to Freddie Flintoff, who had such matches 4 times in 2003. Jofra Archer, 29 wickets in his first 16 ODIs. That's the second most for an England player after 16 games. 1 wicket behind Jimmy Anderson, level with Stephen Finn.
Excellent, thank you. And 40 seconds, Michael, to look ahead to Wednesday. I wonder how much of a blow that is for Australia. And it's going to be a fresh pitch.
Yeah, fresh pitch. They'll pick themselves up. Teams generally do that these days. There's a few concerns for England. I mean, Morgan's just admitted to that. I like this idea of playing on these slower wickets to try and prepare for the World Cup. That's exactly what you want to do. If you want to go and win another World Cup, English conditions are completely different to India. So here's probably the perfect venue to play on those kind of wickets.
Lovely. Thank you, Michael, very much indeed. But it was a terrific finish, wasn't it? England winning by 24 runs, a game that seemed to be lost when Australia were 144 for 2 in the 31st over. But you just never know. And you can watch the highlights on BBC Two from 11:50 this evening, or catch them at your leisure on the BBC Sport website. And the TMS podcast will have more reactions shortly on BBC Sounds. Our next cricket comes from the T20 Blast tomorrow on 5 Live Sports Extra from 2 o'clock. That includes the London Derby and also the Roses match. And then the final men's international of the summer is on Wednesday. A series decider. We've got a couple of quiet days here in the bubble until then. But Wednesday, 12:45 for the last men's game of this summer. We'll see you then. Goodbye.